by making Cavill this guy again. Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm finally here. I'm very, very sorry, guys. I was out of it, man. It was a really, really fucking hard day at work, and I was just like, I wanted to come on and talk about this piece of shit, but
finally, Norman thinks it's a piece of shit, guys.
It is, dude. It is. But like, I wanted to come on and talk about this film. Did I even do my intro? I'm so excited to talk about this with K-Docs. Maybe I didn't even do the intro, but yeah, like it was just. I think I just stretched myself or something like that, and I tried to do this, and I just was like, my body isn't cooperating with me right now. So if you were waiting, I deeply apologize. But apart from that,
Anzo waited for an hour.
Oh, wow.
But you know, it's no hard feelings. You know, I only waited for maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
I tried to stick in there. I tried to give the chat hope and say, you guys, Nerdman's going to come. Just give him a moment. I tried to give them hope, but sadly,
that was annoying. That is annoying. Yeah, if that ever happens, that's probably what the situation is. If I'm not answering or something like that, it's probably that I'm a working man. What can I say? I'm so sorry. But that being said, yeah, this movie. Let's talk about the film. And what did you think? I hear that you've got kind of mixed feelings.
I'm mixed again on this movie. I'm mixed on another movie. This movie is visual. I watched it in Dolby IMAX, so my experience was even better than most people when it came.
Did you watch it in 3D?
No, Dolby IMAX, just no 3D. I don't like watching 3D.
Oh, maybe that's why the difference is between me and you. Okay, yes. Go on. Carry on.
So, you know, sound and everything was great when it was with the action, the sound. It just made everything so much better. The bass, the boom, everything. The action, there's better MCU movies with better action sequences. Way better.
You're goddamn right. There's better fucking.
Our Doctor Strange versus Thanos, Iron Man versus Thanos, probably better than majority of the fights in this movie and stuff.
Dude, sorry. Let me tell you this straight away. Ant-Man and the Wasp has more imagination. You know, I said Ant-Man and the Wasp is better than this movie. Ant-Man and the Wasp. This is the only reason Ant-Man and the Wasp is better, because it's got more imaginative or more creative action scenes. So in the end of the day, I'm like a wash. Both of them are boring as shit. Both of them have terrible MCU humor. Both of them are generic as shit. But at least Ant-Man and the Wasp has some creative action. So that's my calculation. But carry on. You were saying the action.
The action was good in some parts. The third act is where the action was my favorite action scene was Makkari versus Ikaris and Gilgamesh. Any action scene with Gilgamesh in it, you know, the Asian dude with the super strength.
Power up punch.
He was one of my favorite characters. They really was the only two with the best action sequences. Never mind. Gilgamesh. They killed off the best characters in this movie. Ikaris, Gilgamesh, but we'll get to that soon. Salma Hayek and Angelina Jolie wasted. Barely did anything in the movie. Wasted. Kit Harington. I mean, wasted on some romantic relationship I didn't care for. They didn't really have a relationship anyways, but they wasted Kit Harington. It was cool to see two Starks on screen again, but I didn't feel nothing from it. Richard Madden.
Right.
I like Ikaris's character when the twist happened, man. I liked him when the twist happened. When, you know, the twist they do with Ikaris' character. That's when I was
this is a full spoiler review, by the way, guys. This is going to be a full spoiler discussion. So
that's when Icarus's character kicked in for me, and I was like, "Yo, Icarus is tight." It up until that, I was very much bored with how Icarus was acting stuff. Like, his face, he was just very stiff and monotone the whole movie. He was just so plain and just serious. Like, just he's like,
I love you.
I
love you.
Plain.
Like, so it's like, what the hell's going on? Anyway, carry on. I'm gonna go in on this after, because I don't know what you're talking about with this, like, subtle, like, ooh, this is like, I kind of like it. But go on, maybe go on.
Oh no, we're gonna get to the because my biggest issue is how do you. Let me just. Do you want to know my? I'm gonna give my positive. Gilgamesh was tight. Druig. I really like Druig's character because he was making sense in this movie. I liked him because he was making sense in this movie. Unlike a lot of characters in the movie. Cersei, Gemma Chan as a lead character, horrible. She didn't captivate me. She didn't pull me in as a lead character that was supposed to be this person that, she's leading a team. She was no leader. She was no leader of a team. Thena, wasted, don't know what she was doing. She was just a mad, crazy woman majority of the movie.
Yeah.
Harry Styles, Star Fox. Useless, pointless. How is he the king of Titan when Titan is a ruin? Dermot, did you catch that in the post-credit scene with Harry Styles?
I didn't. I did watch that, and I was confused and upset. I didn't realize it was Harry Styles.
I didn't realize.
Hey, dude. Allergic to Nerd Man. It's Rogue Comics. Oh, you had to come on.
I'm letting K-Dots talk. Unlike other people in this chat, this stream here, I'm letting K-Dots have an uninterrupted word. So continue, K-Dots.
Harry Styles, Star Fox. I mean, unrecognizable. I didn't recognize it was him. I knew it was him, but unrecognizable. Like this suit, he was talking about he's the Prince of Titan. Titan's a ruin. I don't know you're the prince of a ruined planet, but good for you. But I'm ready to see what he's going to do in the future. I don't know what the fuck he's going to do. I don't care what he's going to do. There's a lot of... And another thing about this movie, too much spoon feeding. Like, what they was explaining wasn't hard to understand, but too much just spoon feeding a whole bunch of information. I get it. They're trying to establish the lore, but you don't gotta like spoon feed the audience everything. You gotta let them figure things out. They didn't. This film wasn't doing that. It was just explain away. Sometimes it's good to tell the audience stuff, but sometimes better to show us instead of just telling us everything.
Yeah. I mean, look. I know Rogue Comics wants to say some stuff. I'm genuinely confused. This time I'm going to put my hands up and say I'm genuinely confused by people's reaction. Some of it, the people I know, obviously, I feel like maybe they just want to argue with me or something like that, and that's why they're trying to justify or legitimize this movie as okay. This movie is a fucking disaster in my opinion. Now, to be fair, I watched it in IMAX 3D, so maybe I didn't get like the visuals, in the way that you did, K-Dot, but I thought visually it was a very, very fucking ugly to generic movie. I thought the way they depicted the superpowers in this...
I'll say this, since you brought up the visuals. My thing with the visuals had to do, and it really showed in the third act. A lot of great set pieces like the Celestials, they look great. The CG on the Celestials look fucking great. The main one...
I don't think so.
Rogue, what's his name? Anishem? Am I saying it right? Anishem, the main Celestial? Yeah. Anishem. CGI looked great and everything. But my issue with the third act, and it had to do with a lot of action, the action was... It looked good. It was good, like with how they was executing it. But my problem was the CG was too noticeable. Like you can tell stuff with CG, and you're not supposed to really notice it. Like I'm gonna go back to Infinity War. The reason the Thanos versus the Avengers fight on Titan works is Thanos looks so fucking real that you don't question if like there's some kind
of reality of Thanos.
Like he looks so good that you don't even care no more if he's
when Spider-Man zipping around. Real. Yeah, when Spider-Man zipping around like fighting with Tony Stark and all of those guys, you know, Doctor Strange versus Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, and Iron Man versus what were they called? The acolytes of Thanos. That was seamless CGI, dude. That was absolutely fucking seamless CGI. You know, for all the things I say about like Infinity War and whatever, you didn't notice it, right? Like this one, every time fucking Icarus used his laser vision, it was like, dude, that's fucking CGI. Like there was a bit where
it didn't look good. It didn't look bad.
No, it looked bad. It looked bad, dude.
And then I'll tell you what the part of it was bad. In the third act, when like the characters is transitioning from doing an attack and they transition out, and you can obviously see them transitioning from CGI back to the real actor. It showed up really in the third act, especially Makari versus Icarus. You can see their CGI faces and stuff. It was too obvious CGI. Like, look, the visual effects,
I watched it in 3D, so I don't know if that impacted it.
It probably did.
That's my only problem. Was it not built for 3D?
No.
Really?
I wouldn't watch a movie like this in 3D. If not,
maybe that was it.
3D, I wouldn't watch it in 3D.
Maybe that was it, because watching it in 3D, it was just like, it was jarring. Like, I was just like, this is like, it literally was like they just made like some kind of toy commercial where it was just like, you know, the characters would have as you said, you could visually see the CGI moments from when it went to like them filming the real person. Like there was a bit where Icarus, like he was the one of the deviants was stepping on Icarus's head, and he was like, you know, trying to snap his neck or something like that, and he's on the floor going and it's like I can see that fucking CGI, like it's really terribly done.
To me, that special effect was good because the lighting and stuff, and it was shrouded in darkness. When the visual effects was in the daytime and you can really see it, it didn't look good. But the set pieces, because she filmed on set, looked good with the natural lighting and all that. It's just her visual effects in this movie for the action sequences, they did not execute that well, the visual effects team.
Right.
But maybe she make because on the Celestials and stuff, they did so great on the Celestials. Like the Celestials look fucking good.
I had no problem with the Celestial. I mean, like the big red.
And that probably required a whole lot more than them just doing minor action sequences and punches and stuff. But
I was more talking about the action. But anyway, let's finish off, and like I'll go into what I have problems with this movie. But let's go to Rogue Comics. What was your take on this film?
First of all, every single take that you had ever since you saw it like 2 days ago that we've had to be held captive to was trash. It was terrible. It was as if I went to go see a Christopher Nolan, Zack Snyder Batman film, and I just came on and I said every single thing that you knew I was going to say because I didn't like either of them, which I don't. So that's number one. Number two, I agree with the majority of KDOT's assessment about this film, with the exception of the CG. I didn't have a problem with too much of the CG, especially Makari, because Makari for me was the best character I felt as far as like the battle between her and Icarus was awesome. It was like I don't know. I enjoyed it so much more than the Flash.
I need to Phantom Zone this motherfucker.
Here we go. See, the thing is, and as I told Paul, you Phantom Zone K-Dots. What's going on, dude?
I know. I don't know what happened.
But as I said on Paul's stream yesterday. This is the first comic book movie that made me want to read a comic book, because I don't. Admittedly, I'm not a cosmic fan. I didn't do any of Jack Kirby stuff, and when I got into comics, it was X-Men and Spider-Man. That was my two, and then eventually, like, Teen Titans, and then Batman. But Silver Surfer was like on the side. I mean, it was just like It's kind of like the Legion, or even, I mean, people I guess could say the same thing about the X-Men. Their history is so convoluted that finding an entry point, unless you're really invested in it, isn't really something. It feels daunting. So I never got into all that cosmic stuff. But like Silver Surfer, right. Like, in the 90s, Ron Lim and Ron Mars, they were the ones that were doing Surfer, and I did like Ron Lim's art a lot. But I still didn't understand like the scale of it. But this movie made me, because of the things that happened, and since this is a spoiler thing, like seeing the Celestial like come out of like the volcano, and just thinking about like exactly what this means, like what's going to happen in the MCU, what this literally unlocks. Because I know, and yesterday somebody said, oh, well, what about the Guardians? Well, this is like, I don't understand. Maybe honestly, thinking about it, maybe the thing that most people are upset about is the fact that at the beginning of this movie, like when not even before anything happens, when they're doing like the little crawl showing, telling about the Celestials and stuff like that, maybe they're upset that this is saying that they're the ones responsible for the creation of the universe. Essentially, they're gods. And maybe that's
I'm not upset by that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying these people that have, problems with it or whatever, like, like the critics and all that. Well, no, but people are weird about when it comes to religion, and you start saying other thing, like, what isn't one of the commandments, like don't worship false idols or whatever. But whatever. But so that.
Did you just say best Flash I've seen in a while? Best Flash and Superman I've seen on screen. Yes. Absolute nonsense.
That's definitely
Zack Snyder's Superman, like
no.
in terms of the power, in terms of the powers, right, and in terms of the way he displays Superman's powers and Flash's powers in Justice League, fuck off.
Actually,
this is way better. It was way better in Justice League.
I think he hovered a little better than Cavill and Superman in the Snyder movies. It seemed more. It seemed more. I don't want to say natural.
I don't know. I think Zack Snyder did it better.
It's way better,
but definitely not the Flash.
Way better.
The Flash.
I mean, well, look.
Look.
I'll say this about both Icarus.
He didn't have to slow it down. She didn't slow it down at all. She kept running at normal speed, and Chloe didn't slow it down. So, oh, there she is. Look at it. She's smiling. She's saying, "Hi, Dad. I'm running the best I can," or whatever. Like none of that.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was excited about in the Eternals. I thought, oh, cool. They're gonna capture a speedster as they're running, like, and not slow it down so much. But actually, when it came down to it, it was actually pretty generic what she did. She didn't do anything that fucking amazing with her speed, other than, like she'll punch someone really quickly. I don't know.
What was she supposed to do that we haven't seen the Flash do, dude? Come on.
Something creative that filmmakers, that's what they do. They're supposed to be filmmakers and be creative and come up with creative action set pieces. When she's just running and punching someone, like, very quickly, like, oh, she did it that in 1 second. She punched him 100 times.
Do you know what was creative?
It was it was not that.
They didn't slow her down, dude. That's what they did. That was
creative. It. They didn't slow her down, but the angles at which they shot at just made it not that impressive. It wasn't that different from, say, Quicksilver in the Avengers 2 movie. That was basically it. Age of Ultron. It wasn't that much different what they were doing with her than what they did with Quicksilver in Age of Ultron. It just wasn't.
I mean, she was obviously faster, but
Yeah.
I mean, when I say generic action scene, right? I think people have to understand what I'm talking about here, right? You had them, the Eternals versus the Deviants, right? First of all, the Deviants looked fucking like garbage. Okay,
right.
This was terrible.
Do you know how they look in the comics? Do you know how they look in the comics?
I don't care how they look in the comics. You're supposed to realize it in a way on screen that is visually interesting and arresting. And what they did was terrible, right? So and then the Deviants didn't have anything cool that they were doing to counteract what the Eternals were doing. So essentially it was just the Eternals going pow, pow, pow against fucking Deviants, right? Like either laser eye or punch or, or run up and punch, like really fast. It was just cannon fodder for them, basically, for them to go through, as opposed to actually coming up with interesting team up moves, or some interesting thing where you feel a sense of wait, that you feel that there's some kind of sense of you made me forget what the fuck the word was, but like there was no tension in the action scenes either. It wasn't like there was a moment where there was somebody in danger or something, and the Deviants had to work together to get to them quickly or something like that. It was all just like Eternals versus Deviants. He punches him, the Deviant, and then he punches the Deviant again really strong. And then another time he punches the Deviant, and then Icarus lasers the Deviant, and then Icarus lasers the Deviant again, and then he runs up to the Deep. It was all the same fucking action scene over and over again in this film, and not in any kind of creative or interesting way. No tension, no stakes, no fucking no creativity in the action whatsoever. It was nothing. Angelina Jolie had the same action set piece.
Man fighting in Man of Steel. You mean like those stakes?
There
were no stakes there either. Let's stop.
Dude,
let's stop.
But
that.
Zack Snyder was doing interesting things with Superman.
He was doing nothing interesting.
And his powers.
All he had him do was fucking destroy
his powers.
Give me a fucking break, dude. Stop.
Sure. That's at least visually interesting.
Dude. No. Listen.
That's at least visually interesting.
The Deviants aren't there.
Superman and fucking Zod having. Dude, you're making me defend Man of Steel. You're making me defend Man of Steel.
You don't need
Superman and Zod.
Their motivation, okay?
Superman and Zod. You didn't let me finish. I'll say this, and then you can go. Superman and Zod having a Dragon Ball Z fight in the middle of Metropolis is much more fucking interesting than what happened here.
Completely disagree.
And do not fucking lie about that.
Disagree. Dude, when they were fucking fighting in Metropolis, literally, Man of Steel came out about, I think, a month and a half after Injustice. Literally, as they're fighting in Metropolis, I started seeing a triangle and an X, because literally all it was moves from Injustice. That's all they were doing against the backdrop of fucking Metropolis, dude. It was a fucking video game. Don't come up with me and say, oh, this was some great cinematic masterpiece that Zack Snyder was able to bring out.
Dude, I did not say that because I don't like Man of Steel. I do not like Man of Steel. That's not the point I'm making here. So don't try and make that out to be what I'm saying. I said there was no.
Don't tell me. Stop.
No.
Yeah.
The stakes was Metropolis. The stakes was Metropolis.
There was no stakes. They're fucking destroying it. What stakes were there? It was already done.
The stakes is Metropolis was gonna fucking. He was gonna kill the whole planet.
If there were stakes. If there were
Superman had to save Zod from killing the whole planet.
Stopped for a moment and said, "You know what? I got to get the fuck out of here because we're fighting around humans." They didn't give a fuck. They were just fighting. It didn't matter. It could have been Metropolis. It could have been India. It could have been fucking Afghanistan.
Dude, I don't think Man of Steel is good. I don't think Man of Steel is good. I'm not saying Man of Steel is a good movie. I'm saying that it is more interesting action. It is more interesting and creative action than what happened in the Eternals. I do not just want to slander. I was looking forward to this fucking Eternals movie. I was repping for it. I'll go and show you the video if you don't believe me.
I will
go and show you the video if you don't believe me. I was repping hard for this Eternals movie.
Okay, especially when it comes
to you. Because you're an MCU stan. Because you're an MCU stan. And you fucking can't take any criticism against your bullshit fucking universe. This is a new low.
When I buy stock in Marvel,
this is a new low.
There's no monetary.
This is a new low for Marvel, and you fucking know it.
Being a fucking seller of their shit, dude. So please don't tell me that I'm capping for them because I'm not. Okay,
you are capping hard.
I don't sit here. Listen. The movie told the story
you wanted to read
about the
comics
Eternals.
after this.
The movie wasn't called The Deviants. I don't need to know where they fucking came from. I don't need to know what their motivation was. I don't need to know anything other than they are literally, like somebody said, I think in the chat, they're cannon fodder. That's it. That's what they are. The Eternals are the ones that are here to protect us through the centuries.
Look,
okay,
this is a new low for Marvel.
And it's kind of fucked
this
up.
Is a new low for Marvel.
They're there.
Okay, tell me this movie was exciting.
They are.
Was this movie boring?
No. They are there to.
Was this movie boring?
They are there to protect us.
Was this movie boring?
Want to cultivate us.
I don't care what they're supposed to do in the comics. Was this movie we just watched boring?
This is the fucking movie if you fucking paid attention to it. Okay? You're sitting here talking about all these little things that don't fucking matter. Oh, the CG didn't work.
Oh, that the movie's boring. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the movie's fucking boring.
If you fucking pay. See, and this is the thing.
If I paid attention.
When Paul talks about like Dune, when people were Dune is just so boring. Oh, there's sand in Dune. Oh my god.
It is boring. It is boring. Whether you want to fucking admit it or not, it is fucking boring.
On that, I didn't see that, so I don't know.
Okay,
I did see Lynch's version, and Lynch's version was kind of. It was an 80 science fiction back in the day. It wasn't all about like fights and lightsaber battles and this and that and whatever else. There was actual story. There was time to unpack things. You appreciated the CG that they were doing. What are you getting?
I'm gonna get fucking philosophical pickle right now. I don't care whether you think or not. Zack Snyder's Justice League's action scenes were good or not, right? They're still better than Eternals. Whether you think that Man of Steel's action scenes were better or not, they're still better than fucking Eternals. Look,
what are you talking about?
I will say this. I will say this.
Give me one Zack Snyder.
You want me to put a hand out to you guys? Do you want me to put a hand out to you guys? Infinity War's action scenes are way better than this. Fucking Thor. You know I hate Thor. I hate Thor. Thor's action scenes were better than this. Iron Man, Captain America, every single fucking MCU movie's action scenes were better than this. Every single MCU film's action scenes were better than this.
And this also was about the thing that
Deviants versus Eternals, and they did the same action scene over and over and over again during the movie.
Are you done? Are you done? Because you are lying.
Are you done?
There is nothing wrong.
You are lying.
I am commenting on K-Dot
because
he actually made a rational point that I'm going to explain to him why they did this. They did this because this is a cosmic movie. There are elements in here that people, normies, aren't aware of, and maybe even comic book fans like myself. I'm not completely and totally aware of the Eternals and what they do and their power sets and all this other stuff. So yes, they had to. It was kind of like Thor, the first Thor. You had to introduce like the god stuff. You had to introduce the superhero stuff, the comic book stuff, whatever. So they had to take it easy so people could understand because this is their first. This isn't like when you go and see Batman. You know what the story is going to be. You don't need to be spoon-fed exactly, how he becomes Batman, where does he train, what does he do, all this other bullshit, because people have a knowledge of that. People don't have a knowledge of this. That's why there was what you...
Look, I'll tell you this. There was one good scene in this movie. There was
there was more than one
good scene that actually stuck to the themes of the movie and did it in an interesting way. And that was when Hephaestus... Oh, and by the way, I'm going to talk about the woke fucking thing in this, right? Because there was nothing woke about this movie.
I agree.
Nothing.
I agree. Well,
anybody criticizing it for being woke, it's only because there's like...
Have you read the original, like the Jack Kirby stuff?
No, I haven't read the original.
Neither have I. But you and I are approaching it from that angle. We didn't read because, like, I know there was gender swapped. There was like race stuff. But again, if you want to keep it accurate if you are one of those people, I mean, I can be that want to keep it accurate to the comic. I don't have a problem with like Asian characters.
That's not woke. That's not woke. That's gender bending or
they did the same thing.
But it wasn't. There was no pushing of some kind of agenda. Not at one point was there like some scene where the girls are all fighting and all of a sudden there's like a big girl track girls can do it for themselves or some bullshit like that where they're pushing some kind of agenda.
That was
nothing like that was in the movie. The only thing that was in the movie was like that there were characters who were gay. There were characters who were women.
Female.
There were characters who were Indian.
Actually,
if that is woke to you, then good for you. But that to me isn't woke. That's just
they took exception to Salma Hayek being the leader, and then when she dies, passing it on to Cersei instead of Icarus. Maybe that's what they consider.
Well, Icarus was essentially the villain in the end of the movie,
I know.
That kind of makes sense.
I'm trying to put myself in their position, dude. I can't, I don't know.
I'll say this real quick. Icarus wasn't the villain. He was just doing what was right. Because look, this is the thing about the movie, right? The villain of the movie is the natural order of things, all that shit. So the deviant villain, trash. He was no villain. He showed up at the third act. They just threw him in there. He needed to do something. They killed him off. Trash.
Cena just kills him.
Whack.
Yeah.
But they try to make it to where Anishem is the villain, and I don't even think he's a villain. He's just doing what naturally supposed to be done. Gotta destroy the planet, make some Celestials so they can make more lives. That's it. My thing with Anishem in this whole plot, like this whole thing. So Anishem created the deviants to go to different worlds to kill off the alpha predators and stuff. So other life, sentient life such as us, can actually prosper and live there. The deviants started to have minds of their own, and they went off the rails.
Well, actually, K-Dot, wouldn't you say the humans are the villains? Because we're the ones that corrupted the Inhumans. I mean, the Eternals. Because they lived among us. They saw, how we could be, caring and loving, and even though
I won't say that. I'll say the Eternals. Well, I'll say this: the Eternals.
There was a balance of life, basically. There was a balance of life, and humans needed to die for that balance of life to continue.
But humans fucked it up, though, because we corrupted essentially the people that were supposed to cultivate us to get them to the point where.
But I don't understand. To be fair, and this is more of an intelligent part of the movie. That aspect of the movie, which wasn't really explored very well, of like, they're seeing humans and they're seeing human conflict, and they're like they can't get involved in that conflict.
Right.
I thought that was the most interesting, and for me, the scene I was talking about, which was the best one, was when the Hephaestus character, who's based on the god of the forge, Hephaestus, when he ended up, he was making tools for humans in the beginning, and then he realized that the tools he made eventually led them.
Hiroshima.
Yeah, eventually led to Hiroshima. And the kind of atom bomb, and he's sitting there amongst the waste of Hiroshima. What happened in Hiroshima? Going, look at what I've done, and I thought that there should have been more of that. That was interesting. That was like a good part of the movie, and I think
they had something like that with the dude. With the dude that could hold on. With the dude that can like mind control. Yes, he had that moment too, where he realized, you know what, this is wrong. We should be doing more to stop this. We shouldn't be letting them kill themselves.
But it was a much, much more uninteresting scene, and I don't like the fact that one of the Eternals didn't break off like earlier. Like during one of the many slaughters during human history, and actually go, no, I can't take this anymore. That should have been the bad guy. That should have been the antagonist to the Eternals. The guy who breaks off and says, I can't fucking take this.
That would have been Dude, that would have been contrived.
It would have been better than what we got.
No,
it would have been better than what we got.
That would have been a fucking DC movie.
At least it would have been something. There was nothing in this movie. Nothing happens in this movie.
Go ahead.
I'll say this. My issue with the Eternals, and it starts with Anishem. He created these things, and he can't even. How is he not tracking what the fuck they're doing? He made them. He made the deviants. He lost control of them. You created them. Just stop them. Whatever. But this is my issue with the Eternals. So when they're created, they, when they're on the ship, they put the orb inside of them, and that's when they wake up. They get their new memories and stuff, and they act as if they are moving from that point. They don't know anything prior and stuff. They just get reborn every time they have to go to a new planet to fight off deviants and make sure to preserve life there. Okay, so they do that, and all of a sudden they're like, so they're only supposed to interfere when deviants are there. Cool. But you see Cersei helping them with their agriculture and helping them, create irrigation and stuff for them to water the plants and stuff. And you see Sprite literally telling the humans, like, you can do this someday. You're going to make ships and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
oh,
your God told you not to fucking interfere. Why are you interfering?
No. They said don't interfere in human conflicts. Which really doesn't make sense because you imagine that human conflicts would kill off human beings, and that's what the opposite of what they want.
Yeah, they're only supposed to interfere when they're dealing with deviants. But the human race is supposed to they're supposed to just throw them into the water and let them get themselves out. Let them teach themselves.
No. I don't think that's it. I think
it wasn't supposed to.
You're right that the film doesn't explain it properly, but the film specifically says don't get involved in human conflicts. But if you're helping humans advance, then you are kind of getting involved in human conflicts.
Yeah,
because if we can imagine that one set of humans advanced a little bit faster than the others, because Hephaestus, helped them figure out some scientific thing, right? Hephaestus, it's Hephaestus in the thing, because but basically, if one human culture advances more than the other, then they're likely to be to get into a conflict with a less advanced one and win. So they are so really what they should have done is just fight deviants. That's basically what they should have done, you're saying. But I think but to be fair, I think it's more interesting the way they did it, where we can love and care and interact with them, but anytime they get into a conflict, we have to be hands off. But they didn't do anything interesting with that.
Wait, Nerman, let me bring it back here. So Anishim, his whole thing is he does not want any of his Eternals messing up the emergence of a Celestial, right? And them getting so involved and getting attached to these people was the downfall of that. So why Anishim created them? Why would he give them emotions and feelings and all this stuff when he could have just made drones and just had them do their job, kill deviants, and just be about their day? Like, did he not think of this stuff?
Right.
Like, why would there's emotions and feelings and stuff? They're going to get attached. They're going to question you. They're going to say, I don't know about this. And also in this movie, and so Anishim, as seen at the end of the movie, he when he went to punish Cersei, turn off her powers in an instant. That's how powerful he is. I mean, he can touch the planet with his finger and just flick it and it will be destroyed. But I'm just like, why are you letting Cersei stop this Celestial from waking up when you can stop it? And you know what she's doing because the orb from Ajax is inside of her body. You should know what she's thinking. You created her. You're a god.
Let me ask you this question.
And look, Nerman, I'll say this. It's not the fault of this movie. I think it's the fault in general when they do these type of stories with godly beings. I don't like these stories like this with like godly beings and stuff because they try to make up bullshit, dumb excuses of why the gods can't do this. Oh, but he can't do this because this, that, here. I think when they do stories like these, I just don't like them in general because they trick up so much dumb bullshit just to justify this happening, allowing this happening when they do these god characters, these characters who live for so many years and then get into conflict.
Yeah, it's like
bullshit. That doesn't make sense.
It's like Thor and Hulk, right? You've got these like beings that are so powerful in the MCU, and it's like they don't know what to do with them, so they have to take them off, or say that Hulk can't come out, or do some other thing that they have to like prevent the god level characters from doing what they do, which is be gods, and that's I think that is a problem, right? And I'm saying that this
no. But here's
what I'm talking about.
Of like combat and stuff.
No. Here's what I'm saying about like this. I'm just saying that this is like the this is the what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's apotheosis, but like this is like how far they've gone with now just not knowing how to deal with God level characters, right? They started off with just not knowing how to deal with Hulk and Thor or something like that, and like having to take them out of like combat situations, and the same with Vision and stuff like that, because they know that if those characters are in those situations, they can deal with the situation much, much easier. Now they've got to a new level where they're actually trying to tell a story, like a singular story focused on a number of godlike characters. And they really just showed that they don't have a handle on it. And to be fair, DC doesn't either.
None of them do. There's only one product that handles gods well, and it's God of War, the game franchise.
I would say that
the only current franchise that knows how to handle God characters and gives you gods how they're supposed to be. With their
I'll say Watchmen did it as well. The Watchmen film. In the film, they handled the way that
we're talking about Dr. Manhattan
the way what's his name Ozymandias handled Dr. Manhattan, that was realistic. It was like Dr. Manhattan comes out and goes, the smartest man in the world is like fucking like the smartest ant in the world to me. And then then Ozymandias has another plan after that, like to like fuck with Dr. Manhattan, right? Which made sense, right? This one, it's like, it's just hard. I get it. I don't think I always blame them necessarily. But when you're dealing with Superman and you're dealing with whatever, and you're trying to do it in some semi-realistic way as well, that's hard, because this motherfucker can do anything if you write him a certain way, right? So why is someone like Lex Luthor a problem to him? Or
the thing with the Eternals that I thought, but they didn't do. The Eternals wasn't that strong in this movie. I'll be honest with you. They weren't. Really weak. Like the guy with the pew rockets.
Could beat them. Thor could beat all of them.
Pew 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 pew. Yeah, they wasn't that strong, and I like that. I think the only one who was the strongest was Icarus, but even Icarus had his flaws, because like he's getting beat up by deviants, but he needs help from his team to fight the deviants. But at the end of the movie, he's like soloing all of them. But Phastos is able to defeat it, to subdue Icarus. Icarus is stronger than Phastos. But Icarus was struggling with deviants earlier and getting his ass kicked in the movie, and he needed help from his friends. Remember when those when they was in the forest in the Amazon, and it was like 5 deviants surrounding Icarus, and Icarus was like, Gilgamesh, I need your help. But mind you, maybe he was just acting weak on purpose, because he set that all up. He sent Ajax to where those deviants was at, that they randomly couldn't find, but even though Phastos had a little globe that can detect where deviants are at, but somehow ice stops them from looking for deviants or whatever, but whatever. And then have one random deviant that's like intelligent and can absorb people, but they don't explain how that deviant can do that, but the rest can't.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Look, I want to focus this in a bit more, because I want to talk about the humor. I want to talk about the fucking Superman and Batman quote in this movie, which was absolutely fucking ridiculous. I really like. I couldn't believe that they did that with the Alfred and the Batman and Superman.
It's just comic books. It's just. I think in the MCU world, they're comic book characters, the DC characters.
Yeah, I guess they are. I guess they are, but I just thought that was absolutely stupid. But I want to break down this movie a little bit more. So I want to talk about the humor. I want to talk about the story. I want to talk about the cinematography and score. But I want to talk about our negatives of this movie, because I have come out like against this movie and I want to talk about my negatives here. I've heard my positive. You've heard my positive, which was that one scene with Festus. But I want to go to Mike, give him a chance. Like, just explain to me what you loved about this movie. I mean, like, or what you liked about this movie, and where you rank it, I guess, in terms of MCU movies.
You know, Nerd Man. You and the internet, you are a microcosm of the internet. You just crush things. You crush like, I don't want to say souls because I would be giving you too much, but like anything that's like hearing that you had a problem with the Suicide Squad because people were laughing at the cinema at the showing you went. That's just like that in a nutshell just sums you and your views on things up. See, there are people on in this sphere in YouTube land who feel they have to go see this movie. Do they want to see this movie? No. They feel they have to go see it. Why? Because they know that if they do go see this movie, and this isn't directly related just to you, Nerd Man, but they do know that if they go see this movie, chances are, especially if they've seen the trailer and they didn't like the trailer, they're going to be able to come on here and rant and make 32 different fucking hate videos about it, and then
this is the only hate video I'm making.
And a couple of, like I said, what did I just say? I just said
I know you're not talking necessarily about me.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what happens today. This is how nerds consume things. Okay, so now let's say there is a Superman movie, and I know you're a Superman fan that you want to see him done well. When there is a Superman movie that comes out, I will take your comments 100% serious because I know how you feel about that subject matter. I know how you feel about him as a character. See, I feel the same way about both the Marvel Universe. I own a fucking comic book store, dude. If I didn't like this shit, I wouldn't be selling this shit. And trust me liking the content of the things that I sell is sometimes the only thing that keeps me sane dealing with some of the bullshit that I deal with. So I do not want either of them to be bad. And I don't sit here and I don't you know what? King Shark should only have a dorsal fin, and his dorsal fin should have been at a 45-degree angle, so it ruined the movie for me. Like, some of the people that are nitpicking about this movie or any movie in general that comes out, DC movies included, some of them are just ridiculous things that I can't tell if they're being genuine about it or if they're being like, what's the word? Sensational for the clicks. I don't know what it is, and I don't care because it's ridiculous. And when you put that shit out there, this is what people come to expect from you. They come to your channel, Nerd Man, to see you do stupid things like put Infinity War next to Captain Marvel. Okay? They see you. They come here to see you.
That's factual.
That's facts, bro. That's just facts.
Stop it. I realize I'm outnumbered here, but stop it, okay? I'd like to think that at least K-Dots hasn't fully been converted yet. There's still hope for him. And I'm trying to save his soul, okay?
I put it behind Infinity War. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. I didn't say what the difference is in quality between the two movies. I just put it behind Infinity War. I did it in order.
So when I see a trailer for something, whether it's like, for instance, I surprised everybody because I said I think that Morbius looks like it's going to be good, and
no, it doesn't.
See, but anyway. I do like Spider-Man. Spider-Man would probably be like the number 2 that I got into, but there was just something about the trailer that they just released that made it seem interesting to me. It looked definitely more interesting than fucking Venom, that's for sure. But whatever. But so this movie was good. This movie wasn't a typical Marvel movie with characters. The characters. Are you going to let me?
Oh, sorry. You just triggered me. You triggered me a little bit because that is It really is. But go on, please finish.
No, it really wasn't, because if it was, then it would be the same thing with with Tony or Steve or whatever. Or these were essentially, there were religious themes in here. There was the creation of the universe. There was stuff. There was cosmic stuff that Jack Kirby created, and they brought this to the screen, and they are going to be, hopefully, utilizing it. Adam Warlock coming in, maybe, who knows, that might jump off
Jack
or whatever.
Kirby is rolling in his grave right now. Like, if he had been able to see this, because it's like, you talk about like the innocence and the pure joy of comic books that Jack Kirby put together. Probably, like, I've read some of his stuff, but I haven't read the Eternals.
So let's take that innocence put together. Yes, let's take that innocence and put it in today's internet sphere, and let's see how they can ravage it. Okay, dude.
It isn't even close.
I'm giving you Nerdman. I'm giving you homework. I want you to read the first 3 issues of the Eternals comics from the 60s. And I want you to tell me how they were. Okay? I want you to tell me.
All right.
Okay.
We can do that. I don't mind doing that. But here's my thing about the whole, what you're saying. It is a typical Marvel movie. The dialogue, look, it's gone beyond a typical Marvel movie, right? Because actually now they've reached a point where they realize, and this is what I was scared of. I think they realized, because of Endgame, specifically, Infinity War kind of, but Endgame specifically, that they can put any bullshit out and they're like, we'll fix it in post-production. We'll fix this in fuck with the CGI. Don't worry about the script too much. Don't worry about the fact that these characters are, they're soulless, empty fucking characters who, just because they're talking about, it's kind of like Inception. You'll agree with me on this, because I think Inception is one of the most overrated movies of all fucking time. Inception has a premise where it's talking about something that people think is deep, which is dreams, right? So dreams are deep. Dreams are something that is really essentially connected to the human soul in a very, very significant way. It's one of the things that makes human beings feel that the world is actually quite a mystical place, despite the fact that it's ordered along, the rules and laws of physics, right? When we're awake, but dreams take us to a different realm, right? So Christopher Nolan makes this movie about dreams. And just because, in virtue of the fact that it's about dreams, people assume that the movie is actually deep. When the movie it says nothing of any significance about dreams. It is constantly just monologuing to you about, basically giving you, explaining the story to you. Essentially, there's a word that we use. What the fuck is the word? Exposition. Just expositioning to you the whole way through the movie, explaining why everything happening is so complicated and deep. But nothing that actually is in the movie is actually that deep itself. It's just like, we'll go from one dream level to another dream level, to another dream level, to another dream level. And nothing in the movie itself is, apart from the fact that it's about something that humans associate with deepness, is actually deep. It's fake deepness. That is what this movie does. It goes, the creation of the world.
I don't disagree with that.
The creation of the fucking world. It's mystical. It's, whatever. And then they go on and they have their little discussions explaining to you how this world works, rather than why this world is interesting and why this world is worth my fucking time. It's fucking bullshit. It's the most fake deepness. This is
wait. Repeat that again.
This is like when McDonald's tries and makes a fucking repeat what I just said about this movie, about like the themes of this movie, right? On paper, the theme of this movie is deep. The theme of this movie on paper is interesting. right? Mm-hmm. But all they do, these characters in the movie, is exposition to you, explaining the world of the movie rather than letting the story itself like explore interesting avenues of why what they're talking about is actually interesting. And I can give you a counter example. If any of you guys have watched Donnie Darko, a counter example of this is in Donnie Darko, time travel. Time travel is something that people think, oh, that's intellectual. That's really interesting. Theoretically, how could it be done? Like through science and da-da-da-da. Now, Donnie Darko takes that theme of time travel, right? And it doesn't just sit there expositioning to you about how time travel works in this film. No, it actually tells a story that is really interesting, in which time travel is just as used as a vehicle to explore the deep themes of the movie. This does not do that. It does the fucking opposite. Everything these characters are saying is just explaining to you how their world works, how the convoluted logic of the Eternals and the Deviants works. And it's boring. Just like Inception.
I disagree. I mean, I agree that Inception is boring, but I don't agree with your assessment of the Eternals. I don't know exactly what you in your example there. They're explaining of things that was as we were being shown the past, as we were being shown events that occurred leading up to where we are today. Once we were here today, they set up okay, there's going to be this convergence in 7 days. We got to stop it. That was it. There was no over explanation of that. The things that they were explaining was the past, because those were the events that led us to where we are. Right.
They were explaining the past. They were explaining how they love human beings, how they have this complicated kind of feeling of their duty versus but they don't show it. They don't show it because everyone's walking around really stoic. I love you, Cersei. I love you. You know, like I love you. You are a woman.
That had nothing to do with
you are a beautiful woman. No, I'm just saying that's how they were talking about the central themes of the fucking story. But we love the human beings. The human beings, they are destructive, but they can also be beautiful people. You know, it's just this. I'm exaggerating. Obviously, I'm fucking exaggerating for the sake.
That is the way. That's how she said it. She said it just like that. All sexy.
Yeah, and
that wasn't sexy, dude.
That wasn't sexy. It's like when do they show it? And we haven't talked about this piece of shit that pushes this movie over the edge. That Sprite character. Try and justify the Sprite character to me. Try and justify Sprite to me. She is trash. She's one of the worst characters in the MCU ever. One of the most hateful characters I've ever seen put on screen. Sprite is a piece of shit. I thought I was going to like her from the trailers. Terrible. Fucking awful. The worst character in the movie.
That's child abuse, man. What the fuck are you saying?
For me, all right, so this is the thing, right? If this was Japan, oh, shoot, they would have done some crazy stuff. For me, I acknowledge that Sprite isn't a kid, right? And then when they tried to set up this whole, like, love triangle between Sprite, you know, she's not a kid, but she looks like a kid. With Ikaris, they basically did this whole Peter Pan situation. She's Cinderella. No. She's Tinkerbell. Sprite is Tinkerbell. Ikaris is Peter Pan, and Cersei is Wendy. And then when like Sprite revealed to us why she has issues with Cersei, I'm like, bitch, it's been over 5,000 years. Get used to being short and deal with it. Like how, you know, just like how the same people said, you know, hey, Wonder Woman, you know, it's been years. You need to get over Steve Trevor. Sprite,
right.
Deal with your shit and get over it. Because I'm like, at the end when she stabs Cersei because she's so in love with Ikaris, I'm like, really? Love?
And the way she performs
Did you see?
She's such a terrible actress. Tell me she isn't a terrible actress.
She wasn't a bad actress.
She was a bad actress. Oh my fucking god!
Hey, Did you saw Invincible, right? The cartoon.
Yeah, with the little monster girl.
The girl that said the only people that approach her are people that are hitting pre-puberty or predators. Okay, come on, dude. 5,000 years to that shit. Stop, dude.
No. Her problem was that she
I hated her before she did the reveal.
Wait, no. The problem with Sprite was that she couldn't integrate into society properly because she was stuck as a kid, and it's a lot more harder for her than the people who are adults,
right?
Which is
because they see
the rest of the Eternals. And she can't date anybody because nobody's not pedophiles will, but you don't want to be no pedophile. But normal person.
She tried to make some guy fuck her, by the way. She tried to make an older guy fuck her. Do you remember that? Do you remember that when she was trying to flirt with some older guy, trying to get him to fucking fuck her?
Would you stop?
This is a child.
Stop it.
This is a child, bro.
Dude.
Don't fucking lie. Don't fucking lie that she didn't do that.
You are so full of shit, man. You are so full of shit. It's not even funny.
I mean, he's not wrong. What's happening? She was trying to get some of that older. She was like, that's why it was weird. I know she's not a adult. I know she's not a child, but it's weird. I'm not saying it's cuties, but I'm like, I wouldn't even try to do it. But I'll say this about the movie.
Let me ask you something quickly.
Yeah.
Go on. And I want A and B and W to talk about this film. Yeah. But anyway,
I'll say this real quick that I like they did with Sprite's character. They fixed the whole situation of her not being a kid. Because I'm going to tell you, that was never going to work in the long run. So I'm glad they fixed that, unless it was going to be using CGI and stuff to keep her young forever, as long as they was going to keep her. So they fixed it. Maybe she'll become an Eternals 10 years later down the line, the MCU and stuff again, get powers. I don't know. But at least they fixed that problem.
Why did they help her at the end? She tried to stab her in the fucking heart. Like it didn't make any sense. It was like, oh, now we're all friends again.
Family? No, they're not friends. They're family.
Shut up. Come on, man. Shut up.
Dude, as somebody that loves the Fast and Furious franchise, you should understand how family works. Okay?
Why do I like this Fast and Furious? Anyway, I don't like the Fast and Furious franchise. I don't like the Fast and Furious franchise. You might like the Fast and Furious franchise. Nope. That's your own fucking personal issues. AMPW, my boy, tell these motherfuckers what's up, man. I don't even know what's happened with my son. He's talking like this movie is even like okay. I'm disappointed in you. No, I'm joking. But AMPW, go on. K-Dot was bringing the fire as per usual, just to let you know. Go on, MBW.
Yeah, I'm not going to go on too long about this film because I don't want to be too negative. But let me just say this: I would compare this movie to taking a shit, literally on like a previous pile of shit that I just did earlier in the day. This movie was hot trash. No, you know what? I don't even want to use trash in the same sense because trash is too good of a word. Trash does not deserve to be associated with the Eternals. This is just... No, man. I'm sorry. Like, if I complain anymore, I'm going to have like a fucking aneurysm about this movie. This movie is garbage. It's just... No.
Where was that beautiful score from the trailer, dude? Where was the beautiful score?
The music
was trash.
Shang-Chi
and then when they did that romantic scene, do you remember the romantic scene where suddenly they were doing a romantic scene and then it started playing anybody who complains about Zack Snyder's Justice League and the Wonder Woman lamentation music, watch this film and you tell me about trying to manipulate your emotions through the fucking music. Like over a fucking romantic scene, and then
what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
There was that. I'll watch the movie again, but like there was that. But
are you talking about the romantic scene with Gemma Chan and Icarus? Yeah, Cersei and Icarus, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, their romance wasn't good. They didn't even explain why they broke up either, but whatever.
Yeah. It was all a mess. But AMBW, let me try and center. Let me try and center your thoughts. Yeah. Let me try and
send you but see, I think he didn't explain why he even left and stuff. He just left.
And by the way, I like the Icarus twist. The Icarus twist was one of the better bits of the movie.
The twist made me like Icarus. That twist made me like.
I don't know about. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it was interesting. It was like, something finally happened. Something finally happened in this movie. Something finally happened in this movie.
Keep going.
No, I just was like, something actually happened in the movie. Finally, that was it. That was the only thing I liked about it, because something happened. But AMBW, let me ask you about the action scenes and the story. What was your take on the action scenes? One, and like how it looked as a film. Or let me center the question more like this: was this like a typical MCU movie, or was it different?
It was a different kind of MCU movie, but definitely not the good kind. Like I know I say that I have complained before about the MCU being very formulaic. I'm not taking that back. The MCU is formulaic, but it's still entertaining. This movie, it was not as different as a lot of people say it was. There's still a lot of tropes to it, but at times it did feel different. I do want to say this, though. Whenever I go to see any movie, period, I want to be entertained. You know what I mean? I want to be affected or moved or whatever, or at the very least entertained. This movie was boring, pretentious trash. The pacing was all over the fucking place. People were saying visually it's probably the most different looking MCU film. They're not wrong there. But it's not, like, for me, a movie cannot coast off of visuals alone. I feel like Chloe Zhao did not understand the assignment, as a lot of people have been saying. It's true. I don't know. To me, it's kind of weird, like, that Kevin Feige has come out and said this is their best MCU film. I really doubt that. I've heard rumors of him and Chloe Zhao fighting in the editing bay. I'm sure we'll get more of that later on, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like, for me personally, the best points.
I mean, he thinks Black Panther's the best movie. Anyway.
Wait, let AMBW finish.
I'm just.
Yeah, no, I know you were just adding. Yeah.
Go ahead, AMBW.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to add a couple more things real quick. So I think the best parts for me was, yes, I did stick around, even though it's a shitty fucking movie. I did stick around for like the post-credit scene. I'm happy that I guess Chloe Zhao confirmed that the other character in that scene was actually Blade. Which, when you think about it, it does sound a lot like Mahershala Ali. So that part was cool.
I did not. I thought it was some white dude. It didn't sound like him to me.
Really? Well,
yeah, it didn't sound like him to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. I saw the article. You're correct.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know who it was at first, and then obviously after, like I said this in the chat, dude. Like, after this, I felt so bad, but I was like, man, I still want to see that that strip club scene from Dusk Till Dawn with Salma Hayek. After I saw this movie, I was like, man, I need to watch this bad taste out. Let me go home and watch that movie. So that's what I did. Yeah, 0 out of 10.
I co-sign with that 0 out of 10, dude. Damn. I don't know what to say. I really, the fact that an MCU fans are like trying to justify this, maybe because of how the critics came out against it. Come on, guys.
What's the justify?
If you can't criticize
just as much as I can sit here and wonder how you can say it's a fucking 0 out of 10. I don't understand how you can think that I think it's an 8.5 out of 10. Because you know what? I'm not going to enjoy the same thing. Like, for instance, that band on your shirt. I don't like them. I don't want to hear them. But that doesn't mean that you don't enjoy them for different reasons. So I could sit here and watch this movie and enjoy this movie. But that doesn't mean that you have to. And if you don't enjoy it, that's okay too. I might not be able to process it. I might wonder if you're going to sit there being genuine about whether you hate this movie or not. But in the end, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I wanted to enjoy this movie. I thought this was going to be a different type of MCU movie. I thought it was going to have like the beautiful visuals. To be fair, AMBW, I didn't like the visuals, but apparently I watched it in 3D, and maybe I have to watch it not in 3D, and it will make some kind of difference. That's what K-Dots is telling me. So I don't want. Honestly, I don't want to put myself through this again. I went with three other people 3 other independent people. I didn't tell them a thing about this movie. I didn't tell them my opinions on the MCU. Nothing. I went with my girlfriend, and I went with my other friend and his girlfriend. Right? It was like, yeah, I'm gonna invite you out. Like, let's go and watch a movie at the cinemas together. Didn't tell them my opinion of the MCU. This movie single-handedly, like, my girlfriend is like not into that. She's more cultural, like artsy, fartsy kind of person. This movie, she watched it and she was all excited about watching the Batman, by the way, because I showed her the trailer for the Batman. And I was like, okay, let's go and, since she got excited about this, let me take her to like some comic book movie or whatever. She said after this movie, she never wants to see a fucking comic movie again. I'm not even fucking lying. Like, she was just like, yeah, maybe it's just not for me, right? This movie was that fucking boring, right? I was trying to like go, look, dude, you don't understand. Like, this is just a terrible movie. Just forget about it. That was her opinion. The other two were like the same fucking thing. They were just laughing throughout the movie. They came away from it going, oh, it's so bad, it's good, because of how tropey and nonsense the fucking movie was, right? Like, it was so bad that it was good. That was their opinion of it. Everyone disliked this fucking movie that I went to watch it with. And that was independently of anything I fucking said, right? And the audience were groaning. I had heard audible groans from any time they did any kind of comedy thing in this movie. That earmuffs thing is the worst joke in the fucking MCU. The earmuffs joke at the end of this movie, which makes no fucking sense. He goes, earmuffs, right? The gay dad, no problem with the gay dad. Great to see gay, like, parents in a movie. I'm happy to see that. It's
was
good
it really
that
a joke, though? Was it really a joke?
This is what fucking Unzo said. It was supposed to. It was meant to be a light-hearted moment. It was meant to be a light-hearted. It was meant to be a light-hearted moment, and it was groan-inducing because it didn't make sense. Why put earmuffs when you're not even going to be talking about anything that is, it wasn't like she was swearing at the kid or saying any bad words or anything. He goes, earmuffs. Oh, we don't want him to know about violence and all of this fucking bullshit. She grabbed an apple with a fucking knife. That's all she did, and gave it to him.
A knife?
She grabbed an apple with a knife.
A knife. That was not a
Pretty
knife.
much.
That was not a fucking knife, dude. That was one of her constructs. What the fuck are you talking about? Stop.
So what?
Stop.
So what? This kid is basically not allowed to use cutlery because cutlery is too violent. That's basically what it was saying. That's basically what this scene was saying. The knife is.
Please tell him what it was.
I'll say this.
It was a ridiculous fucking moment. Even if you don't agree with my assessment, tell me that wasn't a ridiculous moment. Even if you don't agree with my assessment right now, tell me that wasn't a fucking ridiculous, groan-inducing. You're like, what the fuck?
I'll say this. The moment they was trying to intentionally make people laugh, it was cringy. It was trying so hard. This guy was going like, hey, don't fight in front of the kids. Like, it was trying to be funny about it, but they really didn't hit. To me, I thought it was a cringy moment. I was okay with them doing something like that in that moment because it was after the battle and stuff and everything was over, but nothing landed. And I'll be honest with you, in my theater outside in
Dolby IMAX, break a table. It's made of vibranium. Oh no, I bought that from my IKEA collection.
Dude,
oh my god.
Hold on. He was just saying, stop it, Nerdman. He just said that he left everything behind. After Hiroshima, he said, that's it. I don't want anything. So he tries to break the fucking window, and there's tech there. The window doesn't fucking break. And that's why he says, oh, so everything in this room is probably like, eternal proof or whatever. He's like, that's why this table is probably, and then he breaks it, made of vibranium. Stop. Just stop with your fucking false narrative bullshit, dude.
Okay?
False narrative bullshit.
Christ.
The movie's fucking terrible, and you know it.
Some bullshit.
You
just
know it.
Off.
That's what I hate about this. I know you've got more integrity. I know you've got more integrity than this, Rogue. I know you've got more integrity than this, Rogue. Rogue, you've got more integrity. You have more integrity than this.
Phil Molina said it the best. You trashing a Marvel movie is like the sun coming up to shine. It's the same exact thing, okay? That's it. Just stop. I don't even know why this is going on.
You've got more integrity than this, Rogue. You have more integrity than this. I know you want to disagree with me, but you know this movie was bullshit too.
It wasn't bullshit.
This is in the top 5 worst MCU movies. This is in the top 5 MCU. Let's go movie by movie. We can go movie by movie, and you tell me, is this worse than Black Panther? Is it worse than Black Panther?
Well, wait, Black Panther wasn't bad. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, is it worse than Black Panther?
No.
Oh, so it's better than Black Panther.
So wait, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
It's the same. They're both enjoyable.
Wow!
I think Black Panther's a lot more enjoyable. I think Black Panther's
Wow! You really are going for it.
Wait! Did you pick Black Panther because there was shitty CG at the third act, or did you pick Black Panther because I don't know what other reason would you pick Black Panther?
I'm just picking random MCU movies.
I said on many streams that Infinity War is the best Marvel movie.
I'm picking random MCU
didn't go
movies.
there.
And people might ask me, why do I say that this movie, just in case everybody didn't hear, why do I think this movie is better than, or Ant-Man and the Wasp is better than this movie? And I know K-Dots doesn't agree with me. I'll tell you why. They're both shitty movies, but Ant-Man and the Wasp has more creative action scenes. So at least I can be like, oh, that's kind of creative. She runs on a knife. You know, she does like some other kind of things that are like interesting with her powers.
Man, I want you to answer this question seriously. I'm going to ask you seriously. Why did you go see this movie? What was your reason?
I went to see it because I thought I would like it. I haven't gone to see an MCU movie in the cinemas for a long time. I thought I would like this movie. Before this you saw? Oh, wait a second. I did go and see Black Widow because I like, and I went to see Shang-Chi. So the last few I've actually gone to see. But before that, before Black Widow and Shang-Chi, I had not gone to see any MCU movie since Avengers Age of Ultron. Avengers Age of Ultron, then Thor Ragnarok, and that's it. So Avengers Age of Ultron, Thor Ragnarok, then Shang-Chi, Black Widow, and this one. Those are the movies I've seen since Avengers.
I'm going to stop you because you keep adding movies. So I don't see. Oh wait,
no. That is it.
That is a jerk. You know, I don't need anything except this.
No, because I'm honest.
Oh wait,
I'm honest. I don't. No. I've got integrity and I'm honest and I'm going to tell the truth.
So in between,
the only reason I went to see Thor Ragnarok is a colleague wanted to take me from school. That was the only reason I went to see.
In between these movies. Why didn't you see whatever was released in between these movies?
Because I was just like, after Thor Ragnarok, I'm done. I was just like, I'm done. I can't. So you recognize it.
Anymore. So you recognize it, and then so this one, you genuinely thought that it was going to be a good movie. You were bamboozled by the deceptive advertising when he broke the table because it wasn't vibranium. You knew that scene was in the movie. But yet you went to go see it anyways.
I didn't see that. Was that in the trailer?
Oh, stop.
No, I just saw the music and them helping humanity and all of that and the godly powers, and I saw that chick running, and I thought, oh, that looks really cool.
They weren't helping humanity. They were cultivating us.
Right, whatever. Like I saw that, I thought it was interesting.
Well, Nerdman, I gotta get Phil Molina's my rating and the reason. He wants to know my rating and the reasoning for it. He wants to Phil Molina. So Phil Molina, for me, I'm not giving this a 0 out of 10. I'm mixed with this movie. I'm in the middle on this. It's a 5 out of 10. This movie was just okay. The reason, and look, there's two things really in this movie. I don't think the plot is like all that great and stuff. I'm like, this shit shouldn't even be happening, especially with Anishem at the top of all these things and letting this stuff happen. We can just easily stop it for whatever, and then he gets mad at the end.
Pause 1 second, and I'll let you. Chillmonger, come on if you want to come on. If you've seen the movie,
I didn't like how the story was going. I was like, half this stuff shouldn't be happening because Anishem, the main guy, should be stopping a lot of his bullshit or whatever. And I just want to ask something, and I'll open it for everybody. I just want to ask all you guys. So Star Fox, the brother of Thanos in this this MCU. We don't know if he's his half brother or is his adopted brother. But let me ask this: do you guys believe Thanos is a Eternal or part Eternal, but of Eternal descent?
He's a Titan.
He's a Titan. I don't know. I really didn't care about that end credit scene. I thought it was.
I know. He's also.
It was the ridiculous. The ridiculous cherry.
The MCU is going to be doing things the way they want to. It's clear that they're not adapting the source material directly. So in the comic books, he's the Mad Titan. So he is related to Star Fox. Star Fox is his brother.
Okay. Well, I mean, let me ask you. Would you say he's part Eternal, full Eternal, but there's some Eternal in there?
Star Fox or Thanos?
Thanos, since they're both brothers.
Well, here in the MCU, I don't know what he would be. I don't know. Because if he would be that, then he would be, he would have been created back, when they were created. He would have been part of the I don't know how this is going to work in the MCU.
And BW, do you have any thoughts on that?
He wasn't done yet. He wasn't done. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Mike, you believe he's just a Titan. You don't believe he's really a Eternal like that.
Right.
Okay. And BW, do you think Thanos is a Eternal in the MCU? Because I want to bring up something to you guys about the situation. Do you think he's a Eternal in the MCU? Part, half, or do you think there's some Eternal descent? What do you think?
I think he's part.
Okay. Chillmonger?
Yes, he's got to be. They're brothers. That's how it works.
All right. Nerdman, what do you think?
I don't give a shit. I hate that fucking. I hate that fucking scene. The fucking little whatever. I didn't even know what it was. Like I thought it was a leprechaun at first, and I was like, "Oh, what the fuck is a leprechaun doing?
It was bad.
Doing in the fucking thing? Is at the end of the pot of gold? Why is this exciting for me? Fuck off, Marvel. Fuck off. Now you're just saying I can put anything on screen and you should go, oh my god, you remember in the comic when it's this? I don't know about your fucking comics. This is a movie, and fucking explain to me what the fucking little leprechaun is, or don't expect me to fucking care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's. I think the leprechaun might be Thanos' daughter, and I don't give a fuck. It might be Thanos' daughter. I don't give a shit. Explain it to me or fuck off.
So what was your point, K-Dots?
All right, well, let me bring this up. So it's clear that Anishem has an issue with Eternals preventing Celestials from being born, correct? If they try to prevent it, that's technically a sin. It's a sin. It's bad. So Thanos is part Eternal, meaning he's part of the Eternals, and Anishem doesn't want his Eternals interfering with his plans and stuff, right? So this is the thing that we find out in this movie. The emergence does not happen on just one planet. It happens on multiple planets with multiple Eternals watching different planets and stuff. So Thanos, when he snapped, he technically halted the emergences that was going to potentially happen, and he put a halt on them. So why didn't Anishem come and correct that? Since he is a Eternal, I understand if Thanos wasn't a part Eternal, or
what do you mean?
Like why? Because he's part Eternal, Thanos. he's the Eternal too.
Right.
And Eternals cannot interfere with the emergencies and stuff because him swiping half the population on each planet slows these down. The emergencies that are eventually going to happen. Like he literally slowed it down for 5 years. You would think Anishem would be pissed, like, yo, we need the population because there has to be so many people
here. So the Eternals should have gone against Thanos by the logic of the movie, right? Right.
No,
and he's actually an Eternal.
Anishem should have punished him. That's what I'm saying. He didn't punish Thanos.
Yeah, but Thanos doesn't know he's an No, but Thanos doesn't know he's an Eternal, I guess. I don't know.
He doesn't know, but Anishem knows. He knows about these Eternals. He made them. He knows what they're thinking.
So wait, you wanted him to get punished after the fact?
No.
Before it happened.
Well,
no, knowing the information we know now, and then you go back to it, it doesn't add up.
It doesn't. It doesn't. That's a little bit of a plot hole. I want to bring Chillmonger into this, and then I want
I mean, you guys look.
I want, and we'll go back to this point. Please put a pin in that because that's an interesting point. And then we're going to go to Rogue to answer Film Elitist's question. He asked you a question here, Mike. But let's first of all welcome our brother Chillmonger into the stream. If you can tell us what your general thoughts are. You've watched the film, right? Like that's what I understood from the comments.
Unfortunately, I watched it on like a webcam, not a webcam, but like camcorder type thing, and I couldn't appreciate Onzo Vision the full grasp of what Chloe Zhao was doing. What's up, Jaded Fanboy? Hey, high five.
Why?
With what's it called? Eros is the brother of Thanos, like K-Dot's just saying. Brother means you have the same parents, right? And then in Infinity War, Thanos, the son of Allah,
is a Titan.
Okay, but I'm confused. If Eternals are created by Celestials in their pods, how could they even have parents? And if Eros is the brother of Thanos and he says he's an Eternal, I just don't understand in what way you can have a biological.
Thank you. Thank you, Chillmonger.
Infinity War, where he says, "I'm a Titan." He's from Titan.
Yeah, okay, but his brother is Eros. What a brother means is you've got the same parents.
Maybe
he's a adopted brother. Maybe that's the case.
Yeah,
if Thanos is adopted brother, okay, that makes sense and it fixes that. And maybe I'll explain it.
Gamora,
but for now, I'm assuming they're biological brothers.
The problem
sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. Gamora is the daughter of Thanos. That's what Red Skull introduced her as. But
he's the granddaughter.
But Black Widow was like the daughter of Ivan, and she's like, I didn't even know who my dad was.
Yeah, it's not even.
Sometimes it goes
because Ivan isn't her real father.
Well, why did Red Skull say that then?
Because the MCU doesn't know what they're doing.
That's what we're getting at, yeah. It's confusing. Well, my thoughts on the complete movie, though, 5 out of 10, I would say 5 or 6. I do gotta watch it again, give it a fair shake in actual proper HD.
Yeah, you gotta watch it.
Oh my God, why is it that you watch a movie, you don't like it, and you go, you know what, I need to see it again?
Because I take this thing
serious. He's watching Onzo Vision.
But no, even though
you were watching it.
I've watched all movies like this like twice. Like Marvel is the thing that I do. I have a YouTube channel where I talk about. I'm going to be informed.
No, you're watching.
No, wait. Chillmonger, did you not like this movie?
5, 6. There was good parts that I appreciated, but it was slow. The villains weren't evil or anything special. I did like the twist, like Icarus. It was like, okay,
yeah, I like the twist
here
as well.
But as far as Cersei
finally,
the main characters were kind of just things were happening to them, and we're just watching them react to it, rather than like Tony Stark, who's just this guy we want to keep seeing on screen. And there were 10 Eternals. I would have eliminated Sprite. I also would have gotten rid of Druig, the psychic guy. Maybe combine those powers into someone else. But like those two.
Thank you. They trash trash. Sprite was one of the most hateful. She's in the top 10 worst MCU characters of all time.
Whoa.
Top 10 worst. Maybe Star-Lord goes underneath her, and then it's fucking her.
I like Star-Lord.
But that's not fair about Sprite. They underutilized their powers, though. That was the problem. Her powers could have worked really well.
Dude, Mercari, what's her name?
Anyway, sorry. You're just bringing up so many pure facts, Chillmonger, that I'm interrupting you. But carry on.
Watching Makari, and I think I heard Mike talking about this yesterday on Clean Slate.
Which one's Makari?
Makari's the speedy one. Watching her go, punching Icarus back and forth, and every time she ran, I was like, ooh, keep the camera on her. That was an amazing character, and the thing,
I had a problem with
she was a good character. She wasn't bad.
Her hand speaking thing, and I was watching it with subtitles from a different language, so I could pretend like I understood what French words were, but like it wasn't important. So she never had any meaningful dialogue. I'll say that.
She does later on.
What does she say that's meaningful?
Because the way she.
Hold on. While Fanboy thinks about it, Thanos was born on Saturn's moon Titan as the son of Eternals Alars and Suisan. His brother is Eros of Titan. Thanos carries the Deviance gene, and as such shares the physical appearance of the Eternals' cousin race.
Yeah, but that's the Deviants from the Marvel movie.
Comics.
Yeah, these aren't the same Deviants, though.
Well, they wanted to know. I don't know how to. Like I said, they're going to do.
I knew Mike. I'm glad.
Go on, K-Dots.
Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry. No, K-Dots, go on.
No, I'm agreeing with Mike. I'm glad he said it, but continue, Mike. Mike was still going. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that was it. There was more, but you guys don't want to hear it. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's the comic books, and the Deviants in this movie ain't the Deviants in the comics.
Look, I was going to say about Makari. She had two scenes in this whole fucking movie where I was like, oh, that's a little bit cool. I was like, oh, it's getting there. Every time she came on and she was running, I was like, oh shit, I'm going to see something epic. Never fucking delivered. Never fucking delivered. She did. No.
Stop it.
Let's fucking be real.
Dude, stop it.
No, let's fucking be real.
That 90s Flash TV show would have done.
Thank you.
What?
She did not do.
We did what you would see in a 90s Flash TV show.
Wrong.
Only better special effects.
No,
because I saw the 90s Flash TV show.
I own it too. What's the point?
The point I'm trying to make is, like, the trailers took the two best shots of Icarus. They took the two best shots of Makari, and they made it look. They made it look like they were going to do some really interesting things with the CGI and how they used their powers. And what it ended up being is pretty fucking generic. The action scene that was in the beginning of this movie.
He is a speedster. There's only
wait.
That's so ridiculous, so low end.
The action scene that was in the beginning of this movie is the same action scene that was in the middle of this movie, is the same action scene that was at the end of this movie. Every fight versus the Deviants, because the Deviants just weren't very interesting power-wise, right, with what they could actually do. So every fight scene was just a copy and paste of the last one, with just maybe a little something extra, mixed in. Just to add, like, oh, she does a whirlwind this time. But, like, ultimately, like, they were doing the same. That fucking strong guy did the same move over and over fucking again. Gilgamesh or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, even the Hulk had more variety in the first Avengers movie.
Hey, Gilgamesh was tight. They should never
killed him. Gilgamesh was not tight.
Gilgamesh was tight.
Gilgamesh was not tight.
How was he tight? Because he had a thing for Angelina Jolie.
Dope.
So do I.
Action scenes was dope. He was wrecking those.
Is Jaded tight just because he has a thing for Angelina Jolie? That doesn't make you tight,
he's tight because he has a thing for Angelina Jolie. She was looking beautiful. She was useless in this movie.
I have a thing for Angelina Jolie. Stand in line, Gilgamesh. I don't give a shit.
She didn't do nothing. Gilgamesh as a character, personality, and everything, good character. I wish he didn't die because he was one of the. This is my thing. Let me say this over here, man. With all the Eternals left, these are all the characters I do not like or care about. It's just Druig and Makkari. Druig because he was talking a lot of sense in this movie, unlike the other Eternals, and Makkari because she's cool. But I don't care about the rest of these Eternals now. All the ones I care about are dead. Icarus.
Makkari was a piece of shit. Makkari was only good in comparison with the rest of them. That was it. Because the rest of them were so trash, Makkari actually came off looking pretty good, and she didn't have to actually deliver the fucking stilted lines of dialogue. I love you, Cersei. I've loved you since the beginning. She didn't have to deliver.
All the unrequited love in this movie was just hilarious. Like, what, 4 characters had unrequited love for each other?
Right.
Come on. You've been on this planet for 7,000 years. It took like 4,000 years for Icarus to make a move on Cersei. Okay. Gilgamesh has been pining for Athena for 7,000 years, never did anything.
Right.
Sprite's been pining for Icarus. I mean, everybody's in love with everybody else, but nobody knows.
Everyone wants to bang. Every Eternal wants to bang. And you know what? The movie would have been more interesting if all the Eternals banged. I wanted to see Gilgamesh fucking Angelina Jolie. Why didn't he do it? Why was Gilgamesh the only fucking cuck in this fucking movie, by the way? Why was he the only one who got
Are you done, nerd man?
Icarus wasn't cuck.
He was cuck. Why was there no love scene or kiss scene between Gilgamesh and fucking?
I'll tell you. Wait. I'll tell you why.
Let AMBW tell you. Let AMBW tell you.
We already know AMBW. We already know.
Let them tell you the facts of why.
Listen, I'm going camera for this shit. I ranted about Shang-Chi when it came out. I'm going to rant about the same fucking shit because they're trying to cuck the goddamn Asian man in this fucking film, just like you're saying. Dude, there's a black Eternal, there's a mute deaf Eternal, there's a little fucking creepy little girl Eternal, okay? There's Salma fucking Hayek and her huge ass titties, but the one Asian dude can't get fucking any pussy in this movie. He's a fucking Asian guy. Fuck you, Marvel. Fuck you, Marvel.
7,000 years and you never decided to make the move.
That's
you know what?
That's facts.
So you know what?
Now
I know why.
7,000 years and not
She
one
probably
move.
gave him a hand job, guys.
Now I know why. Now I know why AMBW doesn't like this movie. So that becomes apparent now. But yeah, I mean, he isn't the only one. He isn't the only one that got screwed or didn't get screwed in this movie. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
The child didn't get screwed. Sprite didn't get screwed.
Why is Sprite even a child?
She's the only one. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
There's
the only
literally
one,
no reason
because
she's
appropriate.
None.
It's appropriate and right that she was the one who obviously doesn't get involved in all this love entanglement. But fucking Gilgamesh and Athena, clearly they had the hots for each other. Why was there not a fucking kiss scene? Nothing. Because he's Asian. Because they didn't want to see an Asian guy with a fucking white woman. That's the fucking truth. That is the fucking truth. This film's anti-woke. It's anti-woke.
No.
You're fucking ridiculous.
It had an unnecessary gay kiss.
It didn't have an unnecessary gay kiss.
Yes,
I had no problem with the gay kiss. I had no problem with the gay kiss.
And an unnecessary.
I had no problem with the gay kiss. Once again, obviously, you know, for whatever reason,
it just wasn't necessary.
For whatever reason, look, I'm not gonna say it because it's so fucking obvious. I'll tell you what my friend said, who went with me. White girl from the Czech Republic. Never mentioned anything to her. She goes, she was doing like a countdown of all the stereotypical things that are going to happen in this action movie. She's just doing a countdown of it. And she goes, oh, the black guy's going to be gay or die. One or the other. The black guy's going to be gay or die. And then they high-fived each other when they saw that the black guy was fucking gay. Right? Like they said this at the beginning of the fucking movie. Right? I don't give a shit. There's nothing wrong with being gay. I think it's fucking beautiful. And it's a wonderful, like, loads of friends and fucking everyone that I fucking love immensely that are gay. They do this a lot. The black guy, you know, will be gay, right? You know, you can't see a black straight guy or black, you know, guy getting off with a white woman in these movies. You can't see any ethnic minority getting off with a white woman in these movies. Well, the white guy, of course, he's going to get off with the deaf girl who's mixed race or black. That's fine, but the other way around ain't going to happen. And that's exactly what happened with fucking Gilgamesh.
You need to write a stern letter to Disney. You need to write a stern letter to Disney and let them know that, because they're not aware of this.
Dude, it's Disney's.
Well, maybe.
Okay, listen to this. They're talking about Celestials and dreams, whatever. There, Sprite informs Curry that it was Sprite himself, because Sprite is the dude in the comics, himself, who made all the Eternals forget who they were, took away their powers, and removed all record of them from reality, as revenge for 1,000,000 years of them treating him like a child and not allowing him to experience the vices of the world, to the extent that they created him as an Eternal who would never grow up, trapped in the form of a prepubescent child. So that's why.
Well, that's Harry Styles in the nutshell.
No, that's why Sprite is a child in the comic book.
Yes, and they share.
But in the movie, it doesn't.
Dude, if they're going to, as it is, they already race bent, they already gender swap, they're going to pick and choose what they want to do.
All right.
Okay, so
all right, here's what we're gonna do.
I don't understand what the big fucking question is then.
Here's what we're gonna do. Off the K dot, I want Jaded to tell me what he thinks of this movie, because he hasn't been able to actually say what he thinks of this movie in completion. So go on, Jay. Go on, K-Dots.
It has to do with both Sprite and Makari. I know the actor's deaf. Nothing wrong having a deaf actor. And they put that into the character.
That was
nothing wrong with it.
Good. That was great. I love that.
I'm just letting you know it's nothing wrong with it. I'm just going off how the Eternals are created about it in this movie. So why would Anishem create a Eternal with a defect of not hearing? So it's like blind Eternals.
Maybe it makes her better. Maybe it makes her better, because she said at one point.
Yeah.
No, she said at one point she can hear vibrations or whatever. So maybe that helps her.
No.
Be a better speedster.
Oh shit.
So you can't. No.
And like,
I don't care. I want to see more deaf.
It'd be nice if they explain this.
I want to see more deaf people in these movies. Is she actually deaf in real life?
Yeah, she's deaf in real life.
Yes.
Good. I want to see more deaf people in these movies. That I have no problem with.
They make mistakes. The Deviants were a mistake of theirs. So, they're not perfect. They can't make everybody able-bodied.
Well, no. What the difference of Deviants, like the Deviants was on purpose, but I have to blame the creator. Why would you create Deviants with emotions? Why would you create Eternals with emotions so they can go against your orders and stuff?
Wait, what?
That's my thing with. That's why.
What did you just say, K-Dots? Why would you create Deviants with emotions?
No. He didn't create Deviants with emotions. when he created the deviants, there ended up being a flaw in which they evolved past their own programming, in which they decided to become the alpha predator.
Right.
So, according to the movie, Escharum wanted to make the Eternals to correct the mistake and eliminate the flaw in which caused the deviants to do what they did. But what happened anyway? The Eternals ended up evolving past their programming anyway. So it was a bullshit statement.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jaded. I want to
without the flaw.
Jaded, I want you.
The flaw anyway.
Jaded, I want to give you the
I didn't know Canadians could be this hateful. I really didn't. I thought they were all like, pleasant and.
When you make a dumbass movie, I will point out the dumbass aspects.
Well, you must get all your movies converted to dumbass, because here we see them and they're good, and I'm sure Chillmonger gets the same.
No. So. Here's the problem, Mike. It's what happens is you're so used to seeing such garbage movies that when a movie is actually mediocre, you're going, "Thank God, it's only mediocre," and you're so happy that it's mediocre instead of a piece of shit.
Okay.
No. Go ahead.
I want to ask Jaded something. First of all, how does this compare to like the typical MCU formula as a movie?
Standard.
Is this in the same range? No. Let me ask you the questions, and then I want to hear what do you think of this movie in general, in comparison with MCU movies, independently of the formula? What do you like? If it is the formula, what do you think of it in comparison? If it isn't the formula, what do you think of it in comparison? But those are the two main questions. Is this by the books formula MCU? And even if you do or you don't think of it as part of the formula, what do you think of it in comparison with the other MCU movies? I want to know, because I think this is the worst one by a fucking country mile.
When I first heard about the Eternals movie, I initially thought that they were going to try and go along the lines of the Guardians of the Galaxy type movie, because it was a team movie, nobody knew about it, and I thought it was going to be a fun, whimsical type adventure type thing. Then when I saw what they did with the trailer, I'm going, "Oh, okay, they're going in a different direction," which I was thankful for. This movie is trying to be a grand, epic saga story of the Eternals. And it's a nothing movie. It's a nothing movie pretending to be this big grand saga. This movie did not need to be 2.5 hours. I'm sorry. No. This movie did not need to be 2.5 hours, because we're supposed to care about these. At the end of the movie, it was like, I really don't care about their story, because I don't care about these characters. Like, there's going to be I am more interested in Pip at the end, at the post-credit scene, because when I saw Pip, I'm going, "Oh my God, is Warlock coming down? No, it's Star-Lord. I don't give a shit about Star-Lord. But no, this is a movie pretending to be a grand epic, and it failed miserably. So in one sense, it was going away from the formula because it was trying to be this grand epic that none of the other Marvel movies were tried to be. So I'm giving it credit for that. But it's still a standard mediocre Marvel movie.
Right. In every other way, it's a standard media. And to me, I was like, actually, I was thinking about it. I was like, this is Marvel's attempt. Like McDonald's. I like McDonald's, just like I like Marvel. I like the MCU. You know?
Yeah, it's a good comparison.
I like McDonald's. Will I take somebody, to have a meal at McDonald's? No, because I want to treat them to something a little bit more interesting, a little bit more flavorful. Okay.
Perfect place to take a girl.
I see this as the McDonald's, right? And this is when McDonald's tries to make some kind of. They try and make some kind of
not trash the McRib.
High cuisine, some kind of like, what would you say, like the cuisine, like a really sophisticated cuisine burger. Like they decide, oh, this time we're gonna do some burger that's a little bit different, and they overcook it. They put too many sauces in it. They do whatever, and they try and make some like like
the one where it's hot on one side, cold on the other, and
yeah, like they try and do something fucking different, and then they realize, no, we're just McDonald's, and we're better at just creating fucking quarter pounders and leaving it at that, because that's what fucking people like. They like you for the quarter pounders. Don't try and deliver anything more sophisticated than a fucking quarter pounder, because you're gonna fuck up. Chicken McNuggets are nice. No one can lie. Chicken McNuggets are nice.
Okay, get to the point. I don't care about McDonald's.
No, that's what I'm saying about this movie. That's it. It's fucking, Marvel trying to do something more sophisticated than what they're capable of.
It was a good try. It's just that they just couldn't pull it off.
I don't think it was even a good try. I think it's awful. I think it's absolutely awful. Go back to Ant-Man. Go back to your Ant-Man movies and your Iron Man movies.
Well, you want them to try something.
Your substanceless Shang-Chi movies. The best they've ever done is Winter Soldier. The best they've ever done is Winter Soldier and fucking Black Widow. That's the best they've ever done.
You can't say
Black Widow looks better than this movie. Black Widow has better cinematography, better score, better acting, better everything than this movie, and people are trying to fucking take this of Black Widow. If anyone tries to tell me this movie is better than Black Widow, I'm gonna fucking go fucking ape shit. I'll go nuclear on them.
You can't say.
I can't wait. I can't wait for people to try and tell me that this movie is better than Black Widow. I can't fucking wait.
Hold on. You can't complain that the MCU is formulaic and they need to try something new. And then when they actually do say something new, your response is you should stay with what you already know. You can't have it both ways, Nerdman.
After this, I wanted them to try something new, and then they bored me to shit with this.
Well, yeah,
I was like, dude, you know what I was sitting? You know what I was sitting through this movie thinking? I was thinking, fuck me, please do an MCU joke. Just do an MCU joke just to lighten the mood of this trash that I'm watching. Then they tried to do an MCU joke, and that made it even worse. I couldn't.
What was I don't even remember a clip.
There was the quip with the earmuffs.
The Indian guy was just being funny. I mean, the Indian guy was
actually he was the best part of the movie.
No, I liked his ballet better. I like the ballet
with that whole section where they were doing the Bollywood stuff. I thought that was the most.
The ballet was my favorite.
Nerdman, you are the personification of somebody getting online and bitching about something not being done, quote, the right way.
I don't bitch about everything.
Okay? No, dude. Sitting here listening to you, Jaded Fanboy actually said something that made sense about how you sit there and you bitch about, oh, this is the same, this is that. And when they do something that's different, oh, no, they should go back to doing what they were doing. This is the internet in a fucking nutshell, okay? And they're just like the same fucking people that sit there and bitch about gay representation or black representation or Asian. Oh, they're not doing it. No, stop. They're not doing it in, quote, the right way. Okay? What's the right way? What's the right way?
I said when Black Widow... I'm not going to have you do this to me. I'm not going to have you do this to me again, Rogue Comics.
Do what?
I'm not going to have you do this to me again. I have fucking told you a number of fucking times, Black Widow. I prop up Black Widow. I say it's like a more sophisticated, adult, cinematic version of Winter Soldier. And Winter Soldier's good as well. I'm not saying Winter Soldier isn't good. But I'm saying that I fucking like Black Widow, and I was encouraging them to go down a different route. Then I saw Shang-Chi. Then I saw this movie, which is even worse than Shang-Chi. This movie, Shang-Chi was middle of the pack. I was just like, oh man, this is just fucking whatever, and the humor is trash. But I was like, at least it's trying. At least the dialogue fucking works. At least the dialogue works. I'm not going to let you do this to me, fucking Rogue Comics. I was looking forward to this fucking movie. I was looking forward to it. I was hoping that they could do something different. I saw them try and do something different, and I was like, dude, maybe not. Maybe not.
Right.
Yeah,
sure.
but I at least appreciated that they tried something different. They didn't do it very well, but at least they tried.
I can't have this. I've been attacked online, like not attacked properly.
Because you're
like
saying
I'm
stupid
just saying,
shit.
my friend,
Says
I've been
stupid
attacked.
shit. They get tapped.
Them saying that I was like going in this trying to hate it, blah blah blah. Go and look at my Eternals trailer reaction.
I watched that.
Was excited
you were
for this
so
fucking
positive.
movie.
You weren't trying to hate this movie. I don't think so, because I saw you do that trailer reaction. You're like, oh, this is different. We're not getting the formulaic bullshit, and now you're mad at it. But you're mad at it for earmuffs, which is like, I can't believe how much times you actually brought it up. It's not that important.
That's his thing. That's what he does.
True.
He finds one thing and sticks with it, and that frames his whole entire experience. You do this shit, dude.
Well, I will say this, right? It's like the earmuffs thing could have worked if it was actually a joke that landed.
Dude, it was a fucking dad thing. It was a
no. I know, and I know what they was trying to do, but the thing is, it wasn't executed to anything. It would just end up being cringe. I'm not hating on the movie for it. That's not there's.
What am I missing?
I'm sure you've heard your dad, Nerdman, talk before, so you do know that 99.8% of dad jokes are cringe, right? You do know that, correct? This wasn't supposed to be like Mel Brooks type humor where, oh my god, they just unlocked the secrets of the universe through humor.
Okay.
Dude, it was a throwaway thing.
Yeah, I know, but if the thing can make me chuckle or laugh a little bit, then yeah, I'm like, okay, it did something. I was going to laugh out loud like ha ha ha, but it was cringe to me the moment. It was trying to like overdo it. It was a little bit cringe, but hey, that's not the reason I.
Can anyone tell me, does this movie have a better script or worse script than Aquaman?
Oh, it's got a mess of a script. It's a mess.
I like Aquaman better. Well, Aquaman entertained me more. That's the difference. Like, I was more.
Wait.
At least Aquaman's
where are you pulling
throughout the movie? What
is similar between this movie and Aquaman that you're fucking comparing this to a fucking DC movie? What do you do this shit for,
I'm gonna go again. Is this script better than Ant-Man's script?
Again?
No, because the Ant-Man script isn't a mess.
Oh my God.
Right. Is this script better than fucking
is this script better than Showgirls? Is this script better than Halloween?
Is it better than Showgirls? No, it's not better than Showgirls. Showgirls is fucking bad script. Showgirls has a better script. Right. That's the fucking truth. It does have a better script.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's like I'm going fucking insane here. I know a kid. I've got a kid in my class. I've got a kid in my class, really intelligent kid, right? He fucking reads history all the time. He loves fucking Egyptian history and fucking all of this guy. He has a magazine that he even gets like a little bit emotionally erratic when you try and take the script away from him. Like, I always encourage him to read the books. That kid could have written a fucking better script, dude. I would imagine that kid would write a better script than this fucking. No, I'm serious. I'm fucking serious.
How are you saying Showgirls has a good
fucking 7-year-old could have written a better
script? Birdman has King for blood.
It is.
You just did what you're accusing the fucking Eternals of. Oh, they went down the swamp and they just kept it short and concise. Shut the fuck up, dude. You are so fucking you're full of shit. It's not even funny. And you're full of British shit, too. That makes it even worse. Okay?
Wait a minute, Mike.
This shit
are you saying that,
bro?
Mike, are you saying that 2.5 hours, it couldn't have been shortened from 2.5 hours?
It could have been.
I don't think you can shorten this film.
Know.
You know, June.
There's so much filler in this.
Hey, June could have been shortened and made a better movie.
Dune could not have been shortened. Dune needed to have more dialogue.
No. This movie you cannot shorten. Dune had good visuals. Dune had beautiful visuals, seamless CGI, fucking amazing. Like the acting was good, even though it was stilted. The acting was still good. I felt some of the fucking characters. This movie is what everyone who criticizes Dune, right? That should be for the Eternals. the exact same criticism for the.
No,
you can't shorten this movie. You can't truncate this movie to make it any fucking better. If you put this movie at an hour, I'd still be fucking bored. There is nothing in this fucking movie. The only two things that are good is Icarus turning, right?
Yeah. Why is that good? Tell me how that's good.
I'm saying in a sea of mess, the Icarus thing made me go, oh, something's happening. Oh, okay. All right, what's going on?
So that's the only reason it's good.
For about 1 minute, and then they lost it after that. And then the second,
it wasn't for just 1 minute.
Having them fight Icarus have nothing to do with Marvel, dude. I am so glad because I would not want to see a Marvel universe done by you, dude. I swear to God.
Icarus was a great villain. Watching everyone team up and they established you're the strongest a couple of times during the film. So when it got to we got to fight this Icarus guy, I go, oh yeah, he's the best one, and we've only ever seen him flying off and shooting lasers.
But that's how he is.
That's how he is, and he made for a formidable villain when that twist came. So it wasn't just the twist; it was also the build up to we're gonna see this guy fight. Sprite joining him was a good little surprise, also. But I guess I could see where she got that from.
I did I
was expecting.
Go on, Chillmonger, finish.
I would shorten the movie from 2 hours and a half, of course, by eliminating some Eternals, like we said before. And also, look at the end of the film. Look how many of them are going to be off of the playing field. Like, Icarus goes into the sun. He's dead, I guess, because Marvel, they can always resurrect him. There's Cersei, who's gone now. Out of everyone who leaves, Gilgamesh is dead. Like, you could have invested more stock into characters who are going to stay.
4 or 5 of them. Yeah.
And like they're all gone now, so it feels like I wasted a lot of time. You know, Killmonger, I don't feel like a waste of time, even though the character dies. I feel like we did put some investments into this character for the good of the movie, but he was like the only one. And plus, some of his scenes when he was in contrast with Black Panther in the throne room, it also helped build up T'Challa too. So
did you care when anyone died in this movie? Tell the truth.
Well,
did you care when anyone died?
It was ridiculous because it's not that they died, it's why they died, and then the point of them dying was irrelevant anyway. They only died so that that one deviant, who for some reason, magically, miraculously, for no reason, no explanation, is suddenly able to absorb the powers of the Eternal and become old. That's the only reason they died. Just so that the deviant could become this, I don't know what.
Omni-eternal.
That doesn't even challenge them anyway.
Yeah, well, and then fucking Athena deals with that.
They're going to put out the deviant movie so it can answer all your questions next summer, okay?
And Athena deals with the Omnivant or the
she killed them in like 3 seconds. It was
exactly,
so
and there's no setup of any kind of stakes or any kind of personal relationship between fucking Athena and this fucking deviant. So there's no emotion. There's no emotion in that scene because you're not like, oh, she's got a personal fucking grudge against this deviant, and therefore, you know, the relationship between them is tense and who's going to win.
What are you talking about?
Like that.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Oh, you know what?
There's no personal stake. There's no personal stake in any of these fights.
Private Ryan. Oh my God.
Yo, BVS is a masterpiece.
The world was at stake. Didn't you understand the stakes in this movie?
Sean, go at these guys, man.
For what?
BVS, continue that sentence.
Yes, BVS is a masterpiece.
Oh, shut up. Please
yes.
Stop.
You want me to list off all the reasons why?
Yeah, I'd love to hear at least one.
Okay, so I thought you were going to say in comparison to Eternals.
Yeah, so you have Batman, you have Superman, and you have Wonder Woman. What else do you need? It's a masterpiece.
There you go. See? Okay, so if BVS was Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman, you would have gone. It's an amazing movie.
I thought you were going to say in comparison to Eternals. Are you? Can anyone tell me it isn't?
No, they're about the same, honestly.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. They
can't compare BVS better.
Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck, SJ. Keep it a buck. BVS is way better than this fucking movie. Don't fucking... Wait. Anyone who fucking says that this movie, I don't trust them, I don't believe them anymore, and they're dead to me.
Wait. Let me make this clear. Let me make this clear. When I first saw BVS, before I seen it the second time when I saw the light, I was more entertained in BVS than I was in Eternals. I was like, oh yeah. In Eternals, look, I'll be honest with you guys. When I was in my theater, bro, that theater was dead. There was only one lady. There was this Indian lady, like, right across from me. She was pregnant. They're at the edge of her seat like this, watching the movie. I'm like, you're pregnant, lady. Relax. Like, she was at the edge of her seat like this.
For what? I don't know. For what?
Dude,
what would you be at your seat for?
Listen,
but my theater wasn't like...
AMBW.
But let me say this for a bit. My theater wasn't like as hyped up as it was when I went to go see Shang-Chi. Like, nobody didn't really laugh at nothing. I think I was the only person that laughed in the theater, but I kind of like chuckled. I didn't hear nobody laugh. I laughed at that one part where Druig hit Sprite in the back of the head.
I'll tell you where I laughed. I laughed where there was like I laughed at that moment where like the two Eternals come on the scene and then they start playing this lamentation music over their fucking scene for some bizarre reason. I don't know why I'm supposed to be emotionally invested, and they just start playing like this music, and I was like, we all chuckled. Everyone in the fucking audience chuckled at that point. AMBW wanted to say something. He hasn't spoken much.
I was gonna say this movie did one thing right, or smart. I'll say right, but smart in that there was a lot of diversity in this movie, but sort of to kind of answer K-Dot's question, or no, sorry, was it you or Jaded? I don't remember, but like the reason, like that they cast these people like what's his name, Kamal Nanjiani and Salma Hayek and that Korean dude, is to draw in more diverse audiences. For instance, you know what I mean? Like that's why Kamal Nanjiani's in this movie. You know what I mean? I'm not saying diversity is a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, from a marketing aspect, that's why they cast, a lot of these.
To be fair to Kamal, he was actually fun.
Yeah,
a little
bit. Which one was Kamal?
Like his jokes didn't make me roll my eyes back into the back of my head. I was like, he's
he
all
was
right.
The third best.
Which one was Kamali?
I thought he was the best.
Kingo, the Bollywood guy.
Oh yeah, he was the best. I got his character.
He was the best.
I enjoyed his character.
I like Barry's more.
For me,
I love the excuse. How did you know you were alive for 200 years? That's my great grandfather. That's my grandfather, and he was. That was good. That was good.
That was okay. That was like.
Yeah, my whole
it didn't make me laugh.
Cheered when he hit her over the head. Theater just cheered.
Yeah, for me, Kingo was the best up until the final part when I was like, Kingo. The Indian
Kingo was.
Oh yeah.
He was great up until the final part when he made the decision to like not do anything, and he just randomly disappears. They're over the ocean in the ship. I'm like, how'd you get so far away from the conflict? He just like teleport, whatever. Because the deviants, the Eternals just getting around everywhere, and it's like, whatever.
Look. I just want to say that this movie does not work in any single aspect that it tries to work. It doesn't deliver on the theme. The theme of this movie doesn't deliver. Oh, where's Chillmonger? I was just about to ask him a question. It doesn't deliver on the theme of this movie, right? There's one scene where you kind of like with the Hiroshima where it's kind of like, that's okay, right? It doesn't deliver on the action. It has the same action set piece 5 times in a row in this movie, where it's just them versus the deviants.
Wait, Nerdman, I want to ask a question just brought up about the Hiroshima thing.
That was dumb.
Yeah, someone just answers. So we saw Fastos look at a steam engine, right? Mm-hmm. And Sprite was telling the humans about what their future was going to possibly be, like showing them boats and ships and all that stuff. So could they see into the future or was that them just having those ideas?
It was just them having
like was they seeing to the future of what they will create?
No, it's just them having the ideas. And he thought like giving them that will make their life easier, make it easier for them to grow, whatever.
No, their purpose was to have civilization happen. They needed them to be intelligent to help feed the Tiamat.
I'll tell you why the themes didn't work, because every conversation they had about the themes of this story was so on the nose. It was just so like, let's just say, like, you know, like the most obvious fucking thing that doesn't necessarily come like from the character. Like, you didn't watch the character and think because of their growth that is what they will think about this particular scenario. For instance, when the fucking guy Druig decides to go against like the bootleg Ezra Miller decides to go against the
he's a bootleg Ezra Miller.
Yeah. When he
every original has a cheap copy.
God, the Hiroshima part could have been
when he decides to go against the Eternals, I don't feel like there was any reason given in the film why he specifically would have that perspective. So, for instance, let me give an example. If Druig's character change or character, shift had happened to any other character, Gilgamesh or any of them, it would have been just as the same, because there was no specific reason he would think this thing as opposed to any of the other Eternals. It's the same thing with all of their opinions on what was going on with humanity. And then you just think, like, that's the fertile ground to explore, right? Of the Eternals watching these conflicts, watching these genocides, but they never really show you anything. They just show you something in the darkness of, like, I think it was when the Spanish came to South America and like we're shooting at the the Native Americans or Native Indians or whatever, and you kind of see that in the darkness.
Established in the first place,
right? You kind of see that in the
for it, but then they're upset that it happened.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a little different because he's supposed to be the leader and stronger. That's why. But otherwise, I agree with you in that I saw that twist coming miles away.
Yeah. But you saw all of that in the darkness. You didn't really see like them watching a human conflict going, I fucking have to do something about this. And, Icarus stopping them, like saying, nope, we can't, like really, really like emotionally kind of breaking down.
But
I know they're not supposed to be, but that makes them static and boring. As characters,
I agree.
Watching this happening.
With the movie.
Could you imagine? Can you imagine if Festus, for instance, was watching all the slave trade or something like that going down, and he's like, I've got to fucking do something about this, and like that was the reason that made him turn. Right? Like, I look like these people. I fucking have to do something about this. Is terrible. Or like the Indian guy, like during like everything that was going on with Gat, like. Put these people in a historical context where it makes sense why they identify with the fucking people.
Like, that sounds like the worst idea ever. Suffering. That sounds like the dumbest idea ever, dude.
I don't care. It's better than what. No, dude. It's better than what happened in this movie.
No,
the idea, as dumb as it is,
does not mean that you are better than what was on the screen. Please stop.
As dumb as it is, it's better than what. Because you know why it's better than what happened in this movie? Because nothing happened in this fucking movie,
dude.
I mean, look, I'm not against, because this is my thing, right? And the Eternals in the movie claim we love these people for all these years. We want to protect them, and this is my thing. And this is my thing. So when slavery happened, the fucking Mongols was going around raping and pillaging people. The fucking
the
100 Years War. Like I'm not saying they need to dictate what's happening, but Druig and that's why I love Druig in the movie. He brought up a good fucking point. He's just saying I can just tell them to stop like doing this bad thing,
and they would stop.
Yeah, right. and then fucking
wait, that doesn't make sense. He has the power to so according to the movie, okay, he has the range of power to literally command everybody on Earth.
No, not everybody. He's not that.
Well, then how is he going to get everybody to stop? So it's an empty statement. It's an empty statement.
He can only
target
go by
the people,
certain people. Yeah,
the target people who were doing it.
What good is that going to do?
What do you mean?
It will stop them for a minute.
From launching missiles and attacking and stuff like that. Because those
but you can only do so many at a time.
The foot soldiers are only the people that are carrying out the orders. If you're able to control the people that are giving the orders, then there is nothing. There's no conflict.
Okay,
right?
There's not only one war happening around the world at a time.
Wait.
I like what
happening at a time. While he's at one war, there's a couple of hundred other wars happening around the world. So just because he stopped one group of people fighting doesn't mean he's going to stop everybody people fighting.
Well, yeah, I think we're going into it too.
Isn't stopping one better than doing nothing? Because in the superior version of Justice League, Batman says to just save one person and then try to save another one. That's what you do. You don't just sit back and not do anything.
Right.
And that's what they wanted him to do.
Agreed. But in this movie, Druig is such a self-righteous prick that it's like, oh, I can stop everything. No, you can't. No, you can't. And he has this moral superiority that because he can stop this one group, I'm being denied the ability to stop them from being able to kill each other.
Then he would have learned the hard
go around the world and start doing what you want to do. No, what does he do? He hides in the Amazon for how many thousands of years doing jack shit anyway.
The people that follow him.
Please.
Exactly.
If he's so morally superior, why didn't he stop Hiroshima from happening? Oh, well, no, because, whatever.
And that's where I have a problem.
He hides in the Amazon. Please.
That's where I have. That's where I have a problem with this movie.
They couldn't do anything unless it was.
What, Mike? Wait.
No.
What, Mike?
As you said, in the States, they couldn't do anything unless it was against the deviants. These aren't deviants.
They didn't stop them.
Here's what should have happened.
Right.
Here's what should have happened. Jaded, and this would have made it much better.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Druig is the one person who sees what's fucking going on. Like, and he's like, I can't.
They just don't want to.
No.
He's the first one that sees it. Actually, no. Angelina Jolie is the first one that sees it because
Every
planet they go to, hold on, every planet they go to, and this happens where humanity gets wiped out and a new celestial is created. They wipe her memory. They wipe their memories.
Okay, and you're telling me what's happening in the movie. I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you what would have made this movie better, right? And I'm not saying rewrite it the way I want it. I'm just saying that because of how they wrote it, it isn't that good. So let's do something like that will engage with the actual theme of this story and bring out the theme of this story rather than just use this theme as a kind of sugarcoating to make it seem like it's deep, but really what you're interested in is the action scenes. So here's what you do. You go, Druig, is the guy who's rebelling against this thing, but he's doing it in a virtuous way. He's thinking about it in an actual virtuous way. Like, I can literally stop this. And he's being crushed seeing human beings do this to themselves. And he loves the human beings.
People is a virtuous way of doing
it. Wait. And then there's another Eternal who likes him, but doesn't quite see things from his point of view, but really loves him and whatever. And then the Eternals turn against him and like maybe cripple him or something, stop him from being able to use his power. And like, he's just fucked after that, like, for the rest of eternity. And that turns the Eternal that actually loved him or cared for him into the villain, because they see this and they become some warped Magneto version of him where they're like, fuck this, he was right, I loved him, look what you did to him just because he wanted to stop all of this stuff, and I'm gonna go harder and do this even fucking worse than he would.
No, that's too much imagination for an MCU movie.
That would have made it more interesting.
Too much
that could have made an actual fucking conflict, because essentially the Eternals just say in the end, you know, oh, I can kind of see what they're doing is wrong, but they don't really act or do anything about it. They just react, and those are boring characters every time.
Hold on, it's the fact that the Celestial Amaresh, the Celestial that created them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the fact that the Celestial that created them actually told them for the first time why they were doing this in the first place. Why did you have to tell them? It wasn't even necessary.
Right. But exactly. Why did he tell her? Because they needed exposition to explain. No, they needed exposition to explain what was happening. So they had the Eternal. They had Gemma Chan. They had Gemma Chan for no reason. Cersei go up into space, and he just explains everything.
That was horrible. That was horrible.
That's because Ajax knew. The leader knows.
Hold on, Mike. Can you explain why he didn't just stop them when they were trying to stop his plan? Doesn't he have like control?
It's like they got this plan of we're gonna stop this from happening.
He asked Mike a question.
Because he did it at the end. So what stopping him from doing it?
Sean, explain that thought in completion, and then we can have Mike answer.
I was just wondering. So he like controlled them like at the end after they stopped his plan. Like, why didn't he just do that when they were trying to stop his plan?
You think he's watching? Was there a scene that shows you he has 24/7 surveillance on him?
Yeah, it does.
Which scene was that?
But you think he'd watch it while he's trying to do that?
Ajax has the same the ball that she talks to with Amaresh, whatever his name is.
The two-way communication
has it, and he was able to see what Ajax was doing, thinking, and all that. So
okay, but when the blip gets
remember,
reversed,
he created all of them.
So when Hulk brings everybody back, it's not just Earth, it's a lot of planets. A whole lot of people are getting emergencies at the moment that Hulk snaps people back. So he's busy all over because there's a lot of Celestials who are being born right now in the whole universe.
Okay.
But look.
So what difference does that make?
Yeah, but this is one of the few that was causing a bit of trouble. So don't you think you'd watch this one?
Wait, let me see, since he brought it up, because this is the difference. Because on Earth, from what we know, those Eternals was going against the programming. Because maybe those other emergencies did happen on the other planets, but what's the chance that there's more than just one of these groups going against the programming? Because usually how these things start, usually one group starts it, one small portion of the group starts it, and then the rest start to follow later. And the Earth Eternals is the first ones who start this new rebellion against the Celestials about destroying these planets.
I don't think they're the first one. At the end, he's like, "We're gonna judge you."
Yeah, it wasn't.
But like, why not judge them immediately? He's saying, take a number because there's a whole bunch of other planets this is happening on. So I'll judge you later. It's not gonna happen right now. There's a lot of other emergencies that happened during this week.
Yeah, and look, I'm
let me ask you,
and that's the thing. I'm not even saying you're wrong about that happening, but my thing is this: he knew from day one that she was against it. He told her, like, Cersei told him, like, "Oh, we can't kill these people." Like, he knew that she was going against.
Yeah, and that's my problem. Like, he knew it. Yeah.
That's the thing. He didn't do anything to stop it or intervene.
Like
first, hold on. Well, first they had to get the other Eternals together. So she went, and also remember too, he was in love with her. He was still in love with her. So that kind of factored in too. He's not gonna what did you guys want him to like snap her neck, like to take care of her, like before any of this happened? No, he's going to work with her to find the other Eternals.
No, Mike,
and then whatever plays out is what plays out.
Mike, we're talking about Amaresh, not Icarus, the Celestial.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Icarus.
But here's the thing. No. Icarus told him. Icarus was the one who basically guided her towards finding Ajax was killed.
Yeah.
She would have never known about it if it wasn't for Icarus.
That's not true.
Because they were all in different parts of the world.
They would have gone to find Ajax.
Icarus did take them to Ajax because he killed Ajax to set this all up.
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
Right.
Why would he do that?
Because it was a deviant.
Why?
It was a deviant that killed her.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was him.
He
killed
her. That's because he sacrificed her. He's the one that.
He's the one who did it. So
right.
No, wait. Him taking them to Ajax brought them that much closer to them figuring out that he was the one who was behind her death.
No.
It did. It did.
Right.
Why are you acting like
did.
he was the only one who knew she lived in South Dakota? There's no scene that says only Icarus.
No. But if they had have gone to her, independently, then he could have solved that at that point. He could have dealt with that situation at that point.
We have to get the Eternals together.
You know what? Wait, Joe Munger, let me take
sense.
you through this because I know you're a very rational person. Okay, listen to this.
Fuck you, fuck you and your British.
I kill Rogue Mike, right? Or Rogue Comics, right?
Your
I'm in the Czech Republic.
Events is so fucking ridiculous. You sat there, you assumed that Anzo, Paul, and I didn't fucking demolish you with your bullshit that you tried that night between fucking Harrison Ford and fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme. So fucking
when I was defending Harrison Ford, against Jean-Claude Van Damme, is that what you're talking about?
Stop it.
It never happened, Mike. It never happened.
Right. Nerdman, can I bring up what you're trying to explain? Because I know what you're trying to explain. Because this is the thing. Icarus, when he took them to Ajax, this is the thing. Ajax, they was all just separated. They was living their own places.
Scattered across the globe,
But Icarus bringing Ajax to bringing them to Ajax expedited them getting knowledge and getting up to date on what's going on. Because if he didn't do that, he would have had some time for the emergence to happen. It would have took a lot longer. He didn't even have to meet up with them. He could have just, been.
I love how the emergence happened just at the right time.
No. Listen to Jaded. Listen to what K-Dot said again. Listen to what K-Dot said again, because this is very important, because it makes no fucking sense in the movie.
There's a lot of things that make no sense in this.
No, but this is a big one. This is a big one.
When you brought it up, I was like, oh my God.
This is the twist in the whole fucking movie, is that Icarus, in the end, wanted the emergence, and he was the one who killed fucking Ajax, and he was the bad guy in the end of the day. He brings the other Eternals, who he must have known would have a bad reaction to him killing Ajax, and he brings them to Ajax, which makes it faster for them to figure out that he was the one who fucking did it, and he was the one behind it all.
If they were looking for Ajax,
he was the one.
Nerdman, I'll give you one better.
Stop.
Nerdman, I'll give you one better.
I'm done with your guys' ridiculousness.
She lives in South Dakota, and they wanted to find Ajax. If Icarus was not,
why did they want to find Ajax?
Let him talk.
Why did they want?
Because deviants are attacking, and Ajax is the leader of us, the group Eternals. Let's go check with what the leader has to say.
Whose idea was it?
Anyone could have made that idea.
You're missing
something. Idea to see Ajax first.
Are you trying to say Icarus suggested it?
Yes.
Listen, Minerva, not Minerva. What's her name? Cersei would have easily thought that thought without Icarus's help. You believing otherwise is absurd.
Welcome to Nerdman's world.
Nerdman
is the leader of the group.
Defense 101.
We've got this weird earthquake, and we've got these weirds of deviants who are coming and they're attacking and targeting us. Let's go check on the group. I don't care if Icarus suggested it. They would have also, Sprite would have wanted to do it as soon as Camille Nanjiani's character got attacked. He would want to do it too. Phastos would have wanted to do it too. That's how you think. It's okay. The deviants are back. We are the Eternals. That is our mission. Let's link back up. We only separated because we thought the mission was complete.
With the Prime Eternal. With the Prime, she's the leader of the fucking group.
Yeah.
All right.
Now,
Anyway,
here's a question. Here's the thing.
Yeah. Wait.
For all intents and purposes, she's the mother of the group.
She's the leader.
I get it. I get it, and that's somewhat of a justification, but like that's not.
That's notice how we brushed it aside. Oh, that's somewhat of a justification.
Wait a minute. No, hold on.
No, I admit it. That's somewhat of a justification, but like, I wanted Jaded to respond because he was trying to.
If Icarus, who loved and was willing and followed Ajax, okay, if he was willing to kill her to stop the emergence, and he went to her one-on-one, okay? Why didn't he do the exact same thing with every other Eternal? Why did he have to wait until they were all gathered together to stop them?
Yeah, because he felt betrayed by her. He felt hurt by her because she was lying to him. He believed in her. He believed in her, and she lied. That she was basically using him, and she used him. And he told her this was on the screen. What's the question about then?
He did want Cersei to.
So here's he was willing to kill them to stop the emergence. So if he was willing to kill them to stop the emergence, he should have got him away from the group and taken them down one by one. Whenever there was the deviants attacking, he should have used that as an excuse.
Oh my God! Stop. No.
Well,
yeah, that's right.
That is DC movie right there.
That is right.
If he wanted to stop the emergent, take them out one at a time. No, I'm going to wait till they're all gathered together and fight them all at once.
He didn't want to kill. They didn't betray him. He wasn't hurt by them. They were him. They are his brothers and sisters and cousins and whatever.
Okay,
They're his family. What do you mean so?
At the end of the movie, he was willing to kill them. At the end of the movie, he was willing to kill them.
Because they were trying to stop him from having it happen. He didn't know that they were going to do that.
No, he's trying to stop them.
Dude,
he's trying to stop them.
Why didn't he go and fucking murder them?
If you and I are trying to do something, and we're trying to say something, and Nerdman's lying to us, and I find out, and he betrayed us, why am I going to try to kill you, Jaded Fanboy? Why am I going to
Because I'm going to do the exact same thing.
Because you and I were both lied to by him. Right. Our whole existence, our whole reason for being is because that man in the corner with his bullshit Slipknot shirt is fucking lying to us. Okay. So why?
But then I tell you. But then Mike.
What do you have to do with it though? Because I can say to you,
Mike, I'm not. No. I'm not having it. You're trying to do your MCU dancing and dilly dallying around. You're trying to do the MCU. You're trying to finesse us. He's trying to finesse us, Jaded.
He's not even trying to finesse us.
Okay, I'll be
there. You gotta let Mike finish.
Logic is trying to finesse you. I realize you're not used to logic. But we're going to try to do it to you, okay?
He's not trying to finesse it. He's not even close to finessing. Let him finish.
He's trying to...
Let him finish, Nerdman. Go ahead, Mike.
But no, there's nothing more. I don't need... He wasn't there to kill them. Why would he kill them? Why would he kill them if Salma Hayek was the one that was lying to them?
Okay, so Salma Hayek was lying to them. Okay, now, so Nerdman is lying to all of us. And you get mad at Nerdman for lying. But then later on in the movie, I now tell you, hey, Mike, you know all the things you were against? I'm going against you, and I'm telling you I'm going to go against you. Now you're going, oh, okay, now you're against me.
Correct. That was the end of the movie.
That's what happened in the movie.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for Mike. Because the point when Icarus was on the ship, when he put on his suit and he went into the main hall, that's when it was going to be make or break. Is like Icarus. That was his moment where he was going to determine: are you with me or are you against me? So that was his moment. And when they chose to fight against him, he's like, okay, we're done.
That was it.
And that's when he. So he didn't want to kill him.
He believed her lie. He believed her lie. He went with the lie. He was like, actually, because she went against. She decided.
Let him finish.
No.
Let your son finish. Let your son finish. Go ahead.
Don't do it, Rogue.
I want to mention one slight thing. One slight thing. I gotta mention.
He doesn't like it when you speak logic. He doesn't like it.
Also, Icarus wanted Cersei to willingly leave with him too. He didn't want to like force her because he the lover and stuff. He wasn't trying to give her a choice. Even though he was a manipulating situation, but he wanted her to decide.
So Cersei should have been the only one he came to. Cersei should have been the only one he came to. He should have gone and eliminated the rest of the fucking Eternals, right? And then just said, "Hey, Cersei, it was the Deviants who fucking did it." He could have done that.
That's all he should have done. He did.
But to be fair, some of them I can understand why he would.
I mean, it should. For me, since you bring it up, the way Icarus went about it, he set himself up for failure by trying to rally the group together like that.
And that could be the human
But see, as Mike and Chillmonger bring up,
but he rallied the group together. He rallied the group together specifically in a way that he was going along with the narrative that he was for the human being. So he was building up in them this kind of care for human beings, so that when he reveals himself at the end, he should.
He never once tried to dissuade them. He never once tried to dissuade them.
True.
The entire time, he never once tried to dissuade them and go, you know what? Maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe we should do it.
However, I will say there are like a few characters where I can understand why he might have would be on board with him. Mainly like the I don't know their names, but Piper, whatever her name is, the guy, the Barry actor, and what's
Sprite.
And sorry, I said fucking.
Sprite did follow him.
She did.
Yeah, it was Sprite.
But he had an idea of who was going to rally with him, but none of them really did. Besides
Barry, Sprite, and the Indian guy.
But why would he think that? Why would he think that, Sean? Where the whole way through the movie he's been like, "Oh, I'm with Cersei. I want to make sure that human beings are okay." And
Oh, because
get them caring about and then flip.
That way you can have the twist. I didn't see it coming.
No, I agree. Some of it is dumb, but I think he thought that enough of them would be on board with him.
Dumb when you think about it.
He said it for Cersei.
I think also the Icarus is being a little bit too foolish. Icarus is being a little bit too foolish to think that they was going to side with him.
No, well, I thought enough people would. I agree. Some of it is dumb, but
and then the scientist guy takes him down in like 10 seconds with that one little device, and then he's all of a sudden he's taken down. It was like, well, that was a quick fight.
Yes,
all you have to do is use the pen range
that can create objects out of air. That would have been a great fight. And then I would have come back here and heard Nerdman complain, "Oh, the fight wasn't good. Stop it!" And all the ways it could have been better. Oh, if I did it, it would have been.
The fight wasn't good.
Better.
It was good.
See? No, I'm not. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. That fight was trash. All right, it was trash. Ridiculous. That fight was trash.
Wait, who thinks the fight was good? Who thinks the fight was bad? Nerdman says bad.
Mike says I'm in the middle.
I'd say it was adequate. It was fine. It wasn't great.
Or we can all talk at once.
I liked some of it.
How it works.
K-Dot?
I'm in the middle with the third act fight. It's not completely bad, but it's like I've seen better MCU fights that are better than this. Way better. But I will say this, Chillmonger, because I'm not sure if you've seen it, but my issues with the third act fight was that some of the CGI became too noticeable. Unlike if you watch,
that was the entire film, honestly.
No. It was just
Thank you, Sean.
Wait. Let me make this clear. Those daytime shots, like, look, the first scene when Athena does that little whip around and you see her CGI face.
I feel like I'm going crazy.
When they first got to the planet, the monsters
are so excited that somebody he invited on the panel with the same views as him, 95% of the time, agrees with him.
I feel like I'm going nuts. I feel like I'm going nuts.
When they first got to Earth and fought those things, they were so like
in the final fight, what scene stood out with bad CGI?
Well, when they first got on Earth, what do you mean?
No, I mean, K-Dot said in the third act of the final fight, there was parts where the
I didn't like the transition. Like I gave an example earlier with like let's go to Endgame or Infinity War. When you saw Thanos fought the characters, like Thanos looked so real that you didn't question if his CGI was like it's kind of iffy. Like he looked so damn real. It's like that motherfucker's really there. We know he's not there, but it's so fucking good that you don't question it. In this film, the transition from the CGI to not CGI was too obvious.
I don't know. I thought the flying was really well done. Like,
oh no, Icarus's effects
him just like going up
great.
and then
yeah, it was really like
really well.
I'll give an example when Makari and Icarus is fighting, and you see there's obvious CGI faces and stuff, and when they're transitioning out from CGI to not CGI.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Okay, I disagree to an extent with
those were a little obvious.
I mean, the flying was done well, but I don't like.
Oh yeah, the flying was done well. Icarus was on point.
Yeah, but his action scenes I did not like at all.
To me, he had the best action scenes.
His action scenes I hated, but I mean, his flying was fine.
His flying was beautiful.
The only ones I really liked was I don't remember the character's name, but what's the name of the black character, the black guy?
Phastos.
Yeah, him and the deaf girl. I like theirs a bit. That's about it, honestly.
Dude, I thought the whole thing was preposterous.
Yeah, I hated the blonde girl's action on it.
The blonde girl, we have not gone into Sprite enough on this.
No, the Angelina Jolie.
Come on, man, she's just a kid. She's just a kid.
If I don't go into Sprite, I don't. If I don't go into Sprite, I don't think I've done my fiduciary duties on how fucking bad this fucking character was. This fucking character. Oh my god! Like, she can't act. Her fucking story is bullshit. Look, honestly, I'm not even lying.
Listen,
I hate her more than any MCU character I've ever fucking seen.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry, most of the Eternal story were bullshit. What made her any different?
Sorry, I went into the film expecting her character to be the most annoying thing ever, so maybe my expectations were just low, but I didn't mind her, honestly.
Yeah, she didn't.
She didn't have enough screen time to be annoying.
She had more than enough. If they cut out every scene with her, the film would have been fucking better. Like a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit better. She was trying to, were they trying to make her a humorous character? Were they trying to make her a tragic character? Were they trying to
end tragic?
I don't know what they were trying to do with this character, but she was performing it awfully. And then every time she gave one of her speeches explaining her position, she's a 7,000-year-old being.
Who just wants to be a real boy.
Acting like a fucking real boy. Like acting like a 7-year-old. Acting like maybe she's 13 years old.
I think there's a Pinocchio. I think there's a Pinocchio scene in the MCU movies we didn't notice before.
God damn, that character was the most fucking. And then second after that character was the fucking leprechaun. What the fuck was that? There was a leprechaun at the end of this movie. I was just like,
hey, don't talk shit to Seth Rogen.
That CGI on Pip was bad.
Don't you dare talk shit to Seth Rogen. He's the best actor ever.
I will defend Pip in the comic book.
I did not know.
The character Pip wasn't bad. He was funny and stuff. It's just his CGI.
Oh well, yeah, his CGI
it was like Space Jam '99, but like it's obviously with the limited technology they can't make him look real enough. That's what it was like. That scene.
And then to end it off, and then to end that scene off, the exciting thing is that the leprechaun is going to introduce Harry Styles into the MCU.
Don't call him a leprechaun.
That is the fucking.
Do not disrespect Pip.
Don't disrespect Seth Rogen. I think you mean. All right.
I don't give a shit who the voice was.
Don't disrespect a fellow Vancouver.
Highlight of that movie for me.
Listen, the only person from Vancouver you can disrespect is Ryan Reynolds. I don't give a fuck about him. All right.
I don't know why Pip couldn't have been practical effect. I mean, you guys have makeup artists, right? Why couldn't he have been a practical effect?
I couldn't believe what I was
because that's
seeing.
Too much work, you see.
I walked out the cinema. I didn't even wait for the next fucking end credit scene. I walked out.
Introducing the Black Knight. I didn't know who Bane was.
That second end credit scene was better.
I didn't know who Dane was, and then he goes, "Oh, my family's history is complicated." I go, "What the hell?" And then I see it. That's right. I go, "Oh, yes."
And it's like right at the end, they do some tease with him.
The
and
best
it's
parts of the movie are like the
Blade was in the. Let's not forget the set. This is why the second post credit scene kind of got me hyped. Chillmonger, Mike. If you guys are familiar, so correct me if I'm wrong. So that was whole Ebony Blade, right? The Black Knight Ebony Blade stuff. So that's associated with Noel and the symbiotes, right?
No. Totally different.
The all black Necro sword.
Okay, that's why I was getting those confused. Because all right, I was getting those swords confused.
The Ebony Blade existed long before. The Ebony Blade in the comics existed decades before Venom was even introduced.
Well, actually, because remember when they were on the Eternals were on the ship, and she's like, "Is that the Ebony Blade?" And you're like, "No, this is Excalibur."
It's Excalibur.
Yeah, they're like similar blades.
Well, look, and I'll say this too, Mike, because Mike brought it earlier. The biggest takeaway from this movie for me, like, I'm interested in look. I like the fact that there's a giant fucking Eternal sticking out of the planet now.
Mm-hmm. No, Celestial.
That was cool. I wish it destroyed the planet.
I like that, but this is my thing.
What you mean, the MCU planet?
Wait, let me. Because I want to ask: does this take place 7 days after Endgame, or like?
I think it would be more than 7 days after Endgame because everybody was kind of relaxed and kind of back to normal.
Yeah.
If this was 7 days.
It was like about it was about 2 years.
It would have been a lot more chaotic.
I think it was about 2 years or something like that. Like,
it wasn't 2 years. Probably maybe a month later.
Yeah,
about a month, maybe.
A month, really?
Yeah.
So you think this is earlier than other movies like Shang-Chi and stuff?
So after a little bit after WandaVision.
Yeah.
No, we don't know. We don't know. There's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing.
It'll come out later.
There was no timeline reference for us to be able to.
Okay, because all right, this is my thing. I'm not saying the movie's bad because I'm just saying this.
Fuck off!
Just listen.
You need to start examining the people you associate with, K-Dots. Okay, because this is where the slander's coming, and this is why you're conflicted because you've been listening to a steady stream of bullshit by that gentleman with the white headphones over there.
It is bad. It is what it is.
It doesn't bother me, but like it needs to be addressed. So there's a big giant celestial sticking out of the planet with his head in his hand, right?
Yeah.
Falcon Winter Soldier take place a little bit. It's just weird that none of these.
It has to happen after all of that.
I know. It's kind of weird that Far From Home. None of these movies talk about a big giant freaking thing sticking out of the planet. But
maybe No Way Home will.
Yeah, I'm gonna
blame
COVID-19 restrictions and stuff.
My biggest takeaway,
and also that too. Also, let's remember the COVID-19 restrictions because some of this stuff is already supposed to be out.
Yeah,
and it's been getting delayed. So there's
probably look, I want to hear from Sean, and then I want to. Sorry, K-Dots, because Sean and Killmonger haven't been. I want to know, I really want to know, and I want to get into this because I think this is the worst MCU movie, and it's not an MCU movie I expected to say thank you. And I want to hear
no way
from
you're going to beat Captain Marvel.
I mean, it's one of the weakest, but I don't say it's the worst.
A little better than Captain Marvel. Come on now.
Okay, thank you, Shaded. Let me hear from Sean first. I want to know what you're just give me the thoughts. Like what you felt coming out of that cinema? Were you sleepy? Were you exhilarated?
No, because I'm used to films like this, but yeah, I was definitely uninterested. Like I went with the lowest expectations, so I didn't come out like super disappointed. Like I don't know where I would rank this with the others, but definitely in the bottom 10 if I was compared to like the quality of a DC film. Then I mean, you might get angry at saying this, but I think Wonder Woman's kind of generic as fuck as well and mediocre. So I'd compare the two, honestly.
Wait. This is way better. Wonder Woman's way better than this. But
yeah, I'm just saying, in my opinion, that's what I think about Wonder Woman. So that's the best comparison.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, anyway, my takeaway basically is Chloe Zhao is a fucking hack. There we go.
Damn.
The director.
Oh, the director. Okay.
You can have a bad movie. She hasn't directed an action movie before, so
Well, she shouldn't have gotten this one.
Yeah, but so I mean that's fair enough. Now I want to hear from from Chillmonger. From Chillmonger, you love the MCU. You're an MCU fan. You think this is the worst MCU movie? Because I feel like I'm going crazy here. I'm not even coming at this from an MCU hate point of view. Like I do that like sometimes for like a little bit of jokes, entertainment for my channel, entertainment for my channel or whatever. This is a genuinely bad movie, and I wouldn't say bad. No. Okay, go on. So you think this is the worst MCU movie? Take me through it.
It's the worst, but I'm not saying it's bad either because there was some redeemable stuff here. There was the decision to make 10 characters and introduce them all at once, and then the level of the characters, which are they're the Eternals. Like Mike, when was the last time we had a comic book called The Eternals? Before they rebooted it this year because they knew a movie was coming out. When was the last time we had Eternals?
It was probably the Neil Gaiman stuff back in the 2000s.
Yeah, but no, we also had the miniseries in like the late 2010s.
Perfect.
So that was the Neil Gaiman thing that I was talking about.
That was the Neil Gaiman one? Oh, okay.
So they're the miniseries guys. They're not the X-Men who have like 40 titles. That's like 6 titles at a time. They're not the Spider-Man who's got multiple titles at a time. They're the Eternals. So you really had to make me care. It worked for Guardians a few years ago, but that was when we had 5 new characters, and one of them just had 3 words.
And that was when we had a good director.
I don't even blame the director. I just blame like the decision to do this.
Actually, there was one
because they wanted to try a big epic movie.
Wait. I want Chillmonger. Yeah, I want Chillmonger to finish, but like, there was one exciting point where I thought they were going to explain the X-Men through this movie, but it didn't happen.
Too. Really? Why?
I really. There was just one point where they were like, "Oh, the Eternals, came and then they influenced things in this way," and I thought it was like hinting at the X-Men, but it wasn't. It was something else.
Do you remember when the seed was shot from space into Earth, and that's like basically the baby Eternal growing and growing? Mm-hmm. I believe that.
Yeah, that was it.
The baby Celestial.
Yeah, I thought when the Kit Harington was talking.
Yeah, wait. Chillmonger is talking. By the way,
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Baby Celestial. I like
that. The DNA of Earth is different. It is influenced. So like it kind of explains everyone with superpowers. That's been explained in comic book stuff. Also, it made when we guys mentioned the Celestial growing out of Earth, in the most recent Avengers, the Avengers made a Celestial like their home. Like they carved it out. All the Wakandans added their technology to it. And it's basically in DC how you have a watchtower in space. In Marvel, the Avengers have their watchtower, and it's Avengers. I mean, it's
tell you how unsettling.
Yeah, but
look.
Galaxy, they have the head of the Celestial as a base.
Where he lives.
I still think you're being too easy on this movie, Chillmonger. I've got to be honest with you.
Yes,
I know you're trying. There's a reason. You don't tell me you think the worst movie in the MCU.
No, man, he can't hate it. Come on, man.
Isn't a bad movie.
What he does.
The worst MCU movie is a bad movie before the Eternals. So the Eternals has to be so you
it was not a waste of money.
It was a waste of any. It was a waste of money.
Can you stop berating him?
Yeah, The Last Jedi.
I'm not berating him. I'm trying to get him to tell the truth. I know how he feels.
No, you're trying to tell him to say what you want him to say. There's a difference.
I can see in his eyes. See in his eyes the disappointment and how he's still trying to justify and process it. It's the same thing I felt when walking out of Man of Steel. I felt that DC like fucking urging me to defend this movie because it's DC and I love Superman. He's my favorite superhero. I've got to defend this somehow, but it's fucking defensible. This movie's indefensible, and he knows it, and he's still trying to process it right now. And I'm trying to deliver it. I'm trying to deliver him over to the light side, Rogue. I'm trying to deliver him over to the light side because he knows.
You're right. As a fan, I'm gonna want to cheer for Marvel. That's true. So maybe in a week from now, maybe even when it's on Disney Plus and I watch it in full HD quality and everything gets back to me, maybe I'll not like it.
Why did you not go see this in the movie theaters?
I couldn't. You're supposed to get a shot if you want to go see it.
Yeah.
And you haven't?
No, I haven't gotten it. So I had to watch it on Onzo Vision.
Onzo Vision, okay.
No, because of that, maybe that hurt some of my enjoyment, and maybe I would be able to go harder for this film. But even through that, I liked the visuals of it. There are pluses from this film. The bad things are the bad things. They're plain. A bunch of the characters are meaningless, and they're the Eternals. It's not really connected to the rest of the universe. The stakes in here are like, I never once believed Earth would explode because a Celestial was going to be born. I do believe the conflict in Civil War. I am invested in the conflict.
That's a good example, yeah.
Right. Like maybe Killmonger is going to change the world by giving weapons out. That's possible. But if you want me to believe Earth is going to die and none of the other heroes are part of this film, I was never really invested. That's why Icarus Turning was like, oh, okay, look, the family is squabble. I just spent 2 hours watching this family. So like this last 30 minutes will be interesting. You know, that added to the enjoyment.
2 hours into the movie, I'm going, are we going to actually get a resolution? And it's all in the last half hour.
Anything that happens in this movie happens in the last 30 minutes. Anything that actually happens in this movie happens in the last 30 minutes.
2 hour build up for the last half hour. That's
how movies work.
I did want to say this. I did love the end part when
Lord have mercy.
When the main Celestial came and popped up like a giant freaking god over the planet, moved the clouds. That shit was tight. I like that shot. Loved it.
Wait, did humans see that, or did just the Eternals
humans saw it? The humans saw it too. That's why when he left, everyone's like, "What the fuck did we just see?" Oh, like everybody was like,
change the rules in the MCU.
All right.
But everybody saw that. I thought at first only she seen it, but Kit Harington saw it, and everybody there at that park saw it, and they was all running. Yeah. They was scared, like this giant head.
Where you gonna run? Where you gonna run?
But that's the thing. He's too powerful for me to like measure it against in a fight. I don't see anything.
Wait till you meet Galactus.
Oh yeah, nobody can. I mean, you would have to be. Well, this is the thing with the Eternals. They have the power source because they're full of unlimited celestial energy as they said. So they're the only ones who can possibly have to work together and combine to defeat maybe a Celestial.
You can't defeat. No, they can't defeat the Celestial because there's different ratings of Celestials. Not all Celestials are the same.
Well, I mean, but
Azuran is like a big boy.
Yeah, he's the main one. He's the big dog. He's God.
Like you got Celestials that are literally planet killers.
He looked good.
Wait, also I want to ask this too. Just make clear, not trying to take the movie down, make it negative. When they was telling the story of the Celestials in this movie, was they contained into just the universe, or can these Celestials go to different universes?
No,
because they was talking. Because the way they explain it, they make like little suns and solar systems and stuff.
They exist solely within this universe. They are like they're like.
I know I'm gonna regret saying that. Go on.
So basically, it's different Celestials in each of the universes.
Yeah, each Celestial would be unique to their particular.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. Okay. I know I'm gonna regret saying this or asking this, but Mike, I want you to have a voice here. I'm a Democrat on this fucking panel.
I think he's
and I want you to have your voice on this and just try and like answer back to some of the criticism. Nothing happens until the last half an hour of this movie.
You know, I have literally nothing to say to you. You are so far gone. Like I can't express how far gone you are. There are no words.
Which is why he loves coming on your streams.
That contains enough words to explain how far gone you are. Okay, your shtick as it is so transparent that a blind, deaf, quadriplegic slug could see it. Okay,
he's just too intellectual for you, right?
That's how transparent.
You don't understand the greatness. You don't understand the greatness that is Nerdman.
I want you to come on camera. I want you to put your little face on camera. We all know how hot you are, so you might as well show it off. Put your little face on camera, right? And fucking tell me this movie isn't garbage. I want to see you say it. I want to look you in your eyes and you fucking tell me that.
I want to see him say what the truth is. I want to see him say that this movie was good with a straight face.
You clearly have me confused with my lady, because your powers of persuasion don't work on me, nerd man. Okay, so however Mad seems to respond to your apparent charms, it doesn't work on me. I'm going to say this to you whether my camera is on or not, and I enjoyed this movie. From beginning to end. I enjoyed the way it opened up the Marvel Universe. I enjoyed the characters.
As soon as it said MCU, you're like, I'm enjoying it.
As I said to you, why do you ask me a fucking question and then continue to talk over me when I'm answering the fucking question you ask?
Go ahead.
Are you done? Okay. So I enjoyed this movie from beginning to end. I enjoyed the fact that there are now Celestials in the Marvel Universe. I enjoyed the fact that they are now opening up the cosmic side of things, which I am not a part of. I am not a fan of. I've never been invested in that segment of the Marvel Universe.
Same here.
But this, as I said, after I said this on Paul's stream last night, this is the first Marvel movie that made me actually want to read a comic book. I don't know, maybe it's because I know, like, the X-Men, watching them desecrate the X-Men in every fucking movie they did. I didn't need to read the books because I already did. Here, my knowledge of it is not as good as most people's, so I want to know more about this. But I enjoyed the movie. There were I don't know why. I don't know exactly what Patton Oswalt has over some executives at Marvel, but they continuously keep allowing him to voice and be in Marvel stuff, and they really shouldn't. There are other people that can do.
Who did he voice?
Pip, the troll.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't even catch it.
Yes, he was at the end, and it looked like they took Seth Green's face and stretched it out too. That was like the troll. Clearly, he must have done the mocap for it. But I didn't. I know Star Fox. I do like there was one thing in, I think it was Dan Slott's run of She-Hulk, where, because in Dan Slott's run of She-Hulk, She-Hulk was a lawyer, and she defends Star-Lord, because Star-Lord, his name is Eros, and his power is to make people, whether they're male or female, which is going to be fun.
His name is Star-Lord.
Star Fox.
Star Fox. But his superhero name is Star Fox, but his real name is Eros.
Sorry, he said Star-Lord. That's why I was confused.
But they are attracted to him. So a bunch of his quote unquote victims decide to sue him for I wouldn't say it was sexual abuse or whatever, but for not rape, but like,
eliminating consent.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And that was amusing, because taking his powers into consideration, and that I think there were like one or two dudes that were there too that were suing him. I enjoyed that. So knowing where they could potentially go, I have no horse in the race as far as like One Direction, whatever. He was in One Direction. I don't care. He wears dresses. It doesn't matter. That's hopefully he's a good, they made a big deal about it, because apparently there's some black dude that's been wearing a dress for like 25 years or something like that. And they were like, how can he give this white dude all this press when this dude's been wearing, it's like, it's so inconsequential. Just really stop. But
Dennis Rodman never wore a dress either.
But yeah, I know, right? But and the second one with the Black Knight coming, I'm in for that too. And I initially thought it was going to be another Nick Fury moment when, are you ready for this or whatever? But it turned out that if it's Blade, like, holy shit, dude. So
if it was Blade, why didn't they use Blade?
Look, here's what you're saying to me, Mike.
Well, Mahershala probably could have did like
I feel like that's maybe a late minute add-on just to be like, oh shit, people don't like this movie. Okay, we'll just have Mahershala do this voice thing. Hey, Mahershala, answer your phone call at 5:00, and then he does the voice for remote.
Right.
Like, I think that was something that was lately added in. If that's the case,
I didn't even know that was him.
Right. And Mike just revealed himself for everyone, because he just said exactly, or maybe he said maybe that's the reason, because he realized the movie is actually a piece of shit. So he was agreeing with Chillmonger right there. But let me just say, let me summarize what you just said. Let me summarize what you just said. Let me summarize what you just said a moment ago.
I can speak English.
You've been
I can
speaking
form
for like 8
sentences. I can
minutes.
explain what I'm saying.
Let me summarize what you just said. I will summarize what you just said to me. You said to me just now that because the MCU added to their universe in some way, like adding this cosmic
A very
level to their
significant
universe, right? That you like the movie because of that. Whereas you didn't say why you actually like this movie in terms of the film script, the fucking cinematography, the fucking action, the characters, the acting.
I wasn't fucking done yet. You're interrupting again.
None of it.
When I
none
give
of
you
it.
the period, when I say
None of
I
it.
am finished,
Because
that's when
none
I'm
of it
done.
was good. Because none of it was good.
Okay, man, let him finish.
Okay.
I wish Nerdman was on the UN Council. There'd be so much more interesting things happening.
Are you done grandstanding?
No, you've never done.
I'm hot dogging. I'm hot dogging. I don't care.
Apparently not.
I'll hot dog you right now because I know I'm speaking facts.
I don't
But
know
go
what
on.
hot dogging means in the UK, but it doesn't sound like something I want to do with
Like
you.
starfish. Like starfish.
Anyways,
It's the Macho Man Randy Savage
UK version of starfish.
reference. He always used to say, "You're hot." Tell Hulk Hogan he's hot dogging and grandstanding. It was a reference. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, absolutely, Mads. You're right. He's the only one that talks cinematography. No, him and Paul.
Yeah. Anyway,
The
carry on.
cinematography. Chloe Zhao did it again.
And the score. Don't forget the score. The score is so important.
Yeah, it is.
It is
the score. Chloe Zhao did it again.
I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it on its own, but I don't really recall the score being as offensive as some people here have said. Like, what exactly?
I mean, it wasn't bad.
It was generic.
How was the score?
Yeah, Shang-Chi had a better score. Black Widow had a better score. All the new movies were much
Shang-Chi had the
better.
best score so far.
Wait, there was
a
score in this?
Black Widow had a good score. Black Widow had a good score, actually.
God, the scores are so forgettable. I don't know how
for comic book movies.
I'll play them now.
I don't think there's been a really definitive score since Batman '89.
The Dark Knight.
Come on.
Batman Begins.
Dark Knight. Please, Hans Zimmer. Please stop. Stop with Hans Zimmer.
Come on.
Man of Steel. Man of Steel.
Y'all are
Justice
League. You guys are clearly fucking related.
The Watchmen was pretty good.
The Guardians.
Watchmen.
Guardians was
Joker.
like a mix.
No, not the Joker. No, not the Joker.
Joker
had a good score.
Joker's memorable for one pop song.
And then even
Joker is Oscar bait.
And then even with I mean, there wasn't really a standout or a definitive score for Marvel, at least until like the Avengers. Like that's the thing that finally got me to notice.
That's true. At least. Can I interrupt with something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about? Bradley just got out of the theater for Eternals, and what the F did I just sit through? Now I can see the comments I can see it at StreamYards, but when I go to YouTube, I don't see it. Do you have like the F word muted on your channel, Nerdman?
No.
He's the only one that's allowed to say the F word.
So why doesn't it show up on YouTube?
Yeah, I don't see Bradley's comment. I just see LOL.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, the one above. The one above LOL.
Yeah, 329.
Yeah, you see how he wrote that? And then when I go to YouTube, I'm like, wait, no one else could see it. Weird.
Oh, but wait, it doesn't. It only says.
Oh, wait. Hit live chat. Change your top chat to live chat. Try that. Yeah. Chillmonger, change it.
Just got out of the theater for Eternals, and what the fuck did I just sit through? Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Bradley.
Thanks, Bradley.
Thank you.
I knew you were a smart man.
You saw a typical MCU movie, but just a little bit more of a mess than normal.
True. Bradley, you sat through cinema. Chloe Zhao has done it again.
The MCU has done it again. This time they've made You know what? Even the critics couldn't even fucking cap for this movie.
Couldn't get behind this.
Even the critics even the critics couldn't cap for this movie as much as they're like
eventually sometime during this 3-hour 8-minute stream, I'm gonna be able to finish my fucking thoughts about this fucking movie that
was on me,
fucking asked me
Sorry,
about.
go ahead.
No, I don't mind you, Chillmonger. It's the motherfucker above you that I do. But anyway,
okay.
Before I was interrupted, this movie, besides the promise of things to come, I enjoyed most of the characters. There were some that were kind of, I like Makkari a lot. She was my favorite. I think Angelina Jolie was probably my second favorite, which is surprising because I haven't liked Angelina Jolie since, what was it? Tomb Raider, the first Tomb Raider.
Changeling was good. She was good in
I liked her in Salt. I thought Salt was good.
Yeah, wait, that was
Salt was good as well.
I didn't see that. I didn't see Wanted. I didn't see.
Changeling was the one Changeling was the one she got an Oscar nomination for, and it was actually pretty good.
And no.
You liked Makkari more than you liked Icarus?
Yeah.
Icarus was trash.
Wow.
I'll agree with him on that. Makkari was better. Anyone who spoke less in this movie was better than.
Let him finish.
Anyone who spoke less in this movie was better than. The more you spoke, the worse you were. Anyway, carry on.
And while there might have been some characters that I would have preferred to have seen more of, I realized that with the amount of characters they had in this movie, not everybody was going to. This was going to have to be more of a DC movie as opposed to being a Marvel movie where they just, had one character and focused on that one character, even like 2 or 3 characters at one time, and just throw everybody into one movie and here they are, and then you get what you get. So I reconciled that, and the cinematography. I did like some of the scenery that she used. I liked the what was it, the forest where what's his name was with his people
in the Amazon.
Yeah, I like that. I like that
a
lot.
The
trees,
the acolytes of Druid.
Yeah.
That's her strength there.
I definitely.
Tell me when you finish, by the way. Please.
Oh no! You know what? I'm gonna draw this out as long as possible because I've had to sit through this fucking nonsense that you've been spouting.
Okay, go on. Just tell me when you finish because I've got something for you when you finished. All right.
Oh, you do? Oh, you do? Well, see, since I like presents, I'll wrap it up here. Then I like this movie. I would probably put it in the middle as far as MCU movies. I haven't really honestly ranked it, and I've only seen it once, so it's like kind of fresh. But I think I'm gonna go see it again, and I want to there was a lot of information, and I do have to say when the fucking Celestial when his fingers started coming out, I kind of marked out a little bit. I don't know why. I have no allegiance or anything to that, but just the fact that these beings are going to be there, and it's going to be something that's not oh well, this guy won't give us a loan, and this chick is trying to feed people and whatever fucking Loki's doing. This is something even more bigger than that. Especially and reconciling the fact that these people created the universe, with how the normal people's thoughts of religion and stuff like that is going to be intriguing to me if they decide to go.
I never even thought of that. Yeah,
they already went that way. I'm mad at them for adding on to it. Wong explained it in Infinity War. Mm-hmm. The beginning of the universe, there were 6 elemental stones, and now they're saying, yeah. But before that, it's because Celestials were here. It's you can always go before until we get to the one above all. Is that what it is? And
no, the one above all is a little different.
The MCU has to stop.
The one above all.
They always have a creator. We always have a creator of the creator of the creator in this science fiction BS.
The one above all. I'm not for a joke, though, Chillmonger.
The one above all. What?
Yeah.
The one above all was mostly a joke because that's supposed to be Stan Lee. That's the joke.
Did you read Immortal Hulk issue 50?
No. Did they change? Did they change who the one above all is?
No, it's still the one above all. It still is, but they.
How many creators of this fucking MCU are there? How many fucking different creators and lost people are there? There's the fucking one from there's the Doctor Strange people that are behind the scenes. There's the Watcher from the What If. There's the fucking Celestials.
Oh yeah,
the Infinity Stones. There's the Infinity Stones. There's all of these fucking characters. Oh, and now there's the one in Loki, the one who's the time bandit or whatever. He's behind everything as well. How many fucking guys are behind this fucking MCU trashy universe? Let me finish with this. Let me finish with this. I'm going to tell you this.
Just because
and I'm going to say this unironically, and you can clip me on this.
In their universe.
You can clip me on this. You can clip me on this.
Venom has a god now. I mean,
Christ. You can clip me on this, Rogue. I want you to. Every movie in the DCEU is better than this fucking movie. In the not DC movie, DCEU.
You are so...
Including Wonder Woman 84.
Okay, which Marvel movie is worse than Wonder Woman 84? I want to hear that one.
This one. This is the only one worse than Wonder Woman 84. I would put Wonder Woman 84 at dead bottom from everyone. I'll say Ant-Man and I'll say Ant-Man and the Wasp is on the same level as Wonder Woman 84. I'll give it that. And I'll tell you why. One, the score is better than Wonder Woman 84.
What about Justice League?
The character you're following is more interesting. And the first opening scene of Wonder Woman 84 is better than everything in the Eternals movie.
The opening in the mall. In the mall.
No, the opening on Themyscira is better than everything in this fucking movie. It's more entertaining than everything in this movie.
Man. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. He is.
There's nothing good in this movie. About the one scene in the Hiroshima.
Name me anything good in Wonder Woman 84.
I just told you the score's quite good. The action scene in the beginning's quite good. I quite like when the
action scene with the horses.
Even though the setup is bad, the invisible jet when you actually finally see it flying through the air was quite good. I'm sorry, it's Birds of Prey's better than this movie. All of them are better than this movie.
Your bias is so blatant. Your bias.
It's not biased.
He doesn't think he has any. He doesn't. Yeah, see, he does not biased.
If it was biased, I wouldn't say that. Actually, all of the Marvel movies, apart from Ant-Man,
so are we counting the first Suicide Squad?
Nerdman. I'll say this. You guys know I got issues with this movie, but Avengers: Infinity War is better than Eternals.
And what?
What
the fuck is that?
Wow! Ooh, what a hot take there, K-Dot.
No, it is a hot. For me and K-Dot, that's a hot take because we've come out against that movie.
K-Dot,
we've come out against that movie, and for us to say, go ahead.
No, I like Endgame.
Really?
I love Endgame. Infinity War, no.
What?
Why? Without your father coaching you. Shut up. See? There you go. See? This is what you do. This is what you fucking do. Go ahead, K-Dot.
All right. Time to put myself on the spot.
Ain't no strings on K-Dot. Ain't no strings on K-Dot.
Nerdman, turn your camera off so he doesn't see you. Because I know you're going to try sending signals to him. Don't look at him.
Code. He's going to send code.
You ready?
Go ahead.
One of my many issues with Infinity War, the power scaling. Another issue with the Infinity War, the tone of the story. 1 minute characters is goofing off and shit, cracking jokes. This is the most serious moment of the MCU and characters not taking it serious. The tone of the story, I did not like it. I didn't even really like the fact that it felt like a Avengers movie. It was just Thanos movie, but whatever. Another issue I have with the film, Avengers: Infinity War. A lot of inconsistent stuff going on.
No.
Quick example.
Really?
Quick example. Now, a lot of people, I look at these details. In Guardians 1, it was stated that Gamora is the last of her people. But revealed in Infinity War, only half her people was killed. So
but you don't know what happened between when she was a kid and when she's grown up. There could have been something in between.
Yeah, could have been.
But go ahead. Yeah. Don't know. Go ahead.
What?
There was only half the population. What if they were all dudes? That would have ended that right there.
No. But in Guardians 1 on her profile, it says she's the last of her people.
No, I'm sure there's
but
some
Thanos said he only
donations
took out half.
over.
So either somebody messed up in the writing room, or they just
they don't follow their own scripts.
It's just, for me, Infinity War, too many inconsistencies and stuff. And mind you, some of them bleed over in the Endgame, but at least with Endgame, tried to be more of a movie based around a story, not just so action-packed and focused on all that stuff. Yeah, I want an action-packed film, but most of the action stuff was just bad, inconsistent.
Just to piggyback off what he's saying, and to explain a little bit more, my DCU and Infinity War is better than this, right? Those movies, as bad as they are in some of the DCU ones, like Wonder Woman 84, blah, 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 they know what they want to be much more than the Eternals knows what it wants to be. It wants to be this deep, meditative movie.
They know what it wants to be.
And the relationship. But then it wants to be like an MCU movie and cater to like that kind of thing with the humor and the da-da-da. And then it wants to be like some big action epic. And it doesn't know like quite how to fucking pull that off because the action director's terrible. All of the things that it's trying to pull and do this and do that and do this and do that, from one minute to another, it does not know what it wants to be. And in the end, because it doesn't know what it wants to be, it ends up just being fucking boring. Because it's like,
it knows what it wants to be, Nerdman. It just couldn't pull it off. That's the thing.
It tried to be the first thing. The other things were just shoved in for being an MCU.
Share my screen real quick.
Because it was introducing Celestials in the cosmic portion of the MCU, it was trying to be this big grand movie going, oh, we're going to be introducing the cosmic aspect. Right. And it was like, no, you didn't pull it off. So I'm giving
more explanation
for what they tried. Huh?
I could have gotten more cosmic explanations to the universe,
that would have been. I would have cared more about the Celestials and what the cosmic aspect is, as opposed to the Eternals, because their story wasn't very interesting.
Here's what could have been interesting. You could have. What was the planet? What was the planet that they come from?
They don't come from a planet. They come from
Olympia. No. But they thought Olympia. They could have shown their memories on Olympia.
They don't have any though.
No, they do. They do. They have memories on it.
Olympia is not real.
I know Olympia is not real, but they implant memories of Olympia into their brain they remember coming from Olympia. It would have been cool for them to show what they were doing on Olympia.
No, that would have been new.
And then you would have revealed at the end that all of those memories, all of those things that they cherish growing up on Olympia, doing whatever on Olympia was all fake, and having them respond emotionally to that, like we've been seeing this scene.
They're not supposed to respond emotionally. That's the problem.
They're not. And then why? How can you invest? How can you invest in emotionally in characters who aren't emotional? They have no emotion.
Hence, the movie is a mess.
Never can share my screen real quick. I like to make sure I have facts and stuff. I don't want Mike thinking I just make up shit. I like to have my facts and evidence. So, Mike, good.
Mike, you saved me because I was looking for it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I really want to show you evidence and stuff. You know, I don't want to just make up shit.
Like your dad. Got it.
Love you, father. But as you said here, last survivor of the Z-Ho Betty people. Her people. Thanos only killed half. But how is she the last survivor of her people? That's my issue. Like,
maybe there was another cataclysmal, a death thing that happened on the planet.
Or maybe the people that were the half of the people that died were the ones that were like the ones that were doctors and the soldiers, maybe
farmers. No, because he did it randomly. Daniel showed that he did it randomly.
Well, that's what I'm.
That's a bit harsh.
Yes.
No. This is what in Infinity War, Thanos makes it. He makes a point that he doesn't like lying.
Wait.
He doesn't like lying. He doesn't like lying. He only favors. That's why he told Gamora, I trained you to be everything else, but not a good liar, because he doesn't teach lying.
You're trying to tell me that Nerdman's not an emotional character? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know this is a bit harsh, but it's okay. I'll take
it. We have to tone him down. We have to tone him down. He's an emotionalist. What is he, Mark Zuckerberg now?
And in Infinity War, Thanos doesn't lie. And I know Thanos is not going to sit here and tell Gamora, who was there, that half her people died, but it says here that she's the last of her people. The last.
Right. But you're not allowing for the possibility that something happened between the age of 7 and, what would you say, 20, 25, something like that? So that there's 20 years in between. Something could have happened on the planet.
But not only that, Mike, she could be 400 years old.
But see, that's
that too, yeah.
That's the thing.
You don't know how she ages.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Why is she still set as the last survivor of her people if there is people there? That's the problem.
What if there isn't, though? Yeah, what if no? I understand what you're saying with Infinity War, where you see, him take out half. They divide the people up and take out half of them. That's fine. That's that event that happens.
Yeah, maybe some did come back, but then by that logic, she's not the last survivor of her people.
Well, what if she is?
But what are they basing those records on? What are they basing those records on?
I don't know.
This is a nerd man thing. This is a nerd man thing.
Wait. Let's not act like what Thanos was going around doing, killing half the population, was some secret thing he was doing. That was public stuff. People knew about Thanos. He was the big bad of the universe. He was the kingpin. Everybody knew he was going around killing people. He wasn't.
After this, K-Dots, let Rogue finish. He was making a point.
People knew what he was doing. The only people didn't know what he's doing was people on Earth.
No, you can't really do that, because then you would have.
Wait. Jay did.
You can't say that everybody knew, because then that was the case, the Nova Force would have been going after him.
Because we seen what Thanos. They didn't show it, but Thanos destroyed the Nova Force. He decimated.
Thanks.
And
when did he destroy the Nova Force?
I don't know, but he decimated them.
Wait, which one are you looking at more, MSK?
Couldn't do nothing against him.
Rogue was trying to say something, by the way, after this.
Sorry, Rogue. I didn't mean to.
No, it's just I mean, I understand if when she was walking in front of the police thing or whatever, she was like a 6-year-old kid, then it would make sense. But she's a grown-up, dude. Like, there is something that could have happened on that planet that we didn't see behind the scenes. Yeah, she could technically be the last survivor.
But see, and she can, but and if she is, okay, cool. That's accurate to what the movie set up.
Right.
But Infinity War contradicts that.
It doesn't.
Here.
It doesn't, because that was when she was a child that event happened. When we see her,
mental gymnastics.
No, he's right. When you see her at the police station,
Wait, I was just making a slight interjection. I still want
no. This is what you do. See, so what did you want them to show the rest of her race dying so you would have confirmation?
Be accurate to this here. She's the last survivor.
It's telling you that she is. Why do you need to see it?
I don't understand what
I've got him. You know what? I fucking got him.
Wait, I've got him. He killed half. They thrive.
I've got him. I've got him. In that movie, Infinity War, he actually says her people went on to thrive.
Yes.
He says that. He says he corrected it. He says his people went on to thrive, but he intimates as well that when Gamora's having that argument with her, with him, about like the only point where anybody decides to actually confront Thanos about his plan, which they don't do very well, but she confronts him, and
she did.
He says and she goes, "You don't know that." That bit where she goes, "You don't know that," because he says that he corrected the situation in her planet to make it go on and thrive. That's the implication of what he's saying. And that's where she goes on and says, "You don't know that." Right? That's her whole fucking scene of that, because he's saying that actually he made her planet better off. So again, wrong. The mental gymnastics, like, Clearly, what the film is saying is that the event that Gamora, that they're talking about in Guardians of the Galaxy, is the event of Thanos coming to our planet and wiping out the people. But they went back on the idea that he wiped out the whole of them because they needed a new storyline where he only wiped out half. And that's what you get there. And he says that they wouldn't have gone on to be able to prosper if it wasn't for him. And she says, you don't know that, and it's her best acting in the whole of the fuck. It's her best acting in the whole of the MCU.
When they killed all of them, what are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to rewind the whole fucking point again.
No, it was what you said at the end. It was what you said at the end, which made no fucking sense whatsoever.
What did I say at the end that didn't make sense?
That's what I'm asking you. That's
okay.
I didn't understand
it. I just said that what the implication of that scene is when he's like, they prospered because I wiped out half. Right? Your people. He's talking about her people prospered because because he wiped out half. And she goes and she gets angry. She gets emotional. It's like Zoe Saldana. I'm like, yeah, go. She's actually fucking acting her ass off in this scene. And she goes, you don't know that. And she does that line beautifully. I remember it.
Really like
one of my favorite fucking. It was one of my favorite scenes in the whole fucking film. It was some good ass acting. And that was because she was saying, you do not know that wiping out half my people actually fucking went on, was the thing that made them prosper. That was what she was saying in that scene. Meaning that only half her people were wiped out, which contradicts what K-Dot is saying.
What was his response? Because I know she said, you don't know that. I've heard you say that fucking 9 times. But what was his fucking response?
What was it? Go on.
I don't know. You're the one that's telling me you know it. What the fuck was it?
This is what he did.
You don't know. Yeah. No. Fucking know.
I know.
Mike, I swear to God, Mike hit his hands and just try to go K-Dot to the internet.
Wait. Let me say. I know what it was. So basically, he got frustrated because he was combating it. He kind of shrugged off like, he wanted her to believe what he was saying. Because from what he was saying, it's as if he knew what was going on with the planet and checking up on it. I mean, I imagine he would check up on each planet that he goes to wipe out half and make sure that his plans actually worked and everything was executed properly.
You think somebody that's megalomaniacal like him, that is that's certifiable, is going to go back and check to make sure that his work was done? Because he thinks he's doing the Lord's work as it is.
Well,
so you think he's going to go back? You think he's going to go back and check? Really?
No, I get an easy way of solving this.
Wait.
See how I get them in a spot? You see how I get them in a spot and then they try
because you did no such thing.
I got you right in the spot.
Go ahead, K-Dots. You got nothing in the spot.
Man, this isn't a nature documentary.
Look, I get it. Thanos is a mad titan, but if he's executing this mission, this expedition he's been doing for years, going from planet to planet to planet, killing half, why would he not like go check and see? Okay, maybe it worked to prove he's right.
No, here's what we're saying. Here's what we're saying. You have to assume for him to have made that statement,
somebody,
right? That they are prospering.
Who thinks they're
that
right,
he
like
checked on them. No. Dude. He said the statement that they are prospering now because of what I did, which means he had to them. Whether he's a megalomaniac or not, whether you think he's too egotistical to do it or not, for some reason, maybe he was taking a little holiday trip like he did on his little planet where he was a farmer or whatever. He was taking a little trip to the planet, to just because he liked the vistas or something like that. He checked on that planet because that is why he was so confident in saying.
Check on it? Did you see him check on it?
That's what he was saying. He was saying like the planet has prospered. The planet has done well because of what I did. So he must have checked on the planet to know that. Maybe he's so egotistical. Maybe he's so narcissistic. He has to check to see No. Wait,
let me say this. You guys forget something about Thanos.
Wait, K-Dot. It's called confirmation bias. Maybe he needs to confirm in his head to constantly confirm by showing.
No.
How does it feel?
What do you mean it doesn't work that way, Jay? Did he did it? It's not about whether it works that way. The film tells you that he did it. He checked on them.
Wait a minute. A megalomaniac, okay, throws a dart at a dartboard, turns around with the mentality, I don't have to check that it's a bullseye. It's a bullseye, okay? Now, you could do that 100 times, okay? When someone says, oh, look, you actually got it, he will only show examples of him being right. Okay?
Right.
He will only show examples of him being right. So there could be a million planets out there where his plan didn't work. He don't care. He don't care if it doesn't work.
And see,
if
look,
anyone knows about being a megalomaniac, it's me. I know how to be. I know what it is to be a megalomaniac, right? I am telling you, he probably felt insecure at some point, so he has to fucking check to make sure.
You only
he
check,
could send a drone in there.
You're right.
He could. You know what? He could get his people. He could get like one of his minions to go, check on the planet just to make sure that like, and even if the planet is,
if you do that, you're doubting your abilities.
Even if he's not doubting his ability. He told her that he knew that the planet was doing well, and she didn't disagree.
Sure that he's correct.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me?
He didn't.
Are you telling me Gamora? Are you telling me Gamora? Are you telling me Gamora did not check on that planet? Because Gamora would have.
Why would she?
Stop. Listen to me. Do you know
why would she? Because she cares.
Shut the fuck up. Listen.
She's been brainwashed by Thanos for who knows how long.
He says one thing to her. He says one thing to her. When she says you took me 20 years ago, he says to her that he saved the. Hold on. Let me play it.
Okay, go on, bring it up. Bring it up.
I don't have it's not on my lap. Hold on.
I'll bring it up. Bring it up.
Nerdman, he could say, I caused your planet to prosper. You could go to the planet, show that he's wrong, and he's going to go, well, no, it failed after I did what I did. It's never his fault.
It's at 1:20. 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Megalomaniac, nothing is ever his fault.
And all he says to her is that I saved you, and you know what happened to your planet? Everybody went to bed full bellies, and that was it. One thing. He's acknowledging he's right, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
So he checked,
dude. He could have been lying to her. Wait. So we believe the villain.
Mike, Thanos doesn't lie.
He's not killing people.
How do you know he doesn't lie?
He literally got on Gamora for lying. He got mad at her for lying.
No. The daughter said it. The daughter said it in Endgame. In the beginning of Endgame, Nebula says, "You know what? Of all the things, he's not terrible, but he's not a liar." So that means he was not fucking lying in that scene to him.
No, he's a liar. Because in Guardians, it shows that Gamora's whole race was killed, and she's the only survivor. So how come all of the people didn't live with full bellies in Gamora's planet? Well, Thanos didn't check. Thanos just killed half the people, and he assumes that everything will be fine. But he got all the doctors, he got all the farmers, and the useful people, and killed half of Gamora's planet, and now she's the only survivor. So he's just like thinking, everything's fine, full bellies.
Everything's fine because I solved it.
That's what we've just been talking about for the last 10 minutes. They poisoned Killmonger as well.
It's called fucking common. Thank you. You're fucking ridiculous.
You're cool, my brother. I always
this man.
Can we get to Mads Mama Bear's comment where she says that there are characters who were layered, and I'm like, did you not watch the same movie, Cersei?
Oh yeah, Cersei was not.
Cersei was layered. That's about it.
No, she was. I think she was the least layered, and also the most main character in the film. Who would get the top billing when they played?
What? The most what character?
The most layered.
Were layered.
Least layered, but she got the most time. She got the most screen time. She was I think in the casting at the end of the film, her name was first, wasn't it?
She was definitely the lead. She was definitely the lead.
Yeah, she was probably after Richard Madden.
Oh, maybe Icarus, maybe, but I would still give it to Cersei.
She was the leader of the film. She was the leader of the team.
I mean, Gilgamesh was at least a little bit later.
Was killed.
Gilgamesh got layered.
Little bit. There was a little bit.
There was some more. There was some more to his character. Like he had some personality to him. And
he wasn't just a guy that just punched things.
He had more personality than Cersei. I wish.
Wait, I'm gonna send everyone something in the private chat. Let me know what you think. Okay, just carry on though.
Let me see.
I mean, being layered was
that's not that big.
Really
Did you find it yet?
Shouldn't be proud of that.
Or have we moved on and you acknowledged that you were wrong about the fucking Gamora thing?
I just think it's
try to retrain your brain and ignore Nerdman's bullshit. Okay, so there's been 20 years in between the time Thanos wiped out half of her population, and then a lot of shit could happen between now and then. As you've seen on Earth, I mean, we fucking murder each other all the time, dude. Who knows if that, like, people might have freaked out because it was like a giant apocalypse or something like that. You don't know. And if it said that in Guardians of the Galaxy, then clearly that's what happened.
Okay, and well look, and this is the thing.
Of all the problems in that,
we know that. No, it's just one of them, guys. It's not my biggest problem. It's just one of my examples of inconsistency. This is not the biggest problem with the movie. This is one of the inconsistencies with the movie. That's what I'm saying. There's more, but it's just one of them. But this is the thing, right? So the Nova Corps are just shitty space police. So the Nova Corps are just so stupid. They know Thanos is going around killing people. They're not going to go help or check on people
because the movie didn't want them. They didn't want them to.
So that just makes another problem. The Nova Corps is just big dummies. The Guardians left the Power Stone with these big old idiots.
Well, maybe that's because Richard Rider wasn't there.
I'm not challenging you. I'm agreeing with you. But
hold on, wait. We're mixing comic book with film. I don't think they ever explained that the Nova Corps were outside of Xandar. They really had any, Well,
presence. Considering they didn't, because there's no Nova. There's no Nova in the MCU.
No. Remember, Nova Corps had that prison out of Xandar and stuff. That was them.
Remember that? There's no Nova. There's no Nova superhero.
So the prisoners were all over the universe.
I mean, if they had a prison off of Xandar, they probably had a police force that stretched just more than just that planet. If they was harboring a prison,
they're like the Guardians
outside
from Oa.
Yeah, space police. I'm not saying they are the green like them on that level, but they're space police to a degree. I mean,
no. The Nova
Carol Danvers was Carol
The
Danvers.
Nova Corps are the space police. The Novas.
I'm not. I'm not saying they're the only space police, but they're space police though. There could be more space polices on different.
No. Because you're going along the lines of that the Kree are because.
Well, the Kree are bad guys. They work with
Thanos. I'm mixing comic book law. I apologize.
Yeah, the Kree are bad guys.
The Kree have an entire realm of the universe under their control. That's why they're at war with the Skrulls, because it's like literally one of the biggest universal not colonies, race. Yeah. Okay, so they're literally policing their own quadrant of the universe.
Right, but we also remember that the Kree does have a relationship with Thanos.
In what way? What do you mean they have a relationship with Thanos?
Ronan was working with Thanos.
Yeah, but not because the Kree wanted him to. The Kree weren't. That's why he had to hide it. He was hiding it from everybody. Because he wanted to destroy the planet that nobody. He wanted to destroy that planet. I can't remember which one, and nobody wanted him to. So he was hiding his association with Thanos.
He wasn't hiding it.
Yes, he was, because he was going against Kree edict on wanting to destroy the planet, which is why he wanted the help in the first place to have the power to be able to destroy. I forget which planet he wanted to destroy. It's been so long. I apologize.
I gotta rewatch Guardians 1 again to see exactly.
Good. Watch the
Yeah, go on. Continue.
Nova Corps trash. Nova Corps trash. But see, it all makes sense because Nova Corps got defeated easily by Thanos.
But they didn't get defeated by Thanos. They got defeated by Ronan.
Now they got defeated by Thanos. Remember, Thanos decimated Xandar to get the Power Stone that they had. He defeated them. Well, he destroyed that. He messed up that planet too. Decimated it. That's what they said. Decimated Xandar. Gosh, that's why DC's better, Mike.
Oh, this is why DC's better.
Yeah. Marvel, trash.
Yeah, because DC movies have no inconsistencies in them.
Hey,
you can find.
Hey, just because the Darkseid forgot where the anti-life was does not mean that movie is completely inconsistent.
No. Just because sure, no problem.
Hey, man.
Like I was gonna say, use this is how you can solve the problem with the Thanos and Gamora thing. Use the same logic you use to justify the DC movies, and use that to justify what happens in the MCU movies.
Oh shit.
Hey, and Nerdman knows I will never justify Zack Snyder. Well, sometimes I will sometimes justify. Not all the time. Not all the time.
I love how you contradict your own sentence.
No. Not all the time. Nerdman knows I dislike both of those Justice League movies because those are not my preferred Justice League films.
Yo, I don't care what you say. Like, this movie makes the Justice League look like a fucking dude.
It's just as bad.
Dude, Josh Whedon's Justice League is better than this movie. Josh Whedon's Justice League. His take
that is. What about Joss Whedon?
To be fair, wait. To be fair, when I first watched Justice League, I was entertained. Yes, the movie was shitty, but I was entertained though.
Josh Whedon's Justice League is just as disconnected as this Eternals movie. So what are you talking about?
No. And that's the thing. That's the thing. It is, but like one was more entertaining. Josh Whedon Justice was more entertaining.
Look at this tier rank.
No. It was only more entertaining because you knew who the characters were. That's the only reason it was more entertaining. It's like, oh, I know who these people are.
Well,
even that helps. That helps. That's not a lie. You know, sometimes
nobody knew who the Guardians of the Galaxy was.
Exactly, and it made you care about them. And it made you care about them. Right, and it made you care about them. This one, they took a swing and they missed. They took a swing and they took a swing and it worked with the Guardians of the Galaxy. They took a swing and they missed with this one. That's fine.
Okay.
It happens sometimes. But admit it. Fucking admit it. Admit when your fucking MCU movies are dog shit, which they are quite often.
Whoa.
They're no more dog shit than the majority of the I hate to break this to you,
actually, no.
The average MCU movie is no better or no worse than the average DCEU movie. Okay,
here's the thing.
If you think Wonder Woman and Aquaman are this elevated cinematic superhero movie, the bias is irrelevant. Okay.
Wait, Wonder Woman is good. Wonder Woman 1 is good.
Nah.
And like
Wonder Woman
is
good.
It's just standard. What elevated the Wonder Woman movie above all other superhero movies? What made Wonder Woman not a typical movie, a typical superhero movie, but a great superhero movie?
I can tell you
because it was the most typical ever.
Because it took a female superhero and finally got it fucking right.
So in other words, it's a typical
David,
movie.
Do you want to hear my reason before you go on?
It is not typical. There's not a lot of movies that do it. Wonder Woman.
Specification.
Do you want me to give you my reason before you go on?
Sure.
Okay. It took an aspirational hero, right? An aspirational hero, a hero who just purely believes in good, whether you find them corny or not. That she
was naive.
Wait. It took that hero and it didn't make fun of it. It said, Fuck you if you think that it's corny that she believes in hope and she believes in goodness. Fuck you if you think that's corny. I don't care. That's who Wonder Woman is, and we're just gonna put her on
corny as fuck,
screen as she fucking is.
This just sounds like you hate it.
They don't. That is what I love. When she
was the only person who was against war. She thought that she was the only person who thought, you know what, war is bad. Are you kidding me?
You're giving me a headache. You're giving me a headache. I just said it right now. I just said it right now. I just said it right now. They put it on screen. They put it on your.
That woman has a child. How is she involved? Like, are you? What level?
Dude, she's never seen a baby before. This is what I'm talking about. Because you're cynical, Jaded. You're fucking cynical, and that is the whole point.
Listen to who's fucking
that
saying
is the whole
that.
point.
Listen to who fucking saying that.
No, I'm gonna come on screen. I'm gonna come on screen, and I'm gonna say,
you are such a
I'm gonna come on screen.
I'm a woman.
I'm gonna come on.
I understand how life works.
I'm gonna come on screen.
War is all men. Give me a break.
You clearly didn't understand the movie. Right? First of all,
I understand
I don't understand how you didn't understand it because it's a very simple movie. But you clearly
it was incredibly blatant. I'm a woman and I'm against war.
No. Here was what it was saying.
Oh, by the way, a warrior race.
Wow. You're not even going to let me finish. Let me finish saying what I'm going to say.
I love that.
Let me finish what I'm going to say. Yeah, again, you don't really get it. So, first of all, Wonder Woman has never seen a baby before, right? She's never seen a child before or a baby.
You know?
How do you know?
Where was this information? Where was this information?
Information is right there in the movie. She's the only Amazon. She's the only Amazon born on the island. Yes, you did.
You missed the fucking film. She was the only child.
She's the only child on the fucking island. The rest of them were taken to the island.
Excuse me.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is what I'm talking about. Don't criticize the movie. You haven't watched it. She was the only child on that island.
What's your
They
point?
basically said in the beginning of the movie, Zeus creates the Amazons. The Amazons were attacked by men. The Amazons then, because they were attacked by men, Zeus granted them this island to live on as immortals for the rest of their life. Then, what's her name? Wanted a baby. Hippolyta wanted a baby. Wanted a baby, but she couldn't have a baby on the island. But Zeus comes and he grants her this baby as the fucking god killer.
What's your point?
So, therefore, Diana, who's a woman, right, and has the instincts and fucking maternal instincts of a woman, has never seen a baby before.
What's your point? What's your
point?
When she sees a real baby.
When she sees a baby, she's gonna be fucking surprised by that because of her maternal instincts as a fucking woman.
Wrong.
And that was what was endearing about it. That was what was endearing about that fucking scene.
Okay,
but because you're too cynical and you don't want to see that, and that's why. That is why I said. That's why I said in the beginning of this. I said this in the beginning. JD, stop. I said this in the beginning. They put an aspirational hero on screen.
I'm not arguing that.
Fuck you if you think it's corny. We don't care if you think it's corny. We are just going to put the aspirational hero on screen for you to see. We don't care what
corny
you
as fuck,
dude. That was brave. That was brave for them to do.
Let me respond.
Okay, now you can respond.
Problem with your example. Here's the problem with your example. Because when she sees the baby, she is appalled at the fact that a baby could die in this. As if no other mother on earth had that exact same thought. That no other father was upset at the fact that their child could die. This movie had it that only Wonder Woman was appalled that the fact that a child could die in the war. you understand how they made her respect?
No, jaded. Of course, other people are fucking distressed and horrified that children die in war.
And nobody called her out on it.
Guess what we do, Jaded? Jaded, guess what we do when we know right now there are children dying in wars? We get on streams and we argue about the fucking Eternals because we ignore it, because we're used to it, because we know it's a reality in our fucking world. Yeah. She comes from a utopian fucking world where nothing like that could even be conceived. The idea that you could go to war, that generals could sit behind their fucking desks and send people to fucking war without going to war as soldiers right beside them is a fucking absurdity to her. The idea that a child, an innocent, can die in fucking war is an absurdity to Wonder Woman because of where she comes from. Because of where we come from.
Because she's ignorant and naive.
Because of where we come from. Because of where we come from, we can watch the news and then we can say to each other, "Oh man, isn't that fucking horrible that kids are dying in this war?" And then we can move on with our fucking life.
And
it's a fucking good movie. It's a good movie.
And that makes her ignorant and naive of how the world works.
Yeah, she's
a wonderful person.
Yeah, fuck little Jimmy.
And that's the point.
She doesn't know jack shit about the world.
Actually, she did act a little naive when she went to
a little naive.
I was being generous because she's cute.
Because Steve was trying to educate her the whole time that Diana, the world is not what you think it is. It's not all
that.
She was naive.
And she's going, no, it's simple. War is bad. Why must kill Ares?
That's not saying that.
This is how ignorant she was. She actually thought that if she killed Ares, that would have ended the war because it's Ares. But how naive do you have to be?
She's not naive. The rest of the world is cowardly and wrong and morally warped.
Well, we know that.
Yeah, and she doesn't.
Right.
And we know exactly why.
She literally thinks that the reason war exists is because Ares is causing it to happen.
Well, I'm going to let you finish, Jaden. I'm going to let you finish, Jaden, and then we're
God of War, because they know the history of the God of War. So she's going to assume that Ares is the one doing it. He was the last god alive too. That he's the one causing the wars. She didn't grow up in the rest of the world to know these concepts why these wars are happening.
That's right. That's how naive and ignorant she is.
She's ignorant, but she's not naive.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
She's naive. She thinks that she can just.
Oh my God! You're giving me a fucking migraine.
But the war's over here.
Jaded, you're trying so hard to not understand the fucking concept. And you know what? It's funny because as Rogue and everyone else has said, it's not even a complicated comic book movie. It's not. It's sweet. I'll give it that. It's got the sweetness to it, and it's kind of like
Wonder Woman.
No, I don't think it's no, you said it isn't a complicated movie. Wait, Jaded. Let me. Okay, all right. I'll let you go. I'll let you grandstand.
She goes, "How are you supposed to fight in this?" This is a woman who was supposed. You're trying to tell me she puts on that dress and she goes, "How are we supposed to fight in this?" Why would a person who is not a war-born warrior who knows anything about war?
She is a warrior.
Okay, then she is a warrior. She doesn't know how war works. Don't act this naive that she doesn't know that
she wasn't thrown into the field. That was her first experience.
She wasn't thrown into the field. It's one thing to train for war, to train for conflict, to be the best warrior when you're just fighting people who aren't actually really trying to harm you. And it's a whole nother thing to see modern day fucking warfare, indifferent warfare, where people just throw bombs into villages and fucking kill a bunch of people. It's a completely different thing.
How she's naive.
So wait, fanboy, are you saying there was forced humor in this movie because she's asking how can you fight in this and acting all naive towards different things? Like,
absolutely, it was forced humor.
That's not forced humor. That humor comes directly from the character. That is organic.
Oh, I like her. Oh, I like her.
Organic humor. It makes sense. No, dude, it's the same thing.
It makes sense when you like the movie.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense when you don't like the movie.
That was not forced humor.
That was not forced humor.
That was not forced humor.
That's facts right there. Facts.
That was not forced humor. No.
FACTS.
She
thinks
all women
forced humor that you approve of. That's why it's not
She thinks all women should be warriors. Yeah, go on, K-Dots.
It's not her reactions is funny to us because she's not.
It's a fish out of water.
Yeah, that's why it's funny.
She's a fish out of water. What is required to be a fish out of water? Being ignorant of how the world works and being naive.
You keep saying that as if that's a bad thing. You keep saying that as if that's a bad thing. Being ignorant,
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Wait, JD.
But you're saying she's a virtuous character.
Oh my God! I just said wait. Being ignorant and being naive does not necessitate that you are a bad character. The two things do not equate to each other. So
I agree.
Using that as a criticism is a nonsense. You have to show why she's a bad character in and of herself, not because
your defense is she's a virtuous character. Your defense was she's a virtuous character, and I'm going no, she's not a virtuous character. She's ignorant and naive. She's ignorant and naive. She's a fish out of water.
She's a hopeful character because she's been raised in a place that is hopeful and where women are not
none of the soldiers
women are
virtuous. None of the soldiers sacrificing their lives.
Who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Thank God Wonder Woman, because otherwise we wouldn't have known what virtue is.
Jaded, who said that? Who told you that none of the soldiers were virtuous? No, nothing in the film says anything that the soldiers aren't virtuous. If anything, it shows, hey, Steve Trevor, he's just a guy, even though he's jaded and, you know, the world is like, he sees this, he's grown up pretty much his entire life watching. No, he's grown up almost his entire life seeing the world in one of the most fucking horrific conflicts in human history, and he still keeps some kind of sense of human decency and fucking hope. He doesn't even know what marriage looks like because he's
so we don't need Wonder Woman for hope. So we don't need Wonder Woman for hope.
Who said we needed Wonder Woman for hope? Who said we needed Wonder Woman for hope? That is not the whole fucking point of the movie. The point of the movie is the reason she's virtuous and the reason that she's kind of she's somebody who's endearing to us is because of her naivety and ignorance, because of where she's come from, and seeing this world of moral grays through the eyes of somebody who thinks of, you know, it's absurd. Why wouldn't women?
And you need Wonder Woman to do that. You needed this movie to do that. What you couldn't figure out on your own.
Why do you need any superhero or any character in a movie to do anything?
It's like I don't need Wonder Woman.
Do I need
Iron Man Wonder Woman to tell me war is bad? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't need Wonder Woman to tell me that war is not a good thing.
It's okay because it's a DC.
We know war is bad. But
so then that's the theme of the movie.
We are indifferent. We are indifferent to that suffering.
No,
we are indifferent. Yes, we are. All right. Why aren't you in fucking? Why aren't you trying to save or help fucking children in fucking conflicts in Bangladesh?
Because I don't care.
What? Because you don't care. Because you're indifferent. That's the whole fucking point. Wonder Woman isn't indifferent because of where she's come from.
Okay, then, if that's the case, okay, why isn't she constantly helping fight all the wars in the world? Why did she only do World War II and then that was it?
I'm not talking about the rest of the movies with Wonder Woman. I'm talking about Wonder Woman 1.
So because in this
I'm talking about Wonder Woman 1.
World War II,
I don't justify Wonder Woman 1984. I think it's bullshit. Personally, I don't think she should have been in World War One, and since they made her in World War One, they should have. It was World War One. They should have stuck her in a trilogy. They should have stuck her in a trilogy in the past, because Wonder Woman's character in the comics, has always been, she comes to this time, whatever time we are in, just like Superman. You set her origin in the time. It's not like in present time. So that she can react and respond how she does to the world and its conflicts at the present time and make it relevant, so that going on, she continues that naivety, so that she will, like Wonder Woman in the comics, like as you said, will be like, you know, looking at a war and be like really frustrated that she can't fucking help, or she can't do something because, you know, Superman or whatever is saying you can't go and, you know, like interfere in this situation.
So
yeah, she does get frustrated.
Or she could be a private detective.
But anyway,
hold on, wait a minute. So, I mean, I haven't seen the movie, God, since 2018, maybe when did it come out? 2017.
Yeah,
Wonder Woman.
2017.
Yeah, so I haven't seen it since then. But she wasn't made of clay.
No, not in the movie.
And also, okay, so I think MSK said that she was the only child on the island. So how did they get new Amazons then?
No, all those adult Amazons,
they don't, because they never fought anybody.
Okay.
Yeah, all those adult Amazons were the ones that Zeus gave the island to, and that was there. Diana was the first like new Amazon.
So they didn't use George Perez's stuff then.
Yeah, because I mean, because none of them ever died. None of them ever died.
What did they do? What, the outfit?
No, it was an influence. It was an influence on the story.
There was very little of George Perez's Wonder Woman in that movie.
No, there was bits and pieces of George Perez's
Can we rank
Wonder Woman, but they went with the new 52. Yeah, let's rank these characters.
I feel like that top row that you have is meaningless because no one is going to be ranked up there. Where we actually want to see these guys.
Did he do his creative descriptions of the levels again?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
There's just two levels. They were fine and no.
Okay.
If you're good, looking forward to seeing them again. Put the Celestials. That's it.
Okay. Mediocre.
Awful. And I want Galactus in there. I want Galactus.
I never want to see them again.
An MCU movie.
Okay, so let's start off with Kingo. Where are you going to put him?
I want to see him again.
Where are you going to put Kingo, Mike, and why? And then we'll go to K-Dots and down.
Okay. Can you scroll below so I can see the other? I can only see Awful, and I never want to see this in the MCU again. What are the other two up top? Okay, there we go. Mediocre, forgettable. Okay. Looking forward to see him again. I mean, I think he was more than okay, but you know, it would kind of like be in between. But yeah, he was funny. I did like his powers. And if he brings his valet, that's bonus. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Next. I'll go last.
I don't want to see him again. I don't like how he operates as a character. He was endangering the dude. That's his cameraman. Bringing him here on this mission that he had nothing to do with. I'll be honest, his powers is lackluster. Not really as cool as I thought they would be.
But that was his valet's choice. He made that decision. He didn't drag him.
He was because he's going. If you fail,
he didn't need to be there.
Fail, I'm going to die anyway. So what's the problem?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
That was an unnecessary character that didn't need to be there to just have as comedic relief.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
all right. So you're saying which one?
And also that ending where he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to choose no side, bye." Like, fuck you, get out of here, bro. Put him in. I don't want to see him again. You better pick a side, motherfucker.
Really? All the way? I never want to see him again. Wow.
I don't want to see him again, dude. That move at the end was so pussy. Like, at least if he chose a side
among Eternals, come on. How dare you not have the same conviction as the Eternals? A powerless 50-year-old man. Yeah. How dare you?
No. I wanted Kingo to at least pick a side. Icarus, because the way he was talking, it seemed like he was going to go with Icarus. But he should have pick a side, and I would have been okay.
He literally had the power to. He literally had the power to finger blast people.
Like it was no reason for him to not be in the final battle when he could have been cool and did some stuff in the final battle. But I'm like, they just
his character showed that not everybody could. He was showing that you couldn't choose. He didn't know.
Well, I wanted him to make a choice. I mean,
because he didn't
make a choice.
That's what brings
all right.
These Eternals can involve themselves in all this stuff, but they don't want to make choices no more. Cool, but they want to involve themselves in little people's matters.
All right, Jaded, where are you putting?
All the way to the top. He was the best character of the movie.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to okay. Cool. And any reasons?
Because even though he was established as comic relief, right? He was the typical comic relief character. They did it so well that it was actually enjoyable. I enjoyed all the humor of it. I enjoyed his. As for his indecisiveness, I thought that was the most realistic one. It's like him being indecisive was the most realistic reaction out of all of them, because he goes, "I don't know what to pick. You're giving me. You got to choose between Icarus or us. And you got 5 seconds." Everybody else was like, "Oh yeah, I got it," and he's going, "Well, no, I don't know." So yeah, he was the best.
Choosing to do something is better. Choosing to do something better than nothing. But that's Jaded.
No, he was choosing. I don't know. He chose I don't know, and it was the most realistic reaction to the situation.
Sure, Sean.
Yeah.
Your pick.
For where I'd rank him.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Leaves him in okay. Okay. Any reasons?
Yeah, I liked him. Just didn't like him out as much as others or overly. He was like the one character where like he's not. I wouldn't say he's like top tier or bottom tier. The only like character I'd really say that with that and the one Korean character, if he's Korean.
Okay, cool. If he's Korean, we don't know. Yeah. We should find out about that. That's probably quite important. I'm not sure. He was in what's the film Train to Busan?
That guy. That was him.
Yeah, what country is that?
Oh, he's a badass in that film. Okay, yeah, he's Korean. Yeah.
He's Korean, yeah. Okay, so then it's Korean. Yeah. I love that movie. He's really good in it as well. You're right.
Oh yeah.
Chillmonger.
I don't think he's this good. I mean, I never want to see him in the MCU. Is too harsh because he mentioned Thor and how he used to be chill with us, and then he stopped chilling with us. I remember he made a little line like that. He's not awful. His powers were good, the finger stuff. But when you decide not to be a part of the, final conflict, when you could have added to the movie, you could have, had a climax to your character. He didn't. He's mediocre, forgettable. He's mediocre, but not forgettable. But he got both words in the same category.
Nerdman does that, yeah.
I'd say mediocre.
Okay, so that moves him down to mediocre. I'm gonna say this. I thought the actor, I'm gonna butcher his name, Kumail Nanjiani, came to play. He was the only actor who seemed to me to actually care that he was in a big budget MCU movie. He, for the most part, nailed lines that were mediocre. He kind of he had a kind of Johnny Cage vibe about him, which I liked, which was fun. And to me, his Bollywood dance scene was god tier. I loved his little dance scene there.
Really?
That was really fun.
I thought that was good.
When we talk about the long movie, that's something I would have cut.
I would have definitely cut that.
I would have cut everything else because that was fun.
Okay.
That was at least fun. So, that being said, what the movie does with him is trash. I'm not bothered by his decision not to take part or whatever, add a little, wrinkle or something to the story to make it interesting on where the Eternals stand. But in general, it's just like, nothing's done with any of these characters. So
you can't really.
He's fun. It's hard to rank him. I guess I'm between. I want to see him again and okay, but I'd lean more towards okay.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So next we've got Icarus. or should we leave him for a little bit?
Leave him for last.
Okay, let's go on to Druig. The Druig, played by Barry Keoghan.
Bootleg Ezra Miller. Get it right.
Yeah, bootleg Ezra Miller. We can start again with Rogue.
I'll put the top one. See him again.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I liked. I mean, the fact that he was like the first one that was like, this is wrong. We should be helping them. That kind of stopped this. I have the power to stop this or whatever. I felt that was interesting, and that sort of kind of started the dissension between some of the characters, and I think that was actually where they decided to split up and go their own ways and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'll give it to him. And I like the relationship that he had with Makari.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, go.
I am looking forward to. I am looking forward to seeing him again.
Wow.
And I'll say that. The reason I say this, at least he's one of the Eternals in this movie that has some fucking sense in his damn head. Shit. Bring him again. Bring him again. But yeah,
I'll let you. If you want to jump on, by all means, jump on. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but you're looking forward to see him again. And you, so you were sorry, I got distracted. Mm-hmm.
I want to see him again. I also love the fact that he's showing love to the deaf women. The deaf women need love too.
Okay. All right, go on, Jaded.
I never want to see him again.
Go ahead, Jaded.
I never want to see him again. Because he did nothing. He picked a side. What did he do? Nothing. He could have used his powers to actually, do something against the deviants and actually avoid a lot of the fights. Well, no, that's not showing his powers. He was whiny. Oh, I don't like what you guys are doing, so I'm leaving. I'm taking my ball and going home. And then what does he do for 7,000 years? He hides in a forest. Big deal. Doesn't do it. All he was in this movie was a red herring, so that you thought he was going to be the one that was going to be the one that turns. So he was nothing more than a red herring to make everybody think he was going to be the one that was going to turn against them. But it was really Ikaris all the entire time.
Yeah, that's still something. That is a role. So you're not really shitting on it by saying that he played the red herring.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Nerdman.
So his purpose is done. There's no reason to see him again because he offers nothing to the story.
No, it didn't offer nothing.
No. He played his role. He played his purpose. There's nothing more for him to do in this movie. In the second movie.
You're doing it again, Jaded. You're doing it again.
Doing what?
You're just criticizing for critique's sake. I mean, he's a character in a movie and he had a role.
He showed love to the deaf woman. Okay, give me a break. How was that a non-sequitur if I've ever heard it? Because he showed love to the deaf woman.
You are the king.
And also, wait, Jaded, don't forget. I said he had some damn sense, unlike the other Eternals. He was actually thinking.
What sense? What sense? He took his ball and went away.
Using his powers to stop the simplest things that wouldn't even harm that much.
That one time. He did it that one time. And then that's it?
Yeah, because he was trying to prove a point at that moment. Which he did.
What? What was the point?
That he used powers to stop this small conflict instead of just letting it spiral out of control and people start dying. When we can stop this and nip it in the bud.
And then he does it that one time and never does it again.
Yeah, hey.
All right, Rogue. What were you going to say? And you said,
I'm just curious because your son and I, we gave it the top tier, and then he gave it. He never wants to see it again, but you moved it down 2 slots. Are you saying his one vote is worth 2 of ours?
Damn right. Damn right.
Fuck that. Is it because he's white and Canadian?
White man, one white person's vote obviously counts more than two black people's votes. Come on.
Black. Wow. Well, I'm Hispanic, not black, but yeah. Wow.
Well, that's a 3/4 vote for you then.
Wow.
I thought because he moved it, he moved it down right to the bottom, so it would move it down 2 because it's right.
No,
if he moved it to awful or more mediocre, forgettable, then it would be okay.
I would vote for awful.
No, actually, I was right.
I was right. Up here.
No, it'll get down.
I was right.
It's still Killmonger.
I say awful character. This guy was the reminder that you're introducing 10 people in one movie. It was like, oh yeah, guess we got to go to the Amazon to check on this guy. He was never someone who I wanted to see again. That's an overstatement on your guys' part. Let's not pretend like he was significant. He's an awful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Sean.
Thank you, Killmonger.
Yeah.
Jaded, I agree. They didn't follow through with this character like they should have, like you said.
And if they had followed through, he would have been one of the best characters because he would have had the biggest story arc. But they just went, no, we're just going to pretend that he's the bad guy.
Yeah, listen, he wasn't the most important or used, but he was still had a good role, I'd say. And easily was the best actor of them all, had the best charisma, and can be used in a lot of places in future films. So see you again. I want to know what you guys are smoking.
I just didn't like the character.
There you go. So you got to move up.
I'll say this. You said he's gone to mediocre.
No, he said see you again.
What did you say, Sean? No, you said see again.
Yeah. All the way
you said see again, Sean.
Aren't you paying attention to what your own guests are saying? Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah. Sorry, there was something in the private chat that I just wanted to check on quickly. I apologize, Sean. Like fucking. So this character is not the worst character in the movie. I didn't get that he went to the Amazon and he just went with a bunch of people and just was controlling them the whole time. I don't see how that would make you warm to him as a person. That's kind of like some mental manipulation thing that he was just doing the whole time when he was supposed to be somewhat like he was supposed to be someone.
He wasn't controlling.
He wasn't consistently controlling them. He controlled them when he wanted them to fight.
When they were fighting, he goes, they're going to die. And he goes, okay, go to the river. Because he dropped the mind control so that they could have free will to go run away and not get killed by the deviants.
Yeah, but he would rather have them fight and defend their home.
But they were losing.
And that's when whoever we're talking with, Sprite, whoever talked to him told him, you need to let these people go because they're going to lose. And it's like, all right, then. Yeah.
And if Sprite didn't say anything, he would have easily have sacrificed them.
He probably would have. I mean,
so he's not a redeemable character.
Yeah, I didn't really get that.
Yeah,
I didn't really feel. I really didn't feel
when he tried to save humanity at the end of the movie.
He didn't say. But he didn't do anything. He just said, I'm on your side.
I know, but he's literally helping them try and save humanity at the end of the movie.
I didn't really feel his defiance against the Eternals.
Mm-hmm.
You want to finish?
So did Kingo. Kingo
ran. Kingo just ran and didn't do nothing.
Did he become part of the Unimind just as much as Druid? So
he didn't become part of the Unimind. He straight up left.
Kingo left.
Oh, Kingo did leave?
He didn't stay.
I thought they were all
I'm going to finish up this now. Look, I didn't really get his defiance against the Eternals. I don't think he was acted very well as well. I thought the actor was doing a pretty poor job of delivering really stilted lines of why exactly he's against what was happening with humanity and against involving himself in the conflicts. There was a potential there for him to be a good character, but it was really not fulfilled because of what happened at the end. So yeah, I don't know. Awful. I would say awful. He's not. he's just not a believable character at all. And his motivations are all, they seem to be kind of like haphazard and all over the place. And everything that, when the story's trying to be deep through him and say all the deep themes and meanings of the story through him, it isn't pulled off because the dialogue's so fucking trash and he's doing it in a trash way. He is bootleg fucking Ezra Miller. I hope he's a better actor for his own career in future. I don't know. I haven't seen him in anything else, but I hope he is a better actor for his own sake. And this is just because the movie was so terrible.
Could have had the movie without him.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have had the movie then. Anyway,
why is he awful?
It's because I said he's awful, right? So that
but that's two awfuls, one never want to see, and three top ones. So it should be at least mediocre, right?
Did you say what? So you said he's top. You said he's top tier, Sean?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay.
So mediocre.
Oh, okay, mediocre then. All right, cool.
Look at you. So MCU fans stressed out my father, bastards.
Wait, I'm an MCU fan.
Yes, you are today, Sean.
Wow.
You're an MCU fan.
That's an insult.
Should we go on to let's go
Sean,
on to who should we do next?
Hey, let's get Icarus out the way.
Let's go because we want to save Icarus, that beautiful bastard. We want to save him for a little bit. Let's go Ajak.
I like Ajak. I like her little landing after Icarus pushed her down. So she had some quality to her. She was a leader. She didn't overstay her welcome either. The acting performance by Selma Hayek was decent. But that's about as much good things I can say about her.
So what are we putting her in?
We're going to start this one off at mediocre.
Okay. We can go from whoever's next to Chillmonger.
Sean.
Yeah, mediocre. I can't really say don't want to see again because, we're not going to, so mediocre.
Okay. Next up.
Jaded.
Which one are we doing? Ajak?
Ajak.
Awful.
Okay. Any reasons or just?
Other than just her being the leader, she wasn't interesting. I didn't care about her character. Her character served a purpose, and that was it. But I didn't like her. I didn't hate her. I just didn't have any. She was just like a plot point for me. So there was no personality, nothing interesting about her. Nothing to hate, nothing to like. Also, I guess, mediocre, forgettable. My apologies. Not
okay, mediocre, forgettable. Okay.
Ajax to me was mediocre, forgettable. As a leader, okay, can't fight, didn't do nothing in the movie, barely in the movie.
What was her powers?
She just heals. That's it.
Okay.
Useless power for a leader character, but she didn't do nothing. Useless, waste of time. Was barely in the movie. Wasted an actor for such a limited role, but Selma Hayek's breast was amazing, but still, she's forgettable.
She was covered up.
Wow.
Okay. Her breasts, her beautiful breasts were amazing. Made her thing pop out, but
you were just thinking about like fucking From Dusk Till Dawn every time.
Hey! Wait.
He picks the most non sequitur reasons of why he likes and doesn't like a character.
Yeah, okay.
Valid reason.
I like her hair in this movie.
She was wearing too many clothes.
Yes,
that's a valid reason.
Way too many clothes.
That's a valid reason.
All right. Next, Rogue.
I'm gonna have to give her the top tier for those titties.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I just imagine unwrap, peeling it like a banana and just that
motorboating.
That awesome.
What would you give her if she was an A cup?
Well, I still think she's pretty, so you know, she's still fine. So I'd give her an okay.
You know, actually, I'm not going to get into this. Who's the Latino chick in Birds of Prey?
Latino chick?
Rosie Perez.
The detective?
Rosie Perez?
Yeah.
Rosie Perez. I always found her like the hottest Latino actress. I something about
Rosie. Really?
She used to be hot. When she was in White Man Can't Jump, Do the Right Thing, she was hot. But
she was in White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah.
The girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's wow. She did not age well.
For Salma, you got to watch, like you said, Dust to Dawn or Desperado.
Salma aged.
Yeah, but I really don't think we should be judging these women on. Fucking
I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know that is like very enlightened, son. You know, I let my children.
You have to appreciate.
And do as they want.
Wait.
You have got to appreciate.
You know, I try and raise them the right way.
Nerdman.
Male chauvinist and proud of it.
Nerdman. I caught this guy bootleg Ezra Miller. I called out his looks for being a bootleg Ezra Miller, not the true Ezra Miller, trying to be a fake Ezra Miller.
And you have no problem with that.
His look.
See?
He's a bootleg Ezra Miller.
You didn't say that his dick looked really big in those fucking pants. And that's why you fucking like him in the movie.
You know what?
He didn't get a good enough look at the package.
You know what, K-Dots? I'm glad to see your dad. I am so glad to see your dad moves the goalpost with you too. I'm glad it's not just us. Okay, I swear to God, I don't feel so bad now.
He's fair with all of us.
All right. Look, is it my go or
yeah?
Where's Mike?
So
it is.
You know, I have a mixed relationship with Salma Hayek as an actress. I think she's okay in some things. I liked her in the movie about
the Bill and Ted one.
Frida.
The best
Frida Kahlo, about Frida Kahlo. I thought she did quite a good job in that. So she can do her thing. This is her worst performance I've ever seen her in. This was a really nothing, thankless role. She was emotionless. She was robotic. She had no character. And even when she tried to infuse some of the things with passion, it didn't come off. Maybe because of the dialogue. Maybe that wasn't her fault. Either way, she was a fucking awful character. I never want to see her again. I don't know if I'm going to put her down to the worst. Mike, you said looking for Sia, which moves her up to okay. Right. I think there are worse characters in this movie, so I'm going to just put her in awful, which moves her to mediocre. She wasn't the worst, but as a character, she's just nothing in the movie. And any time that she has an opportunity to shine, she doesn't. For whatever reason, whether it's the dialogue or whether it's her, I don't know. But it's pretty much the worst thing I've ever seen her in. That's my thoughts on it. All right. Let's go. Everyone's favorite gay dad. Let's go to Phastos.
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 I want to see him again. I liked his power. I liked him, being creating things. He was what's the word? He wasn't like physical. I like the way he did the constructs and stuff like that. It was kind of slightly Scarlet Witch-ish with the hand stuff and all that stuff, but the things that he was creating was pretty cool. I did like the confrontation between him and Ikaris, regardless of, I forgot who it was in this chat that didn't. But yeah. And I did like him. I felt him emotionally during the Hiroshima thing was good too. So yeah, I want to see more.
Phastos was okay to me. Definitely better than the mediocre characters. I did like the way his powers work. His relationship with the relation with his son and his husband. I had no issue with it. Thought it was nice. A little sweet. And I just thought he was okay. He didn't piss me off. And I did like the Hiroshima sequence. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he was trying really hard to be funny.
He wasn't really funny to me, but you know, he at least has some personality.
He is a dad.
No, not just a dad jokes. I mean, just when he's with the team, trying to like be super funny when he's not really funny. Like this actor to me, not a really funny dude. He does this.
He tries to go really. I know. Yeah. You know what never saved the world? Your sarcasm. Oh, for fuck's sake. Anyway,
I mean, this is the first time when he like tried to act funny. Like he's not a funny actor.
Yeah, he did it in the Kong versus what's it called as well? Godzilla versus Kong didn't work.
Yeah. Wait. Oh shit! No, I'm glad you brought it up. He was acting the same way he did in Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah, he's a better. He's a better dramatic.
Stop it.
He's a better dramatic actor. He's a better dramatic actor than he is.
Hey, he's good on Atlanta.
Yeah, sure.
Put him in okay for me. But keep
that doesn't change anything really. Because
it does now because I put him on okay also, and I'm gonna join K-Dot with all of the positive things he pointed out. I think that his character had a purpose where he was leading us. His creation stuff is a unique power that we haven't seen in other Marvel films, so that's a plus also. The reason I don't want to see him again is because he was in the Eternals movie, though. So he just gets the okay from me.
Okay. Who was next? Sean? Or Jaded?
Yeah. Well, Sean can go.
Okay, I'll put him in okay, I guess. I know, so if they were ever make a film about Nerdman or K-Dots, this is the guy I want to see play him.
You can't pull off my jokes. You can't pull off my humor, bro.
Man, he can't pull off my sexy voice anyways.
Yeah, you can't pull off that sexy high top like K-Dots, man.
He have to get a wig. He has to get a high top wig.
I think you need someone like Denzel or like Mahershala Ali, like someone of that quality who could maybe capture capture some of my charisma. You know, like just someone along those.
Who are you gonna pick Who are you gonna pick to capture all the crazy?
Okay, let's just get Tyler Perry on it.
Tyler Perry would be more realistic.
All right, guys. I think it's Jaded then. Or did you finish, Sean?
Okay. I'm gonna have to say okay because there's a lot of things I didn't like about his character, but the family element, I really, really liked the family element, and I think that was a really good part of the movie was the family element.
Same.
If he didn't have the family element, I wouldn't have liked his character at all. But because of the family element, he's definitely an okay.
Yeah,
you know what that's code for? You know what that's code for? You don't want to say anything against this character because he's gay. Because he's got a gay family. Because he's got a gay family. You think I'm afraid to say it? Because he's got a gay family, you guys don't want to say anything about it. You guys want to be on board.
No,
look, there's nothing in it. I'll say it right now. There was nothing in this film that's woke. I don't find the fact that there's a gay character didn't bother me at all. So the family, the idea was cool of having a gay family. Loved the fact that they actually didn't queer bait and they actually had a proper gay kiss. You know, like showing that they're a loving family, they love each other, you know, and they have a son and whatever. Problem is, this motherfucker's corny as fuck. Yeah, this joke that he was doing was terrible. Okay. Every joke he tried to do was fucking awful. I never want to see this motherfucker again. I'm going to say it straight to the fucking screen. I never want to see this motherfucker again.
The fact that they made him gay
fucking terrible. He had one good scene.
Was pathetic, but they didn't just make him a gay man. They had the family element. If any character, any of the elementals, the Eternals, if they had given any of the Eternals a family element, I would have picked that one. I would have picked that Eternal.
Okay,
this is the only Eternal that had the family element.
Good. All right, good. This guy had one job. He had one job in this movie, and that was to be the comedic relief. He failed spectacularly.
Was the comedic relief.
He failed spectacularly. He was the comedic relief. Him and the Asian guy, what's his name?
Gilgamesh.
Kingo. They had one job. They had one job, and that was to make us laugh. Kingo made me laugh, like a little bit, at least a little bit of a chuckle, at least in my head. This guy made me anti-laugh. He made me do the opposite. I was groaning.
Anti-laugh?
My head rolled through my fucking eyes when this guy was making jokes.
He was the only
absolute
character.
Trash. I never want to see him again. I never want to see him again.
His character was the only Eternal that had a justification to want to save the planet. His character, because he had a partner, because he had a child,
they never explore that.
Only legitimate reason.
And they never explore that. And they never explore that, do they? They never once go. Actually, do you know what? You know what? I've got a family. I can't let the world be destroyed. And fight that much harder. Fight that much more desperately because he's trying to save his family. That would have made him a good character. He didn't. They didn't explore it enough. I didn't fucking notice it. Until you just said that now, I didn't even fucking think of that.
How did you miss
that? Because they didn't show it in the movie. They did not show it in the movie. Oh my
God, I may be jaded, but I'm not that jaded. Holy
Are you trying to say you mentioned that in the movie that I've got a family and that's what I'm fighting for?
It's in the movie.
All right. Yeah. If it happened, then I sincerely apologize because actually that would have made me warm.
He literally didn't want to help the character. He literally said, "I'm not helping you because I have a family. I have an investment."
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, he didn't say it with passion, bro. He did not say that with passion.
Stop.
He didn't say it with
the passion. He did not say that with passion.
If he said it with passion,
in the last fight scene,
what was he supposed to do? Get on his knees and cry?
You didn't get the sense he was fighting for anything more than the other Eternals. He was just fighting alongside them. And I'll tell you this about this piece of trash. That fucking earmuffs fucking joke is the worst joke in the MCU. Right. It's the worst joke in the MCU so far, and that's a lot. There are a lot of bad jokes in the MCU. There was that joke by fucking Drax where he was talking about how big someone's shit is. That joke is better than this fucking joke.
What joke?
Earmuffs. Oh, the earmuffs, son. And we don't talk about violence in front. My God, how corny is this character?
But that was the hypocrisy. But
he just kept getting cornier and cornier and cornier.
It was. That was you missed the joke. You see, it's like Wonder Woman. You missed the joke. Nerdman. The joke was to establish that he knew how hypocritical it was by him saying it, and there was a sarcasm in it.
Nothing was explored. He was paper thin.
Brilliance.
He was paper thin and one-dimensional.
Brilliance of that scene.
He was paper thin. He was one-dimensional. He had one job: make me laugh. That was his job, to make me laugh. He was one of the comedic characters. Make me laugh.
He was the heart.
Did the opposite. Absolutely awful. You've got him into mediocre because for some reason everyone thinks he's okay. So you've got him into mediocre somehow. But I will never want to see him again. That's just my 2 cents.
You just hate black people.
You just hate gay black people. That's the problem.
Yep.
I hate you, Jay.
If he was white, he would have accepted it. I'll tell you that.
If he was white and he was gay, Nerdman would be championing it.
No. All right, look, let's go on. Next. All right. Let's do Thena.
Oh God. Top.
Top?
Yeah. Honestly, she was. Well, see, and I'm saying this legitimately, no cap and no bullshit. Okay. But I was speaking to somebody on the way, actually after watching the movie, and she asked me who was the favorite, and I said Makari, and then surprisingly, Angelina Jolie was second for me, and I don't know why. Because again, I had this. We talked about this earlier, Nerdman. Like since Tomb Raider, I haven't really. I fell off the Angelina train because she just got like really like thin and boring. But yeah, there was something about it in this movie. I don't know if it was because of like the conflict with remembering all of the past lives, so to speak, that she had. Because again, they wipe them every time they leave the planet that actually gets, this the Celestial pops out of. But yeah, there's just something about her in this role that I don't know why I liked it. So.
Cool. I want to say one more thing. That's a good introduction. Thanks, Rogue. Well, I want to say one more thing about this gay black guy in the movie. I want to say this one more. I want to say this one last thing. I think a gay black guy deserves better. The first gay family deserves better than this. It deserves better than this. It deserves all of the characters. To be fair, all of them deserved better. All of them deserve better dialogue. All of it deserved better.
Nerdman,
but nonetheless, to be for the gay black guy, if you're gonna have a gay black guy and his family and he's a dad and all of that, he deserved better in this fucking role. He deserved more depth.
You already wanted this movie to be shorter. How could it have been better if it was shorter?
Well, maybe if he was fighting for his life. Maybe if he was fighting for his life, for his family, like maybe if he was like Captain America, like I'm not talking about Captain America in terms of his like personality, but the desperation with which Captain America was fighting Thanos, like an ant versus a god. This man who's only got his intelligence and his ability to create things versus Icarus. That should have been a desperate fight for him, fighting for his son. I'm doing everything to fight for my son, for my family. That would have made him compelling.
How are you making me defend this movie, for Christ's sakes?
But that's all I've got to say about him. I want to talk about Athena. If you've got a retort, Jaded, you can do it, but then let's go on to Athena.
No, I just don't know how you're making me defend this movie.
Okay. Rogue, I like what you said about Athena. Let's go on to K-Dots.
Athena, I like Angelina Jolie. She's looking good in this movie. Beautiful. Also, to me,
she's fit. She got them thick thighs.
She definitely got
people are so desperate.
But the problem with Angelina in this movie, I didn't feel she was this goddess warrior that she was gassed up to be. And I really didn't see it. Icarus felt like more of that to me since he was the strongest, the actual best fighter. But Athena, she was okay. I do want to see her again, but she was okay to me. Like, she and Salma Hayek, to me, got the short end of the stick. They didn't really get much to do. Like, they both got the short end of the stick when they deserved more. So put her in okay.
Okay, so it doesn't change anything so far. We need to wait for the next vote. Okay. Jaded.
Awful.
Oh dear.
Okay, first of all, in regards to her looks, are we all going to ignore the fact that she's hitting the wall? Are we going to ignore that or something? She's not as beautiful as she once was. I mean, you guys are going off of nostalgia here.
Oh my God, we're not ranking these women's looks, dude. We're not ranking the fucking characters.
You've been rating her looks all this time. You have been rating her looks. You just haven't been upfront about it.
All right.
Okay. Thinking about, she was phoning in her performance because she is not that bad an actress. Okay, she is way better than that. It was like she was there for a paycheck.
Yeah.
And her character was all over the place. She remembers when she remembers when she needs to remember. She's forgetful when she needs to be forgetful. Whatever. And then at the end, she kills the deviant in like 3 seconds. No, everybody else is having a hard time, and it's like, oh, we need to end this. We need to find a way to kill the deviant. We'll just have Angelina Jolie do it in 3 seconds. without any
She has
effort.
no personal relationship with that deviant, by the way. Did you notice that? So there was no emotional stakes there. There was no thing that made her. I'll talk about it at the end. Actually, I'll explain that a little bit at the end. But yeah, okay.
The deviant actually thought that was supposed to do anything, and it was like, oh, she's not going to kill him. She's going to. It's like whatever. It was hack writing.
For a second, it looked like the deviant was going to start making out with her.
Okay, Sean.
Never want to see again. Fuck this character.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
That moves her down to awful, I believe. No. Anything, Sean?
No, just nothing worked with it. It's terrible. I don't know if it was really her fault, although she hasn't been the great actress recently. Pretty dog shit in Maleficent, so I don't know, but nothing worked for me here.
Oh, she was in that Firefighter movie. I forgot.
All right.
All of her older movies, she had more personality than she had in this.
Then okay, let's finish off with Killmonger, and then I'll go.
If she didn't have that bad subplot where she's going through memory issues, if they treated her like the warrior that she is, and it climaxed with her going to war with Ikaris, it would have added a lot to the movie. Matt says, "Shit, my account was hacked." Oh, okay.
Okay.
But like, I thought it was gonna be relevant because you put it on screen. But like,
no.
But like, she's a mediocre character. I do want to see her fight, except not the same way I want to see Shang-Chi fight. That guy comes with his hands and he's going to use his 10 rings, and I kind of understand what the power can do and what it'll look like. I think we've seen the most from Athena's, forging these shield and spear type
energy weapons.
And she'll slice. That's about it. And I don't think there's much more creativity you can go with it. It's a mediocre character. Forgettable. Yeah, just, forgettable.
Yeah, I thought this chick was meant to be the goddess of war or whatever. I thought she was going to come in hard. I thought there was going to be more to her than just creating some energy weapons and being able to fight with them. I had no idea why the Eternals had such a struggle taking her down when she, without hurting her. You don't need to hurt her. Why they had such a struggle taking her down without hurting her, given her power level in comparison with the rest of them. It was bollocks. The memory loss thing the memory loss thing really didn't help to her character at all. It really hampered her character throughout. I don't know why they felt the need to do that, because she wasn't so powerful. Like, how they take Hulk out of the Avengers Infinity War movie, because they know Hulk would be able to fucking handle all of these characters by himself. So they needed to take him out. There was no need to take Athena out from what she could do. She would have been much more useful to the story, making use of, Angelina Jolie, who can be a charismatic actress at times, who is probably half the reason most of us came to see this movie, because, Angelina Jolie's in it. Like, must be good, right? So
yeah, but you must have had your earmuffs on.
Angelina Jolie 20 years ago, maybe.
But because she whatever, her name is Athena, not Athena, and you mentioned Athena.
Okay, Athena. I know they're all plays of the original Greek gods or whatever. But in any case, so Athena, I thought that part of her story just didn't work. And the last thing I'll say is, she has this fight with the Deviant at the end, which looks awful. The whole fight sequence is awful. It's not very imaginative or creative in any way. And I would think that if you're going to make her be the person that fights this Deviant right at the end, what you'd want to do is set up some personal stakes or personal relationship she has with this specific Deviant. Maybe this specific Deviant. What is that Deviant the one that killed Gilgamesh? Because maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that was what they were trying to make up. Okay, that was what they were trying to make out the personal stakes were. Okay, so I stand corrected. That being said, maybe they could have mentioned that somewhere in the fight. Like, to emphasize that she was very, maybe they could have had her have a kiss with Gilgamesh. Actually show that the romantic interest went both ways, so that you saw how personal it was when Gilgamesh died, so that when she's fighting this guy at the end, you really felt the personal stakes between them, but it didn't work. I want to never see her again. She's trash. Does that leave her in awful, I guess?
Yeah, leave her in awful.
Okay. Next, Makuri. Or whatever the fuck her name is. Makari.
Top. I liked her. I liked her power set. I liked her for what little limited role she was in the movie. I would like to see more of her. And yeah, definitely really impressed with the way the visuals looked for her running, for her power.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, Killmonger, you can go.
What's her status though? At the end of the movie, where was she?
She was on the ship with
ship.
Yeah, with Angelina and when Star Fox walked in.
Right.
She's on the ship.
Yeah. One of the best characters here. Didn't add much with her words, of course, because she didn't talk. But yeah, she was here. For her role, she was good. This was an okay character. The visuals were amazing and never offended me with anything. Yeah, but this was an okay character. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so okay. All right, good. Next. Sean?
C again.
Mediocre, forgettable.
He said C again.
Yeah, the top one. Sorry, should have been more specific.
C again. I thought you meant C.
The letter C.
Like A, B, C, D.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, we have to honor your trash. We have to honor your trash tier descriptions, nerd. So just decided to abbreviate it.
Anything else, Sean?
Not really. Thanks.
Okay. All right. K-Dots. Nope. Okay. Killmonger.
Okay.
Okay. And why?
Yeah, like I said, the visuals were good looking, and she didn't overstay her welcome. She did what she was supposed to do. Did defend me.
Cool. Jaded.
Awful.
Yeah. What the hell did she do so wrong?
Yeah.
Because they have because they did to her what they have to do to the Flash. They have to put her on the back burner because because of her speed abilities. She's too powerful, so they had to bench her. Okay. Second of all,
they benched her at the end fight.
No, they only benched because she wasn't even fighting the Deviant. She was fighting Icarus.
Yeah.
That's my point. You could have had her fighting the Deviant, and the fight would have been over in 0.3 seconds. So they have to underutilize her. She was in the ship for the thousands of years. All the other Eternals are out on the Earth, but she's stuck in the ship for some reason.
She wasn't stuck. She chose.
She stayed in the ship.
Yeah, her mission was to fight deviants. There were no more deviants, so she's like, "I'll use my powers a different way to read books, to attain knowledge." That's pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah.
And she could have been so much more helpful with her powers. It was just ridiculous.
There was no more use for her powers. The deviants were gone.
Yes, and when the deviants came back, she was still in the ship. When they attacked London, when they attacked the Amazon, when they attacked at the end, she never participated in any of the fights. There needs to be an underutilized tier. Not only that, she was deaf. Like, how do you have a deaf character in a fight? You had to literally change how the fight works because she's deaf because she's deaf. There was no point of her being deaf.
How it usually works.
No, he's got a point.
If you're gonna have a deaf character, in the story, have it be for a reason. There was no reason for her character to be deaf. There was a reason. There was a reason for the other guy There was a reason for the black guy to be gay. Because he had a family. There was a purpose to it. Her being deaf had no value.
When you tell me there was a reason for her to be... for not to be deaf.
What did I say that was so funny?
Wait. Let me see if I can.
I just want to know what I said that was so funny.
Let me see if I can understand what you're saying here, Jaded. The Celestials create these characters, right?
Yeah.
Why would they create her deaf?
Why would they create a deaf character? Why would they create a deaf Eternal?
Yeah, but then you conflated that with why would there be a gay character?
And then he's saying that they explored his homosexuality somewhat by giving him a gay family.
But now you're talking about why the filmmakers
anything about her being deaf.
The only one scene they did is in the beginning of that. Oh, I can detect vibrations. That was it. Okay, use that. Use the fact that she can use vibrations to discern where the emergent point was. Use her powers. Yeah. They're saying that she can use, but because she's deaf, right? She's able to detect vibrations, but they only use her vibrations ability to stop a guy from stealing something. Well, use it for a dozen things. Is there going to be another earthquake? Is Tiamat going to be shaking? And use her powers. Don't sidebench her. She's a she was the most underutilized character of all the Eternals.
You know, there's something that they call in writing Chekhov's gun, right?
Yeah.
And it's like if you introduce like a gun or you introduce something interesting into a story, you should do it for a reason. So when she introduces that she can feel the vibrations, that should have been used at some point
somewhere
to maybe even that could have been how they resolved the story, how they beat Icarus or something like that. Because of that, it could have been anything like that, but you don't just introduce it and then just leave it like, oh, I can feel the vibrations.
Spider-Man, Homecoming, he had instant kill, and he's like, no, turn it off, Karen. And then 3 movies later, he uses instant kill. So they could use the vibrations.
Yeah, okay. Later. They could use the vibrations later. That's true. All right, but let me say. So whose go is it? Everyone's finished now?
K-Dot, are you back?
K-Dot?
No, but I think you asked Chillmonger twice, didn't you?
Yeah,
but that's how important. When I say something, it's double.
It's worth twice. Yeah. It's worth twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this in. I never want to see again.
Canadian,
I don't. I'll say I liked her somewhat more than some of these Eternals, only because she doesn't speak, and therefore didn't have to say any of the awful dialogue that was in this movie.
Yeah.
That being said, I was super pumped every time I saw her rev up to do some speedster shit. I was super pumped, and it always let me down. It was just, ugh. I've seen that kind of thing done in a different movie with speedsters. It wasn't fun. She didn't do anything cool with the speed powers. It was a big nothing. It was a big fucking nothing. And speedsters are cool, so seeing them speed around is always a little bit fun. But in the end, I never saw anything that really showed her powers in a unique and original way that I haven't seen in other movies. Maybe I was too busy washing dishes or something, and people saw something that I didn't see. But I thought she was pretty fucking garbage as a character. So that brings her down to awful.
Sure
I was like, I never want to see her again. Why did you say that, Sean?
Because there are
how many people were mediocre?
There are 2 top ones, 1 okay, and then 2 never want to see again.
2 top ones, 1 okay, and never want to see again. So that means it's awful.
No, it means mediocre.
You're median that out.
In the middle.
All right, whatever. I'll leave her in mediocre. Fine. There's too many in mediocre. There should be some of these in never want to see again. By the way,
yeah. Let's go on to this. Wanted to break down some of the better ones, so
let me go on to this piece of trash. I'm going to start here. I never want to see this chick ever again. She's the worst character in the movie. Her name is Sprite. Please, MCU, never ever show me this character again. She was made into a human. Hopefully that means that we should have no interest in her because she has no powers anymore. What a garbage character from beginning to end. You know, the funny thing about it is the script actually tried to give this chick something to do, some emotional weight to her story. She probably had the more interesting arc in the story, and she flubbed it every time because she's a bad actress who shouldn't fucking be acting. Terrible. Wow. Terrible fucking character. Wow. Maybe she could have been better with a better actress where you could have felt it a bit more. Why she's 7,000 years old but acting like a teenager is beyond me.
Didn't I explain that to you? I explained that to you earlier. I read it to you. Yeah. So I honestly she didn't offend me, and I really didn't care. She was in the middle, but because Nerdman has inspired me to see the greatness of this character, I am going to put her in the upper top tier. Not where I want to see her again. I want her to have a series of her own fucking solo adventures, and I want everything at the end say Sprite will be seen again by Nerdman. That's what I want. Okay, so I want her in the top tier.
Dedicated to Nerdman. Dedicated to Nerdman.
Exactly, yes.
No, I hope they do like a Sprite soda sponsorship with Marvel.
Only in the UK where Nerdman. Oh, sorry, in the Czech Republic where Nerdman is. Yes.
Look. You can't.
What they did to the Flash.
I'm sorry, you can't.
Better than what they did to the Flash.
Rogue, you admitted you were trolling, so you can't put it in the top tier.
Oh no, I can. No, this is America.
Trolling.
I'm in America. In America, we still have freedoms. It doesn't matter.
No,
trolling is
trolling.
Considered.
Well, I'm in the Czech Republic and it's communist, so I'm not fucking.
That explains your mentality. You're in a communist country. I see.
No, it's actually super fucking capitalist, actually, in the Czech Republic. But anyway,
there's no freedom. Is there freedom of choice? Is there freedom of speech in the Czech Republic?
You can't. There's no freedom of trolling.
Is there a freedom of speech?
I'm exercising my freedom of speech.
Everywhere is freedom of trolling.
You can't
what
troll.
Are you talking about? What are you talking about?
All countries have freedom of trolling.
So exactly. Good. You moved her to
universal awful. Right.
Well done, Mike. You moved her to awful.
Okay.
Good.
Wait, no, actually, you had her. Oh, yeah, you had her at the bottom. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Rogue.
I just answered. You want me to say it again?
No. Sorry, Jaded.
Jaded? Awful.
Yeah. Okay.
Her character made no sense. The closest they came to a story arc is she has an unrequited love to Icarus. Big deal. That's her story arc.
Yeah.
But that could have been something.
Yeah, and they did nothing with it. Like I said, there needs to be an underdeveloped. If there was an underdeveloped tier, most of these characters would be in it.
Yeah. I agree with you, Jaded. Sean.
Going into this film, I thought she would be completely unbearable. And, maybe she was. Maybe it's just because I had super low expectations. But I honestly didn't think she was absolutely terrible when I watched her. And she had potential. So I would put her in, mediocre. However, her character's finished. Done with her now. I don't want to see her again. So down there.
Ooh, back to I never want to see her again. Look at that, Mike. You've got one person who can save you.
You just fed straight into his ego, Sean. Why did you do that?
Just being honest.
I feel like there's a lot of comedy characters, young characters in Marvel, the quippy kind of people that are going to bring this kind of energy. She is a character I never want to see again in the MCU. She's going to be older the next time we see her, which you can imagine this whole pandemic and delays of stuff is going to push back her next appearance, which will be really, really weird. Because the MCU still, for some projects, they pretend like it's year 2023. When we next see her, she's automatically going to be 2 years older. And that's a huge difference from when she was casted. What was she, 14? She'll be 16. And it's different from a 26-year-old turning 28 or something like that. 2 years for her is going to look really weird. I don't want to see her again.
Yeah, but she's a human now, though. So wouldn't that be?
I just said they're gonna pretend like it's the same year. Like Shang-Chi happened in the year 23. Falcon Winter Soldier 23. All the movies happened in the year 23. So it's
wait. Here's a conspiracy theory for you. Mm-hmm. I think Disney caused the pandemic because they wanted us to catch up with their timeline in the movies.
Yeah, sure.
We had like a year off. We had like a year and a half off with no Disney movies, right?
Exactly.
Right.
That's why they. That's why they started with Mandalorian.
Let me tell you my conspiracy. Let me tell you my conspiracy. When in the future they make a documentary by Christopher Nolan about the rise and fall of the MCU, the rise and fall of the MCU, man. This film is going to be at the center of the complete
Multiverse of Madness is going to be it. It's going to be Multiverse of Madness.
No, nerd.
Well, yeah, that will probably help. You better hope. You better hope and pray. You better hope and pray, Mike. The fucking Spider-Man knocks it out of the park because
you better pray that fucking Batman knocks it out of the park, motherfucker.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
I'd be worried about that than fucking whether Doctor Strange is gonna knock it out of the park.
Be worried more about Batman.
Okay, next character.
You guys had a fucking TV movie director directing that shit. Don't fucking come at me and say, "Oh, I better hope," because that Doctor Strange got a real fucking director. Everybody who jerks off over his fucking Spider-Man movies. So don't come at me and tell me I better hope that. We got an A+ director. You guys got a fucking barely fucking straight to DVD director. Don't even come at me like that, fool. Don't even come at me like that. Shit.
All right, let's move on to Cersei.
Well, this is disappointing. She's supposed to be the main character, lead, and did not have lead energy. No, not awful. I never want to see her again.
Wow, really?
The whole time I was watching this, it took me a long time to try to get over that she was already casted in a Marvel film. I guess the Celestials created her, so that's we can just give them the blame for making her look like the Kree character from Captain Marvel.
No, see, he's upset because she's betraying.
Captain Marvel franchise. Really good point. I'll go next.
Because she's the betraying Captain Marvel.
See, your biases are coming out, Chillmonger.
Gemma Chan shouldn't have took this role. Her things happened around her. She was never a character, and she was the lead, so we can't forgive that thing. No,
I want to piggyback off what you said. So I'm going to give my vote next. I never want to see her again in the MCU, and here's why. Basically, as Chillmonger was saying, I'm watching this film and I'm thinking, who's the main fucking character in this movie? And I didn't realize, probably even maybe just in the middle of the film, it suddenly started to dawn on me, oh, we're supposed to be caring about her as the main character because she was so weak in the fucking role and there's nothing to emotionally invest in her. The only thing you're given is maybe she was in love with one guy, but now she's in love with a human. That's it. That's the whole emotional background and spectrum of this character. No reason why she cares about these humans more than anybody else. Nothing is given whatsoever to make you invest or care about this character as the lead character. She's one of the weakest lead characters in a superhero movie ever. So much so that it's hard to even tell that she is the lead character. She's trash. Never want to see her again. We can go on to Rogue.
You're lucky AMBW. You're lucky AMBW still isn't in here because you just trashed an Asian actress. But okay. I do agree with Chillmonger because I will never agree with you, Nerdman, unless it's about fucking Superman 78 or Batman 89. So fuck you. But Chillmonger is correct. I mean, I don't feel that she was developed as a lead character or whatever, but she's extremely hot, and I don't have a Captain Marvel betrayal bias against her. So I do want to see more of her because, I mean, I'm only going by your tiers. I do agree that as far as, as far as character development, or not development, but character, who's the lead character or whatever, that she should have taken more of a, she should have, it should have been, you should have known that she was the lead as opposed to just, I mean, they were spreading it out, but in the end, she was the one that was supposed to be the catalyst for, the demise of the convergence, that kind of thing. So, I will put it in the top because I do want to see her again.
So, but again, I don't disagree. I don't disagree about the criticism. But I this is your tier, so I can't.
What if I told you
when you say tier, you mean my tears, don't you? You actually mean my physical tears.
Let's bring her score down. I'll tell you this: if we never see her again in a Marvel film, she'll get signed for like another franchise, and she'll be the lead of that, or she'll actually get to have a role in it. So you should want her not to be seen again in the MCU, so you could see her again used properly.
Well, no, because if things keep going the way they're going with this narrative of the movie being trashed because of Rotten Tomatoes and all that, potentially maybe they might get better script writers for the second movie, and hopefully they'll develop the characters more. And I mean, I guess whatchamacallit, when Star Fox has showed up, he's going to be in there, so they got to be in there with that. So, hoping.
Yellow does it. He likes to fucking dig it in, don't you, son? You like to give the little digs on the side. I like it when you're feeling froggy, Yellow. I like it when you're feeling froggy. Don't worry, bro.
Look, if we see her again, it'll be on a Disney Plus series. Whatever movie that they had planned, they'll scrap it and make it a Disney Plus. Or it'll be in a team-up movie. But whatever the next step was where Star Fox shows up and stuff, that's all going to happen elsewhere. Maybe Guardians.
What if she shows up in the Marvels to take out your girl, Carol?
That would have already been filmed by now.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's so weird, right? Because it's the same human being character, actor. I mean, playing the same. It's weird. Yeah, very odd. I would have never.
It's a bad sign, Paul. I'll tell you that much. Jaded, you're up next, bro. You're up next to bat.
I thought she was okay. Her being the weak leader aspect, to me, worked, because otherwise, if she was a strong leader, there would have been no reason to want to side with Ikaris, because Ikaris was portraying he's the strong leader type. You should be. He should have been, because I think of a few of the Eternals were saying that Ikaris should have been the leader, because Cersei is such a weak leader. So I was assuming that the movie was having her be a weak leader on purpose, so that she could have that redemption arc at the end. So I didn't have a problem with her being a weak leader. I thought that was
redemption against what? What redemption against?
To actually unify and then to take down Tiamat.
Yeah.
Because she eventually got the courage, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
dude, this is the guy who every movie. T-Virus likes every movie. He says honestly they shouldn't make Eternals 2. One movie is more than enough based on what we got, which wasn't much. That's T-Virus. I've never seen him say he doesn't like a fucking movie.
So her character being a weak leader worked for me. The fact that they established that they had Cersei and Black Knight having a relationship, I'm going, oh my god, somebody actually read an Avengers comic book to actually even know that was even a thing. Mm-hmm. So that was impressive, but other than that, it was an okay character. I was absolutely shocked that anybody even knew that Cersei and Black Knight had an actual relationship in the comic books.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's cool. So that's where you're putting her, and then finally, Sean.
Yeah, I agree with the positives you gave for Jaded, but they still completely butchered her. I never want to see her again.
That settles it.
Yep. And we'll finish off with Gilgamesh. Fuck it, I'll do it. I'll go first, man, just to get this out of the way. This guy was the most boring character. Like, he's just a nothing character in this movie, and he deserved better. I like this guy in the zombie movie Train to Busan. I thought, hey, he might be a fun character. He's actually pretty good with the comedy, seeing that movie, so I hope maybe he would be one of the more comedic characters. He wasn't. His powers were shit. His character was trash. Him looking after Athena was weird. Why they didn't have a romantic love interest when clearly there was some kind of feelings between the two of them. Maybe because they don't want to see an Asian guy with a white woman. I don't know. That's just my conspiracy in my head. But he doesn't have that a relationship with her, which is one thing that could have added some dimension to the character. Terrible. And then they kill him off.
I just want to say something to Yellow. Yellow, it's not Tiamat, it's Tiamat. It's the name of Celestial. It's not Tiamat, the seven-headed dragon.
Yeah, so that's my opinion on him. It's not the worst character in the movie, I'll say that, but that's just because he hasn't got much to do.
I laughed at the comedy where she changed him into wearing baby clothes, and I think that's physical comedy that translates to everyone, so that's a plus. I didn't like that his power was used the same way. I am going to light it up. It's going to be gold. It's going to be a punch.
Yeah.
All right. Show me
every single time.
At least we see the Hulk. He'll do a back fist. He'll do a kick. He'll jump up in the air. Let's see how high he can get. We didn't really explore his powers. I mean, I can't say I don't want to see him again because I don't want to say anything because Paul is watching. But I think I kind of said it without saying it. But I don't want to see this character again. I do want to see more from him. I do want to, if that's possible, get this guy back to where he can fight again, and then explore that.
Yeah, well, all right, fair enough. Jaded, awful. You're putting him in awful. Mediocre.
I'd say mediocre because they didn't do they had opportunities to do things with this character, and they just made him be a guy that punches things. That's all he was. He was a guy that punches things. So he was just mediocre.
Yep. Okay.
And he had an unrequited love to Athena. That was it.
Was it even unrequited? You don't even know. I mean, I don't even know.
You never actually hear her say that she reciprocates those feelings.
Yeah, well, all right.
It might have happened, but I missed it.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I thought that maybe they were in love, but they just didn't want to show them together or something. Sean, did you go with this character? I think you did. No, you didn't yet, have you, Sean?
Yeah, love the actor and 2 scenes with him. The rest of it was shit, though. Completely wasted him. Awful.
Awful. Okay, and Rogue? Putting that up to God tier again, right?
Well, Nerdman, I can't help it that you say I want to see more with. I didn't dislike him. I wouldn't mind seeing more with the actor in the role. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you want to put it in okay, that's fine. But I mean, if he could, I would want to see him again. I mean, I didn't dislike him. He didn't annoy me. Like what Sean said about Sprite, I mean, I didn't feel the same way about like he was going to be annoying or anything. But like, I mean, I don't mind seeing him again. Like, you gotta, when you get off this, you gotta question your tier making abilities, dude. At least how you describe them.
You gotta question them now.
There's clearly something. I mean, there's a disconnect between the way you structure them and the way you describe them. So it's gonna be. I want to see him again in a movie, but I mean, not for like story reasons or in this movie, but I didn't mind him. I mean, if I hated him,
I'm just talking about from this movie.
No, it doesn't, Yellow. There's just too many characters. That's the problem.
Yeah. All right. So yes, final one is Icarus. I'll let you guys start. Where are you placing Icarus? Who's on top? Who's the top person here? Rogue.
Okay.
All right.
I did like. I liked. He was okay. He was kind of milquetoast. He was like bland, sort of. I mean, I did like him fighting. I liked the way he hovered, the way that, and the eye thing, of course. I'd never seen like something where like little arteries come out of his eyes when he's shooting, the laser beams out of his eyes. That was pretty. I felt that was pretty. That was a first for special effects. But yeah, I mean, he was okay. Way better than that dude that wears a blue suit and a red cape in Metropolis. Yeah, definitely better than that.
And has hope as a symbol.
Yeah, hope. Yeah, okay, Mark Waid. Yeah,
okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
Not that I knew who you were talking about, though, bro. Not that I knew who you were talking about.
Henry Cavill is better than this fucking guy on his worst day.
No.
On his worst day. On his fucking worst day. All right. Anyway, carry on.
K-Dot?
Jaded.
Who's next?
Oh, you want to do
K-Dot's not
K-Dot? Oh.
K-Dot isn't there.
Oh, he's not?
I think he's falling asleep.
I'm going to have to say okay.
Why?
Because he's the only one.
Guys.
Why? Because they're actually utilizing him with his powers and his skills. He was the only character that was really being fully utilizing his skills, which means that they're going to actually do something with his character.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
want my superheroes to use their superpowers.
I like the fact they had Icarus actually fly to the sun. I thought that was quite.
Yeah.
And the
special effects on him were always enjoyable. I didn't have a problem with any of his special effects.
Yeah.
The flying, just his. What was it? And I forget what Superman movie it was, but everybody loved the flying in that one. I thought the flying in this one was way more smoother and just
very
enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
Because it was like effortless. It was like, oh yeah, I'll just go now. I'm done.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Icarus flew into the sun for the same reason Hawkeye always retires at the end of each movie. It's like, do we use him again for the next project? We don't know.
Yeah.
So it'll be up in the air. And
it
looks like
only thing is that he doesn't have a super strength.
Hey, but his Superman-ness, the flying, the hovering, like Mike was saying, was awesome. Never let me down. This was the strongest character. We also got Makari up there too, right? No, who we got? We got. Well, I would have had Makari higher. Okay, Kinko's cool, but this guy had more to do, and he didn't drop the ball. I would have preferred some more emoting if he could do that. That would have been awesome. You know, maybe he could smile more. Icarus was cool.
Telling a male character he can smile more.
That's a joke. So the twist he carried well in the film, the big plot kind of point. This guy, when we were looking for, how do I say this, man? Yeah, I guess I gotta talk spoilers. I just didn't want to because I know Paul didn't watch the movie. But like seeing him become the villain at the end of it was like, okay, good. Because I was wondering how are we gonna have these guys fight something at the end, and it wasn't for nothing. Every scene he had, it adds rewatchability value to this film, where I can say, I can see why he wasn't laughing at that joke. Okay, I can see why he wanted this instead of that. I know why he left Gemma Chan's character Cersei. I know why he left now. Kind of makes sense to me. It's a cheap trick of a film to do the thing where they show you a flashback and then the present, because you're withholding knowledge from me. So it's not like a big revelation like it should be. Like if you guys remember Naruto, when Itachi, when his secrets passed, where he killed his whole clan, when it was revealed he did it for the village, we learned that, but not in a flashback. It was only because Obito met with fucking...
Don't bring that anime manga shit in here, dude.
Yeah,
as it is, they're trying to perpetuate this false narrative that manga is overselling American comic books. Stop it.
That's not where I was going. I was just saying flashbacks was weak. Look, this was an okay character. I don't want to see him again because I don't want to see him fight people like Thor and Captain Marvel and Hulk. I guess those are the only guys who can go toes with him. I don't want to see this guy again. I don't want the Eternals again. But he wasn't okay.
Look, Avery, please, man, please set these characters, these people.
Well, I get what you're all saying.
Right.
Hey, nothing I said was wrong. Sorry.
No, I totally get what you all are saying, honestly. And when I meant that I hated his action scenes, I didn't mean like the visual effects with his laser eyes or his flying. I just meant like every action scene with him just felt like nothing. Just fucking stupid. But yeah, just like Gemma Chan's character is still based. Oh, I just did not care for it at all with how they fucking butchered it, in my opinion.
Have you voted yet, Avery? Because I missed it.
Awful.
You said okay? Oh, you said... Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Carry on then. You hadn't voted.
Yeah, so awful's my vote.
Damn, that brings him down, right?
Yeah, to mediocre, and then just Nerdman, I believe.
You guys are capping so hard. Look, let me tell you something. This actor was one of my favorite actors in Game of Thrones. I was actually legitimately sad when he died because I thought he was more interesting than Kit Harington as an actor. I fucking love this. I love this. I think he's a great actor. He's a great performer who can do emotions well. He can do powerful emotions well and do it in a way that is seamless, that you don't feel like there's anything. This is the thing about this movie. It lacks any form of sincerity. And this character is the biggest example of the lack of sincerity in this movie. There's nothing in this film that feels like it's acted in a genuine, authentic way where the actors are in the moment rather than just, spouting off lines in a script. It's like they've got all of...
Yeah, but
no, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this movie. And this is the worst in a long line of movies that has committed this crime amongst these major blockbusters. It happens a little bit in the latest Jurassic Park movies. It happens a little bit here and there in some of the MCU movies. It happens a little bit here and there in a number of different movies. But this one is one of the worst offenders in terms of it happens in the Fast and Furious movies as well, but at least you know that's going to happen. The sincerity. But here's what I'm going to say about him. He is completely fucking 150% stoic. He chose this as his, this is how he's going to portray this character. It was an acting choice. It did not work. It made him really fucking boring to watch. He's one of the most boring characters to watch in this whole film. Every fucking thing he says about being in love with this girl or whatever conflict he's going through, it's not shown in his actual physical fucking acting. He's fucking boring and stoic as shit. And Richard Madden can do better. I know he can. He's a good actor. I don't know if it was how he was directed, whatever it was. Added to that, his powers were trash, bro. You're trying to tell me he looked better than fucking Zack Snyder's Superman?
No. We're comparing him to the
fucking drugs.
No, wait, Nerdman.
He doesn't look better than the Superman on the CW.
We're comparing him to the other Eternals.
Well, the other Eternals were trash in general.
With all of them being trash, his was the best one. We're not comparing him to Superman.
He was the best one of the trash. Somebody was saying how he's as good as fucking everyone's saying he's like a better Superman. No, he ain't.
The flying was better than in Superman. That's it.
In Man of Steel, the flying was better in this than in Man of Steel.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. This wasn't that good because there weren't rocks bouncing off the ground. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. They made it so natural. In this movie, flying wasn't a spectacle. Flying was just natural, and that was a very great way, and that was a very unique take on how on the flight
scenes were the same every single time. Once you saw it the first time, which was kind of like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then you see him do it again, and again, and again. And you're right, Gilgamesh did the same.
So was Sprite, so was
every action scene.
They were all the same.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of those WWE games back when you had Super Nintendo where each character only had two moves.
Are you tracking WWF games? Because
no, I'm not. I'm just saying that there was a point at which they could only give the characters two moves, right? This is what this movie reminds me of. Two moves for each character. Gilgamesh, charge up, punch. Charge up, punch.
But of all the characters, who had the best utilization of their power?
Fly, shoot. Fly, shoot. Fly, punch.
In this movie,
imagination to these action scenes. I never want to see him again.
Which Eternal had the best utilization of their powers? In this movie,
probably the Speedster.
You just said that it was not. You said that
she was trash. She was trash, but probably the speedster.
But you're not able.
I'll tell you what. I was more impressed by scenes with Emma Chan's character than Icarus, with her powers, the way she turned the bus into fucking rose petals or whatever. Right? I was more impressed with that visually than what Icarus did. It was terrible. It was worse than the CW Superman in terms of his use of his fucking powers. Yes.
Dude, you better take that shit back.
There are more creative action scenes in the of Superman in that CW show. And to be fair, I like the CW show. If it had a bigger budget, some of the action scenes in that would probably I would compare to Zack Snyder's. But Zack Snyder had a bigger budget, so he was able to do a little bit more. But the creativity of what he actually does in there.
What did he do?
There's one scene in the CW show where Superman is trying to stop a train. I suppose it's like, a callback to Christopher Reeves or whatever, trying to stop a train from crashing. What he did in that was more creative action than anything in this Eternals movie, in the whole fucking movie.
Yes, but we're not rating their abilities compared to other movies. We're rating their abilities
do you want me to put up Yellow's comment? You want me to put up Yellow's comment, which you agreed with earlier for some fucking reason? What was it?
What?
From what I heard, Icarus is a standout and a better Superman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. Is he a standout? Yeah. Is he a better Superman?
Not a better Superman because he doesn't have superpowers. He doesn't have super hearing. He only has it. It's because he can fly and he has the laser eyes.
Trash. It was trash. Homelander is a fuck.
Oh, he used his eyes better. He used his laser eyes better than any Superman movie.
Dude, the action in this was terrible. The action in this was terrible. They never teamed up to do anything.
Well, how good was the action in Superman Returns again? Hold on. How good was the action in Superman Returns?
Superman Returns action, like when he's flying through the city trying to save everybody. Can you let me finish? Because you're talking about the last action scene, but there's an action scene when he saves the plane. It's amazing, and it's better than anything in this movie.
That's not an action scene. That's
an action set piece. It's an action set piece.
You were so desperate.
And the action where he's saving the city. The action where he's saving the city.
That's how weak that movie is a superhero movie.
It's an action set piece.
You just established just how weak Superman Returns is.
Are you talking about a fight scene?
You have to do the
don't call it an action scene. Don't call an action scene. You mean a fight scene? Was there any fight scene better than this? No, there wasn't. No, it's a fight scene. An action scene can be an action set piece.
Oh, only because you have no other options. You have no other options in Superman Return. What else are you going to do?
Look, okay, I'll answer your question. Is there any better fight scene in Superman Returns than in the Eternals? No, because there isn't a fight scene in the Superman Returns.
There isn't.
So obviously, there's none. But if you're talking about
why is he that low right now?
Of an action scene to accommodate.
I never want to see him again. I never want to see him again.
Yeah, but he's still in mediocre because 3 people said okay, only 2 lower. That are awful, at least.
Yeah, he's awful. You're right about that. So anyway, that is the end of our rankings. And I've gone in on this.
If you added the Celestials on the top. If you added Celestials on the top. Looking forward to see them again.
Okay, well, I'm not. I'll the Celestials were okay. They were better than anybody in the actual movie who was supposed to be starring in the movie.
And I'm looking forward at the top.
Pardon?
Put Kit Harington at the top.
Yeah, he was probably the best character in the movie. Anyway, look, I'm gonna end the stream here. I've gone on about this. I might turn up on some streams and talk about this, but I'm not going to do a bunch of hate videos about this movie. The movie isn't too woke or whatever. There's nothing woke about this movie unless you're saying that just having a gay character or having diversity in a movie is woke. That's the only thing. If you define it like this, if you define wokeness like that, then the movie's woke. Other than that, it's not fucking woke. There's no hard, heavy, messaging that it's trying to give you about like anything, like socially happening at the moment. So on that level, I don't want to hear anybody criticizing it about that. Even though that kind of stuff doesn't even bother me anyway. But as a fucking movie, it does not work. It's just very, very fucking boring to me. And that's the most, when you want to pare it down to everything, that's the fucking central problem of this movie. The pacing is off. It's boring. The characters are vapid and one-dimensional. The action is mediocre. The music is forgettable. The cinematography is also forgettable, and it doesn't even have the basic charm of the other MCU movies, which at least keep you, engaged with some of the fun hijinks and funny quips that they have during them. This one doesn't even have that, so it is trash.
To a DC
that's my final word on this movie. Just to end the stream and to say that I'm not going to go on and on about this movie on my channel like some channels might want to do. Does anyone else want to say their final word on this movie?
I want to say the exact opposite of everything you've just fucking said. Okay. The exact
so
opposite.
It's super woke. So
no. I'm talking about the movie. The movie was entertaining. I enjoyed it. It's going to open up the Marvel universe. The actors were good with what they were given. The characters, the special effects for Makkari and Ikaris, it looked good. The music, I don't remember as being offensive. I don't know exactly what the composer did to you or what inappropriate place he touched you to have you have such an adverse reaction to his work, but it really wasn't bad. But then again, it wasn't that memorable. But after John Williams, and Danny Elfman, is anything really that memorable?
Zimmerman.
But please stop. Hans Zimmer with fucking Lion King, yes. With Man of Steel, sorry, no. You know what? I'll if I had to, I would edge out Man of Steel over Dark Knight. Dark Knight is literally, there's no theme in that movie whatsoever. But anyways, but yes, Eternals was I gave it an 8.5, so it was good. You're wrong. I expect you to, people when they watch this, they should already know your bias and your slander against the Marvel universe. So when you give
nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. And I'm not gonna have you I'm not gonna have you slander me again, Roro. You were doing it before. I was excited about this movie. I came out I did a trailer fucking reaction to this movie. When the trailer came out, and I was super excited. I said it was one of my top MCU movies that I want to see. Everyone go back and watch it.
Your top MCU movies. You said plural. There has never been more than one movie that you have ever wanted to see.
I want to see Spider-Man, and I wanted to see Shang-Chi. Those were the three movies.
You want to see Spider-Man
too? Yeah, I want to see the Spider-Man. Because of the Spider-Man.
In fact, even this thread, you trashed Doctor Strange
because the
well, right, because you're expecting Toby.
Oh, I might want to. That might be okay. That might be okay, depending on what's going down in it. The Multiverse of Madness. The Multiverse of Madness. It might be okay.
If they've got
you can't tell if Killmonger's asleep, alive, or anything.
I'm listening.
He's just there.
Yeah.
But yes, when you listen to people, at least try to take into consideration their past and what they have said about certain franchises or certain movies or certain directors or certain characters or whatever. When you're hearing their assessment of their final assessment of the movie that they have just been.
I am so interested in what Yellow has to think of this movie.
5 hours and 41 minutes.
I'm curious what Yellow thinks. I'm curious on what everyone thinks about this movie.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to see Paul Yellow's, we already know what MSK and the Widow think, so I want us all to get together and discuss this movie at one point, just do one big battle royale at some point. But yeah, who was it? Avery? You were saying?
Yeah, I just want to say I want to see you and Mike like make some sort of bet where like Mike says this will get a Best Picture nominee, and you say it won't. Have to like put something on the line. I think that would be entertaining.
If this gets a Best Picture nomination,
no, on what? Unless it's a diversity category.
If this gets anything in the Oscars,
well, we'll get visual effects probably. So, other than that,
visual effects for what? For what, dude?
For the running.
For the effects of what's his face, the black dude.
Oh, because the effects of the black dude.
For the way they did
the Deviants looked amazing, didn't they?
The Deviants
looked really incredible,
and the natural locations that Chloe used. Yeah.
Well, actually, she is Oscar nominated already, so maybe, and then she's all so could happen.
Okay, so we need to do something like that, like maybe like 3 or more nominees or Best Pictures or something. But yeah, you have to do a bet with him. I think that'd be entertaining.
Nerd Man would lose. He would just lose.
Yeah, like if Nerdman loses, he has to like make a review praising the MCU.
If he loses, he'll just say it never happened.
Dude, it is very easy for you to get me to do an MCU praising video. You just have to send me money. That's all. You don't. Don't think I'm too proud to like go against my convictions. Wow. Just send me some money.
Glad to see you're that easy, dude.
And I mean, Nerdman is never offended by cash. That's one thing.
There isn't enough money you could pay me to say those fucking Nolan movies were good. None, no amount.
Well, everyone, like the $1 Million Man said, everyone has their price.
No. Oh yeah, I have my price. You just can't afford it.
All I have to send you is like one Russian fucking. Anyway, I'm not going to say continue that sentence. But yeah, like guys, again, everyone bringing the fire on this fucking stream. I loved it. Everyone, K-Dots, my son, my beloved child.
What'd you do to him? Where is he?
I don't know, but he brought the fire when he was on here.
He's on a timeout. He disagreed with Nerdman.
Sean
Did he have enough of you, Nerdman? He's like, I'm done.
Maybe Sean speaking pure, unadulterated facts throughout the stream. Welcome every time. AMBW speaking facts as well. For some reason, Jaded has decided to start capping for the MCU. I don't know why. I don't know what. He started capping for the MCU all of a sudden. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Here's what it is.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Your viewpoints were so off the rails. You had me defending this movie. Your viewpoints were so off the rails. You had me defending this movie.
It's okay, man. If you like the MCU, it's fine. It's fine if you like. You know how I respect everyone who loves the MCU. I respect them.
Let's do a poll and ask everybody how much they think I like the MCU. Okay, nobody's going to accept that I like the MCU. Count for the
again, Jaded brings the fire. Thanks for coming on, brother. Chillmonger, he brings the cool. Yeah, he just brings the cool. He brings the chill. And so, thanks so much, guys. Please, subscribe to all these guys if you're not subscribed already. I know there's a lot of people who are in this community. A lot of people are subscribed to people, but if you're not subscribed to Jaded Fanboy, or you're not subscribed to Chillmonger, they do fire streams all the time, or fire content all the time. So please do subscribe to them. And apart from that, Rogue as well. Please
no, Paul, I wanted at least an hour less.
Yeah. I've watched some of his videos now on comic books, very enlightening. So please do subscribe to Rogue's channel as well. Rogue, you have not got your channel's name up on the screen, so I'm gonna have to put that in the chat later. So I'll have a link for Rogue's in the chat. So apart from that, please like, subscribe, or dislike if you fucking hate me, whatever. But like, subscribe.
No, it's not hating you. It's not hating you. It's hating your views, the things that you say. As a person, you're okay, but it's like some of the.
It's just you go off the rails sometimes.
Yeah.
As a person, as a human being, you're okay. It's just your personality. I get it. But yeah, like, subscribe, comment. I do respond to the comments, so I love the comments. Do keep the conversation going. And I think there's not much else I have to say apart from Mike's favorite. See you on the flip side. And I love you 3,000. Peace. Peace, guys.